and all, and welcome to another edition of a brand new edition of the Dinner Club Jamboree. Welcome, friends, to the Dinner Club because we always have this at dinner time. It just seems more apropos, don't you think?
It's breakfast time somewhere.
But not here. Yeah, hang on a second. Here we come. There he is. All right, I can go medium size now. There we go.
And now we can play Jimi Hendrix. Hey Joe.
Yeah. Oh God, please don't. I've heard that so many fucking times, and people see me, and they all think they're clever. They all think like they're the first person to ever say that to me, and it's just like, stop it, stop it. It's not clever at all. It's not interesting. It's not funny anymore. Please stop.
So Kazum, did you just forget about Don't Look Up?
I just didn't. I forgot about it. I didn't watch it. So, and isn't that on? It's also on Netflix, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe it's on.
Okay, I don't have Netflix yet, so I'll have to get that.
Okay, well, it's like I just watched it literally right before I came on the show tonight. I've been procrastinating on all week.
I was going to say, waited till the last minute to do your homework.
Yeah, that's right. That's me in a nutshell, friends. I mean, I spent my whole school career like that. Anyway, but yeah, so Kazum, I guess since you don't have Netflix, it's not really harmful to spoil certain things for you. So
yeah, I'm not worried about it. Go for it.
Yeah,
I haven't seen it yet either.
Oh, Joe, you had homework, man.
I did?
Yeah, it was all discussed. I was like, oh no, we can't talk about it yet because I haven't seen it.
Well, I mean, first, I don't mind spoilers, so go right ahead. I was just giving you a hard time.
Okay, so major spoiler: everybody dies.
Most people die.
Okay, so the premise of Don't Look Up, for people who are never going to watch it or might not have access, is that there's an asteroid headed toward the Earth. It's the timeless tale, imminent destruction, and it's a semi-farcical look at how humanity might respond to such a impending catastrophe. And there's been plenty of movies about it in the past, like Deep Impact and Armageddon, and Seeking a Best Friend for the End of the World, maybe a few others, but yeah, I think the thing is, if there are any asteroids whose orbit intersects with the orbit of the Earth, it is a mathematical certainty that at some point in the history of the solar system, there will be a collision. So it's only a matter of when, not if, right? And I had a very strange experience when I was watching the movie, and I hope those of you who've seen it as well might be able to tell me if I'm just like completely, misanthropic or what. Because I was watching the movie, and there's a point in the movie around about the time where the whole "Don't Look Up" starts, because there's people that are starting to be comet denialists, right? Because they just think it can't possibly be real, and so there's this whole "Don't Look Up" movement, and I'm watching it and I'm thinking to myself that could happen. There would be a movement of people who just can't possibly face the reality of it.
Yeah, we know that. We know that for sure now.
Yeah, exactly. And so there's an awful lot of the movie which is deliberately allegorical.
Although it was written before COVID,
which is just mind-boggling. But I think what I was going to say was I think I became a bit misanthropic because when the Don't Look Up movement started in the movie, I mean, and the political party who was running the government, I think we're supposed to assume that they're right wing, and anyway, partly because of the whole Don't Look Up denialism, and also partly because of their whole false bravado and, hey, we're gung-ho and we're going to fix this and everything's going to be fine and you don't have to worry. I kind of found myself rooting for the comet, and that's not me. I'm not that guy.
Every election year, actually, I post the banner on my Facebook is, comet, big comet 2020, 2024, whatever it is. I mean, because ultimately, that's always the best choice.
Well, I mean, and to the point, I mean, when we were heading toward the 2020 election, and there was a point there where it really looked like, before the election actually happened, it really looked like, Trump had a reasonable chance of getting reelected. And I remember posting a thing, and it was like, if any of you guys know the Fallout series, in the Fallout series, the World War III happens in 2077, and that's when most of humanity is wiped out. And I remember posting this thing that said 2077 can't come soon enough. you know, um,
Well,
because
when it comes to the whole "don't look up" thing, I found myself, and my gal gave me a hard time about it. She teased me about it because I found myself getting choked up. I mean, the world's about to end, and like the asteroid is literally like bearing down on the planet, and they do this montage of like walruses on the Antarctica and a bee flying and people with their children and blah blah blah. It's pretty, and I got choked up. I don't think that's what you're supposed to do in that montage, right? I think it's supposed to make you, you know.
and think of that song, "What a Wonderful World," right?
Well, I mean, honestly, I said to my gal, I'm like, well, that's awful. All the walruses are going to die, and I mean, somehow I don't feel as sorry for the people as I do for the animals and the bugs. Yeah.
Try and get things done. Very
Oh,
good.
that's true. Get things done. you know, the it's kind of funny because I think might have mentioned this before. But when when I first watched Falling Skies, when it first came on TV, 15 years ago, whenever it was, I remember um, what I liked the show initially, and what turned me off is over time, you started finding that it wasn't just the initial group that you were with. You found there were other humans, and there was a lot of backbiting, and I thought, geez, humanity's faced with this, overwhelming threat from an outside. Surely we put all of our differences aside to confront that. And then after the last 2 years, I'm like, no, and then that's when I watched the series again. I'm like, yeah, no, this series makes total sense. Total sense.
So, if it's okay, a couple of things. I don't want to go on and on, but Vegas, yeah, it's very much like Doctor Strangelove. It's intentionally kind of in that neighborhood. And to Joe about it being written before COVID, yeah, people are saying, "Oh, this is like a metaphor for COVID and COVID denialists," but it's not. The metaphor is actually climate change,
Right.
and it's like
that was the intended.
that was
I took it as science denialism, as a whole.
right.
But
Yeah, I mean,
the writer was intentionally trying to parody.
right. Because I mean, we have here's science is saying, here is our timeline. This is pretty definitive. We know what's coming. We know when it's coming, and then everybody just acts like they never said it, or they just don't believe it, and it's all a hoax, which is basically what happens in the movie. So it works.
Yeah.
How much proof do you? Oh,
I take umbrage with what Paul said, that we're supposed to assume that it's about the conservative party more, because I've been paying attention to some of the changes of our response to COVID, and the CDC says you don't have to quarantine 10 days; it's only 5 now. I'm like, who made that decision and why? Because a quarter of my clients in my group therapy right now have COVID.
So okay, with the most recent variant, what they're saying is that you get sick very quickly and it doesn't last as long. If you're not going to be contagious, you're not going to be shedding virus for as long a period, then you shouldn't have to quarantine as long. So I mean, there's science.
On top of that, we have no extended unemployment benefits. We don't have the bonus on top, and they're not lengthening the benefits. We just kicked the can down the road on the student loans that are going to start needing payments starting around May. And when those people realize, oh, well, in May I have to start making payments, they're going to start wanting to go back to work, which is going to put them at risk of catching the virus. And there's this squeeze that I'm seeing. I'm like, these policy changes are happening under the Biden administration, not the conservative.
Okay, but who is it working? Like that things aren't closed anymore. There's nothing. I don't. Who's not working?
If you were not working, you might be thinking, you know what, I need to take one of those jobs that's going to put me, more at harm's risk.
Well, I mean, yeah, sure, if you're not working, but I mean, like, there are no industries right now that are like, it's not like it was in the beginning, right? Everything is open. Everything's open. We are rocking and rolling. The economy is doing well, relatively. So, I don't know. I mean, who's not working?
There's a lot of people not working, but
right. Well, a lot of people who quit. Yeah.
By choice.
Unemployment is 3.9%.
But I mean, it's Michael was saying that when these people, like when they have to pay, the student loans and whatnot, where they've been forgiven until May, that now they have to pay it. They're going to want to go back to work. Well, nobody's stopping them. Go back to work.
Well, so something I just want to say is the unemployment rate. It's not exactly very accurate because once people are kind of out of the system, they're no longer counted. So
well, right, but then you're talking about the participation rate. There's a difference between the unemployment rate and the just participation rate.
Okay.
Unemployment rate's a percentage of the people who are in the job market who actually have jobs, and the participation rate is the percentage of people who are eligible to be workers who are in the workforce or trying.
I've never heard that term before. I appreciate you bringing that up.
Yeah, now this was something that I remember a few years ago when Obama was president, something that the right wing was trying to attack Obama on because the unemployment rate was very low, but they were saying the participation rate had fallen. But the thing is, part of the reason why the participation rate had fallen is because at least in some sectors, personal income had gone up, and so people didn't need as many jobs. Some people were actually able to not have both if there was a couple, not have both people working, and one person would stay home and take care of children or whatever, because they could afford to do that. So that's not a lower participation rate's not necessarily bad, depending on the reason for the low participation rate. If the low participation rates because people wanted to find work and couldn't and got disgusted and gave up, that's different. That's one thing. That's bad. But if it's like now, where a lot of people are just saying, "Fuck it, I'm tired of work. I'm tired of being, exploited by people who are paying me jack dick, where I can't afford to live with what they pay me, and I'm going to go do something else." That actually low participation rate is actually driving up wages.
So, but Michael is right that some of those people, at minimum, some of those people are going to have to bite the bullet. In order to pay what they have to pay and take jobs that are a higher risk for them, not making as much money as they would like to make. This is just the reality of life, and people have to sometimes make those decisions. And if they do that, hopefully they'll be able to do things like wear a mask, or hopefully that they're vaccinated so they're protected. It's not like it was in the beginning where it's just like, hey, if you're working with the public, you're going to probably end up dying in 2 or 3 months. Now there are protections. You can get vaccinated.
One of the things that I see that's just like it was in the beginning is that the case rate has spiked, and there's a delay between the hospitalizations, and then there's another delay between the hospitalizations and the deaths. And right now we're waiting for the hospitals to fill.
Right, the deaths compared to cases, though, is the gap between them is much larger than it was initially, because there are a lot of people who are vaccinated who are getting sick, and they're counting them in new cases because they are new cases. But a lot of those people aren't getting hospitalized, and the few that aren't dying. And Omicron, one of the hallmarks of this particular variant is a sore throat, and there's a lot less lung involvement. And that's what was killing people in the earlier variant, the lung involvement. So it's less respiratory issues now. And so the virus, this variant has changed a lot.
Right, which means there's probably less risk of long COVID with the long-term debilitating issues. Now the thing is, and now the fact that it's also so virulent and it kind of spreads through the body and does this thing more quickly, that's gonna. I would tend to think that would make because Mike's right that there is a lag between the cases and hospitalization and death. But if for a disease that progresses more quickly than the earlier versions, that means that that lag's going to be shorter than it was for the earlier versions.
So Omicron has been around for a couple of weeks now. If I remember right, there was about a 10-day gap between the peak of cases and hospitalizations and deaths. We're already past that, and we're not seeing that giant spike. Yes, it's higher than it was, but it doesn't match the spike in cases or hospitalization. So that's good news.
Well, and I think, and a big part of that is vaccinations and the fact that a lot of us have had boosters now too, because apparently the difference in catching Omicron, whether you were boosted or unboosted was like 37% protection, which is pretty low, but 75% protection if you were boosted. So it's way more contagious, and the just being simply vaccinated was nowhere near as effective against Omicron as it was against the earlier versions, but being boosted brings you back up almost.
The bad news is that now that we have people not taking it seriously, and we have this wave, we had two variants at the same time that were being passed among the population, and if you were to simultaneously catch both, they can merge and recombinate together. And in the last 24 hours, samples doing just that in Greece were uploaded to GISAID, which is kind of like the VAERS system for virus genetic parts. And so now they're seeing that we might have this new Greece Deltacron variant that will spread as fast as Omicron and kill as many as Delta.
Ouch.
And that was just in the last 24 hours.
Yeah.
When we categorize these and say, oh well, this one is not going to be as bad, that news spreads far and fast, and the bad news of the bad variants is not going to catch up to that good news spreading around, where everyone's like, yay, we can open up everything.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, one of the things like when they first started talking about Omicron in the United States, it was like, it's 3% of the cases in the United States are Omicron. Less than a week later, it was up to 70%. And now it's Omicron, not this new like Deltacron recombinated variant, but just Omicron itself might be unavoidable, vaccinated or not. It'll probably end up being like a cold. Everyone is going to get it.
Well, that's the one thing that's probably the thing that it's most scary about Deltacron, if whatever they're going to end up calling it, is because I didn't see a thing that basically if you're unvaccinated, the probability of getting Omicron is nearly 100%. Because it's so virulent. They said it's 70 times more contagious than Delta.
So, like you said, Michael, I mean, Deltacron, I mean, if that's not just some kind of a weird blip that just kind of shows up and then just disappears, which we've seen that kind of stuff in the last couple of years. Like all of a sudden there's this thing, then it's gone. You don't hear about it again. If it's not that, it ends up being like a real thing that is spreading. Yeah, that's some scary shit. That's scary.
All right, stop. I've been trying to talk for 10 minutes. Welcome to the show, Sister Danger and Luke. How are you guys doing? It's good to see you here. And also, with no disrespect to anything that you guys have been talking about, I just spent 2.5 hours watching this fucking movie when we talked about it for 3 minutes and you jumped onto the fucking coronavirus. You've got to be kidding me. If we don't talk about the coronavirus for the next 2 months, I'd be happy about it. And y'all just like, what happened to the conversation? I chastise thee. Anyway, carry on.
I saw what I really got struck by in the movie was in the president's office, how they were so willing to just like disregard fact, and the spin machine started right away, right there in the office.
Literally while they're telling them.
Yeah. This is
okay. Don't be dramatic. Right? Don't be dramatic. It's just like, wait, what?
Now, one thing that, and again, I didn't see it, but I've heard enough about it from other people. So the one thing that it's, I'm not going to say it's not believable because I know it would happen, but the degree at which it happens in the movie, I think, is a little overblown because it's all capitalists are destroying everything. It's the whole idea that okay, they discover, hey, this comet's full of valuable materials, so let's go mine the comet. There will be people who want to do that. I don't doubt that at all. But now here's the thing that as far as
But you don't think they would abort the mission in order to mine the comet?
Exactly.
It's what they did in the movie,
right? Now that said, it did though. It does parallel what I've actually believed for a while is going on with oil and other fossil fuels. Is that basically
That was the intent.
for years and
I
years
think that was the intent.
yeah, for the years and years, the people who were pro fossil fuel were basically denying that climate change is happening. It's not happening, not happening, not happening. At a certain point, the evidence became so big that even openly, some oil companies started acknowledging it and saying, "Oh, we're going to do something about it." Not that they're really doing anything about it,
Right.
but I think really what's happened is that there's the investor class, there's parts of the investor class that has accepted that it's going to happen, accepted that it's inevitable, and decided, fuck it, we're just going to make as much money off of oil as we can while we can because the truth is we have passed peak oil, and so let's just wring every cent out of it we can until we can't do it anymore. So that I believe that's actually happened. At least I'm not saying it's widespread, but it exists. There's people like that are doing it.
As an example, Shell they don't call themselves an oil company anymore. They're an energy company.
Right.
It doesn't mean they're doing anything different than they've ever fucking done before, but they're not calling themselves an oil company anymore.
Right.
So I first heard that, I was like, oh, well, that's good news. I think it.
See
This is danger. What did you think about the allegory with the president? I mean, because I was saying earlier that I thought the president's administration was sort of aimed at a futuristic version of a more right wing, because she's always doing her speeches in front of like big flags and then battleships and shit like that. And what did you think about their handling of the female president? Do you think that would be, what do you reckon?
It seemed like a direct correlation to the Trump administration. I mean,
I thought so.
Meryl Streep is known to not like President Trump, so it was kind of a joke. I thought, like, to have her playing the character that is essentially supposed to be Trump. And then what's his face, the fucking alcoholic that wasn't he the chief of staff?
Jonah Hall, yeah.
No, his name starts with a B. He got kicked off.
Steve Bannon.
Bannon, thank you. Yeah,
Oh,
wasn't he the chief of staff like at the very beginning? And like
Something like that.
then there's her son who's just over there like, I'm on Somali, like just doing every drug and drinking all of this stuff, right? Like I was like,
in that sense, he was Don Jr., but the way that there was the nepotism, it was kind of like Ivanka's husband.
Ivanka. Oh, I don't know very much about him. So
Ivanka and her husband.
Yeah.
Jared
It was like an amalgam of all of them put together.
like
It kind of was,
big
yeah.
character.
I mean, Jared Kushner was, he was in charge of everything. It was in his portfolio, everything.
Yeah.
Slight departure. Did you guys ever watch Mitchell and Webb?
Yes.
Okay, so there's a 2-part sketch called Lucentio, and basically the king, he's basically assigning all, because it's very clear that they suss out that basically the king is attracted to Lucentio, and the guy starts giving Lucentio all the important jobs in the kingdom, and Lucentio is fucking them all up, and then eventually they're like, why don't you just have sex? Instead of giving all the important jobs to Lucentio, who's basically going to screw them up, why don't you just leave that to us and just have sex with him? And he's like, I can do that.
Hey, Luke, have you seen Don't Look Up?
I have not, and it sounds like I'm missing out.
Yeah, it's pretty good for sure. I mean,
I didn't like it, by the way.
You didn't like it.
No, you didn't ask me whether or not I liked it. You asked me what I thought about its
Yeah,
commentary
yeah,
was
yeah.
related
No,
to the
I'm
country.
actually more interested to find out what you didn't like about it.
I thought it was boring, and just I thought it was shallow and boring. It would have been,
Have you seen Armageddon?
yes, but like years ago. So
Right, but does that compare in terms of shallowness and boringness, or I mean, just if that's your barometer, Armageddon. Say Armageddon
just kind of like
is
a
zero,
like
huh?
aliens attack the Earth, end of Earth action flick.
No, Armageddon is when they have to send a space crew up to stop an asteroid from hitting the Earth.
Yeah, see, I can't keep them all straight. Whatever. No, no, I thought it was. I just
Bruce
thought it was
Willis, Ben
shallow and
Affleck,
boring
Liv
because
Tyler.
I mean, people are like, well, it's supposed to be shallow because it's representative of, the way that everything in our society is like shallow and, 24-hour news cycle and stuff constantly being fed to us. And I'm like, yes. And I also find that aspect of the world entirely boring. So to watch a movie that's just like basically walking out my front door, I'm like, okay, that's interesting. And then the whole business about like, well, end of the world and nobody cares. I'm like, listen, if somebody came along and said that you have like a 6-month timeline to live, and the only way that this planet is going to survive is if like a few jerkwads in a White House can manage to get their crap together, what that communicates to me is I have no power to do anything to save my own planet, and therefore the next 6 months are a happy free-for-all. Do whatever you want until the planet gets destroyed and you die. Right? Like it's a far more compelling movie if the planet doesn't get destroyed and if what happens is like enormous amounts of resources and things are wiped out and then humans have to navigate that. If we all just get destroyed, who cares? Like, yay, end of the world is coming. We're not the people that have the power to change that, and the people who do have the power to change that are actually using that power to make sure they can get off world, and we don't have the power to stop that either. So since I'm not one of them, who cares, right? Like, yay, end of the world concert. I thought that was actually one of the coolest scenes in the whole movie. I was like, oh, this is so nice. Like, it's the end of the world, and everybody's just like having these cathartic moments.
The lyrics,
Oh, beautiful. Like,
the lyrics to the song she was singing were hilarious.
Yeah.
If you didn't catch them, go look up the lyrics for it. They were hilarious.
Well, Sister Danger, what you were just saying, though, I was saying the same thing to my gal as I was watching the movie. I'm like, if I found out that there were 6 months and 14 days before an asteroid was going to hit the world, I absolutely wouldn't even bother to wonder if the government was going to try and do something. I wouldn't invest even the tiniest little scintilla of hope in that. I would. That's pretty funny. I was sorry, a little distraction. I would basically just like make my peace with all my people and make my peace with the universe and basically party like it's 1999 because it is.
I mean, maybe like out of spite, I might be compelled to go completely anarchist and try to hunt down wherever it was that they were keeping their off-world secrets and make sure they couldn't get off-world either.
That's actually the plot of a show called Salvation.
I don't think I've seen that.
See,
Yeah.
Paul, what you were just saying reminds me of a Larry Niven story called "Inconstant Moon." It's a short story, and basically, guys meeting up with this woman for a date, and it's like it's particularly bright outside for some reason, and so because of that, and there's a breeze and everything, so everyone's out and partying and everything, and only he realizes what's wrong. He realizes the moon is way too bright, and the only reason that would cause that is if there was like ridiculously over the top solar flares, the kind that would actually like purge the earth of life. So he
Right.
basically tells this girl, like, look, man, we got about 12 hours before this thing fucking bakes us to death. Let's go out in a blaze of glory. And they go out and they start partying up and they're ripping everything up and having a good time and everything. And it's all about how they're dealing with what they think is their imminent death.
So I really liked the very end, where it was like a couple dozen years later, and all the rich people come out of cryo sleep and they get eaten by the dinosaur birds. That was
Yeah.
Well,
I,
and
you know,
the other thing too. I mean, just for
that was a great ending to it, actually. I thought because I mean, it's kind of like they get off there and they're all naked, of course, because they've just come out of cryo, and it's all beautiful and Eden-like, and then the just monster comes up and chews them down. I think it's great.
yeah.
That's
I mean, the thing is too, as far as about it being boring because it's the end of the world, but that's kind of the whole point. Like that, or the point is really, it's not about that. It's really about how people act. And they're trying to show obviously Peter. There's the denialism, and there's that selfish greed that humans have, that like I was saying before with oil, in the face of, yes, if we continue to burn fossil fuels at the rate we do, we're going to irreparably damage the ecosystem, or at least certainly for the next couple hundred years.
right.
But some people want to make money, and they'll do it anyway.
I mean,
How
the entire point was that it was a mirror. And I think how you react to the mirror says a lot about your outlook on society. Like
how bad
I think if you weren't horrified by what you saw, um, and I don't know, but what does that say? You know,
how bad do you think the environment would have to get before a lot of these conservatives would actually realize, hey, yeah, we need to do something about this? Or do you think it's just going to do you really think it's going to be something where, yeah, it's already too late?
yes.
Well, it will be. I mean, look at Galveston Island. So because of encroachment from the sea, and the storms are getting worse, and they're getting not just storm surge now, they're just getting flooding, because the thing is basically at sea level, or just about at sea level, like inches above or feet above, and they're starting to build their houses up on stilts. And what they want to do is they want to put up a seawall to keep the ocean out. And like, well, that'll keep out storm surge, but it's not going to do anything about the water coming up into your basement, because the water table has reached, the water table and the surface have met one another, and they don't. Then so, but they're so in denial. They're like, oh no, it's just they still want to think that it's just water pushing on. So it's like, no, water's coming up from the bottom, and you can't. No wall is going to do this. So it's literally happening before our eyes.
Right. I mean, and that's what climate change, right? And then Marcus says, people are dying of COVID, denying COVID exists. And I mean, they're in the hospital, they're on respirators, they're dying, and they're like, COVID's a hoax.
Yeah. Well, Raven, you even said you have a family. You lost family members to COVID, and you have other family members who've refused to believe that they died from COVID.
My brother, yeah, he said it's a hoax. It killed his father, but he still says it's a hoax.
Yeah, and almost killed his mother.
Wow.
So that's the thing. I think I used to. Somebody said to me, oh, there's something about conservative values that make people do this. I'm like, no. There's something about people and the way that they think that draws them to become conservatives. It's a certain mindset. It's a certain way of viewing everything. And so what ends up happening, and we're well past the fiscal conservative who just doesn't want the government to spend a lot of money, and doesn't want a large government that can interfere with their lives. We're to this point of like extreme individualism, at a time when, again, if you look at most red states, most of them are actually takers. Most of them take more money in from federal spending than they put in. But they are in denial of that they're in control of everything.
In the arc of like history, right? The arc of time, our experience of the world, our experience of history is so tiny that we don't have a very good view of the arc, right? We see everything as like this permanent kind of a thing. It's just like when people talk about like God and religion, and how what slavery in the Bible was different than other kinds of slavery, because they really don't have any concept of what actual slavery is. So it's easy for them to say, well, it wasn't really the same, because they don't have any idea what it is to begin with.
Uh-oh.
You froze, Raven.
Raven is frozen.
Frozen.
I was just gonna say, Anatomically, modern human beings have been walking this planet for well over 100,000 years, but recorded human history is about 6.5 thousand years old.
Right.
And more than half of that, the most advanced civilization on Earth was the Egyptian civilization. Our modern civilization, by comparison, is still an experiment. We don't know if it's sustainable, and we already know because of climate change that the 20th century model is not sustainable.
Well, I mean, we know that the ancient civilizations weren't sustainable either, though. So,
Right. Basically, there just weren't enough people on the Earth to cause the kind of catastrophic damage that we could cause. In fact, if you think about it, I mean, on a you think about like the 1800s where there was no pollution control and cities skies were black with soot. Imagine if we were still that bad. Like, so if you had the population that we have now in the 1800s, I mean, we'd be way worse off than we are now. Oh, and Vegas actually that's the thing that tells me how screwed up the last 2 years were. We all forgot about murder hornets. Like, everyone's like, "Oh, murder hornets are coming." Now we're like, "Yeah, whatever, murder hornets, sure, whatever."
My internet just like totally dropped.
Yeah, Cuyahoga, the Rhine River caught on fire at least once. The different, and that's actually what one of the things that kind of pushed the environmental movement in the, in the 60s and 70s is like, rivers aren't supposed to catch on fire, are they?
Right.
Yeah, fire tornadoes. That's a thing.
Fire tornadoes?
Yeah, in Australia, I don't know if they happened here, but in Australia, when Australia was on fire, they had some fire tornadoes.
Oh wow!
wow.
Scary biblical shit.
That is scary. I mean, I've heard of. I mean, we have water spouts here off the coast of New Jersey every once in a while, but I've never seen a fire tornado. Jeez.
Do you ever get sharks in the water spout?
Thankfully, no. If we did around here in New Jersey, it would just be like hammerheads or tiger sharks. Nothing to really worry about.
We get tiger sharks up in the Hudson.
Yep.
In the Delaware too.
Yes, yeah, they're all around, and so I know people who fish and dive off of the coast of New Jersey, and yeah, the tiger sharks are ubiquitous. Thankfully, they're small, so they're not likely to actually do much to you.
But a lot of them in the off the coast of New Jersey, in the New Jersey coastal waters, they are tolerant of fresh water and swim up into the rivers. Very few places actually that happens. New Jersey is one of them because it's New Jersey, I guess.
Well, I mean, if you can survive in the water off the coast of New Jersey, you can probably survive in whether salt or no salt or whatever else, right?
Good point.
You have to be tough to survive here. That's for sure.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, Vegas. That was the Cuyahoga. Oh, finishing bacon. Well, yeah, and see. So when Brian says bacon, he doesn't mean the same bacon we mean. I don't think he's probably talking about what we would call back bacon or Canadian bacon.
Canadian bacon's okay, but if it's not bacon,
You
in Britain,
hoser.
it's hard to find streaky bacon. They call it streaky bacon there. I mean, lots of supermarkets won't even have it. So, you got to go to the right places.
Which is crazy. What do they do with the pork belly
Streaky
there?
bacon?
Yeah,
They have what you guys call Canadian bacon is their normal bacon. That's just bacon.
Hoser bacon.
They don't call it back bacon or Canadian bacon. They just call it bacon. And
hoser bacon.
Hoser bacon.
Yeah.
It's hoser bacon, eh?
Although the British bacon is cured differently than Canadian bacon, and usually doesn't come in little rounds. The rashers are kind of odd shapes.
Right.
You're having streaky bacon. Okay, cool. Yeah, so he is having the same kind of bacon as us.
His wife probably bought it.
See, here's the thing that I always wonder, so streaky bacon's kind of hard to find or harder to find in the UK, But so again, what are they doing with that part of the pig? And then here, back bacon's way harder to find than streaky bacon. Like, what the fuck are we doing with that part of the pig? You know?
Hot dogs.
I was going to say we're making Taylor ham with it.
Or
Spam.
also known as pork
Spam.
roll.
Spam.
Well, no, pork spam is made of shoulder. It's Boston butt. It's
Oh,
yeah, it's like that's. I think spam actually is an acronym like shoulder, pork, and blah blah blah, something like that.
oh, I
Yeah.
didn't know that.
And hot dogs are basically like the Rolling Stones, lips and assholes.
Well, I just had a hot dog. That's some good asshole. Well, that's like I was trying to describe Scrapple to somebody, and they're like, "What's Scrapple?" I said, "Okay, you know the stuff that goes into hot dogs." They're like, "Oh yeah, lips and assholes and faces." Like, yeah, okay. Scrapple was the stuff that didn't make it into the hot dog. He's like, yeah.
Spam is special processed American meat.
There you go.
That's
But
what
it is still
actually
made from shoulder, or at least it was.
Big hit in Hawaii.
Yeah.
Smeat from what movie was it? In Waterworld? Yes, there we go. Smeat.
Well, one thing that's kind of funny is I remember I was talking to somebody about Italians have this thing called guanciale, which is a kind of cured. It's kind of a bacony kind of cured meat, and it's made from the cheeks of the pork. And I was talking to this person, they were like, "Ew." I'm like, is there any part of the pig that's more disgusting, other than maybe the assholes, or other part of the pig that's more disgusting than the other? I mean, really?
Hey, Kazoom, you just outed yourself as someone who remembers Waterworld.
Yeah, what's up with that?
I actually thought that movie was okay, but I like Road Warrior, so it's Road Warrior on the water.
Oh, I like a lot of movies that were panned down. So yeah, I like a lot of movies that didn't do so well. But I loved Waterworld actually. So
I just can't stand Kevin Costner. He's such a terrible actor.
Oh wow!
He's
I mean, it's always just Kevin Costner as this part. It's not actually that part. No, it's Kevin Costner as that part.
Right. Well, it's
What
like
the hell you say?
he's horrible.
I totally disagree.
When he was in Bull Durham, and he's giving this speech to Susan Sarandon. He's like, "I believe in warm, wet kisses that last for 3 days." Like, what's with the fucking pause, pregnant pause there, dude? And and same thing in Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves. I mean, Morgan Freeman, now he went out, he's like, "I am not one of you, but I fight with Robin Hood." And Robin Hood's like, "And when free man will stand," and I'm like, you know what? I'm rooting for the fucking sheriff now.
I mean, Kevin Costner can't even do an accent, so.
One of Kevin Costner's first roles, they didn't even show his face. He was a dead body in The Big Chill. He was the guy in the coffin.
I actually said about the accent because it reminded me. If you ever saw Robin Hood, Men in Tights, Carrie Ellis, he says, "Well, I'm the best. I'm a better. Robin Hood." He said, "Why?" He says, unlike some Robin Hoods, I speak with a British accent."
I don't know the actor's name off the top of my head, but the guy who plays Robin Hood in Robin Hood Men in Tights is the same guy from The Princess Bride.
Carrie Ellis.
He's also the same guy from the first Saw movie.
He's also in from the
And
first Hot Shots movie too.
That's what you call a range of acting, right?
He was in the first Hot Shots movie too.
In the first what movie?
Hot Shots.
Hot Shots, right? I didn't see it.
You didn't see Hot Shots?
No.
Dude,
Charlie Sheen, right?
Yes, and it's a great parody of Top Gun.
Yeah, it's like police squad sort of thing, and
Right.
yeah, that kind of
Like Airplane.
Yeah, it's really funny.
I'm not a big fan of that kind of comedy. I never saw Hot Shots either.
Yeah, I mean, I end up liking it, but I always end up resisting it. I was the same way with the Naked Gun movies. I mean, Police Academy, not Police Academy. What was the Naked Gun movies? Police Squad. Thank you, Police Squad. I watched a few of those and thought they were funny, but again, that type of humor can be a little bit tedious. But then again, every time I watch it, I end up laughing. Like that first Airplane movie, hilarious.
Yeah.
I guess I picked a bad day to quit sniffing glue.
Yeah. One of my favorite things from Police Squad was somebody they threw a window with a message into a rock garden. So it totally switched the whole thing of throwing a rock with a measure through a window. But the thing is, actually, I think Hot Shots it's not as slappy as the airplane movies, but it's in that general vein.
Right. Well, when it comes to satire or parody movies, I mean, what do you guys think of, like the Scary Movie? There's less like 3 or 4 scary movies.
Actually, I think Hot Shots is actually closer to those.
Yeah. Can I? I thought that Scary Movie 2 was probably the best airplane style movie that that came out recently. Maybe one since then was better, but they really got bad starting with 3 to the point that I almost walked out of the theater. It was so because I think what makes the movie Airplane work is that even though there's silly stuff happening, it's still based around an actual plot that makes sense. And if you don't understand a reference, then you can figure out what is going on. Where I think that the really bad parody movies, they just throw in references that don't even jive with the rest of the story that's going on.
Or you have to be such a geek of the genre. I mean, I haven't watched all the scary movies, so I might miss some of the references that are in the scary movie parodies because I don't necessarily gravitate towards horror movies. But did you all see the? I think it's called Not Just Another Teen Movie.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, and that one's basically it's a parody of all of like The Breakfast Club and 16 Candles and Pretty in Pink and 10 Things I Hate About You and She's All That and all those type of movies. But it's mostly about She's All That. I mean, it's almost identical in the plot line to She's All That. And my favorite part in that whole movie is at the end of the movie they're having this like supposedly romantic scene where they say these stupidly cheesy lines that no human beings would ever actually say to one another. And Molly Ringwald turns around and says, "Do you even hear what you're saying?" Nobody talks like that. It's great.
To Luke's point, probably the perfect example within one series is Police Academy. The first Police Academy is a very good movie. And it has a little bit of drama and it has a love story and all that.
You mean Naked Gun?
No, Police Academy.
Oh, I didn't know there was Police Academy, right? Okay,
Police Academy. So, and then the second one wasn't as good, but it still has some good moments. And then the third, and then like 3 and 4, again, there's some good moments, but they're really not. They're getting more and more kind of away from actually having a decent story or doing anything of value. And then number 5 is just complete and utter dreck.
And then they had to have Police Academy 6 to answer all the unanswered questions from 4 and 5.
Yeah, exactly. And that was like, and they should have just called that one, we have no self-respect anymore. Because it was just complete and utter trash. And it was like, the thing is what got me with what they kept doing. It's when you redo the same gags over, like the Hooks gag in the first one, don't move dirtbag, because you don't expect it because she's mousy the whole movie, and then all of a sudden when it comes right to it, she's there and she's got the gun in the guy's face and she's all powerful, and then they do it again in number 2 and it's like, okay, it's still kind of okay, and then they kept fucking doing it. It's like it doesn't mean anything. We know she's gonna do that. We know she's capable of that. It's not funny anymore. Spy Hard was cool. Although, actually, one of the best movies for these kinds of parodies, Top Secret.
I think, is that Kelsey Grammer?
No, Top Secret was.
No, I'm thinking of Periscope Up is what I'm thinking of.
Val, yeah, that was a cool movie. Val Kilmer.
Okay.
And it's parodying a bunch of World War II movies, one of which I just saw recently. I just saw Where Eagles Dare, and there's a scene in Where Eagles Dare where the phone is in the toward you, and so it's large, and the person is in the back room, and they come and they answer the phone. Well, in Top Secret, you see the large phone, and the guy's behind it, and he comes up, and the phone is actually fucking huge.
Right.
Isn't there some? Isn't there? I haven't thought about that movie for ages. Isn't there some scene in that where they dress up as a cow costume and there's 2 people in the costume? Okay, all right.
Yes, that's the one. Spies Like Us was cool too. I like that movie. I like a lot of dumb movies. I like dumb movies. What can I say? Like one movie I love from way back, Jekyll and Hyde Together Again with Mark Blankfield. And so he it's a kind of a modern rework of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Hmm.
Um, and another Mark Blankfield. Do you ever see The Incredible Shrinking Woman?
What with Daryl Hannah? No, that's the giant.
No, not Daryl Hannah, not Daryl Hannah. It's the
Lily-
woman. It's the woman who did the operator. I'm the operator. What
Lily
was her
Tomlin.
name?
Lily
Lily
Tomlin.
Tomlin.
Lily Tomlin.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a fun movie too. Actually, unfortunately, a lot of these movies are not like Kiz said last week. They're not available streaming anywhere. So I've been slowly buying the DVDs as they come available. Some of them like just became available like within the last 2 years.
I mean, it's funny how some people wonder, oh, why are so many people getting torrents? And just like, well, because you don't have this stuff available anywhere.
Well, see, that's the thing. I mean, I don't torrent, and I generally, I mean, I don't like the idea of doing that. But on the other hand, yeah, if it's like, well, if you don't make this stuff available, like, obviously, if people are torrenting, there's a potential market for it, and it's not like the old days where you had to publish a CD or a DVD or something, or a VHS tape. You literally just have to upload it to the server that you have 1,000 other movies on anyway.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things about these Netflix and HBO Max and all of these, instead of just adding more things to their library, they decide, oh, well, we can only have so many things in our library, so we're going to remove these things from our library when we get new stuff in. I'm just like, you come on, you got all this server space, you can have all this stuff on there. Why are you deleting stuff?
I think part of it is that the way at least the way the model works now is that when they want to put something on their service, they're paying money to whoever owns the rights to that property, and so whether people watch it or not, right? So if things aren't being watched, they don't want to keep paying the money. But it seemed to me they could probably work out a different kind of thing for things that aren't as popular, and just say, hey, look, we'll pay you on a royalty basis based on how many views there are.
I mean, I wish there was a site that totally focused on cult films.
That would be cool.
I don't even know how to identify cult films. I feel like there's probably lots of shows and films that I've missed that I should see, but I don't know where a master list of every cult film is.
There isn't one. Well, plus also the cult films tend to be split up by genre too. So you'd have to have a list of cult films by this genre and that genre and the other genre.
You know, a while back, I started looking at histograms of ratings on IMDb, and movies that are cult films, they have an interesting histogram pattern where the fans of the movie will rate it high, and then the general populace will rate it somewhere in the middle or very, very low. The most extreme example was The Room. It was the lowest and highest rating were just straight up. There might be a statistical way to identify movies that are anomalous like that.
Yeah, it's kind of like Marmite, right? You either love it or hate it, right?
Did any of you all see the time edible napalm put a gigantic spoonful of Marmite into his mouth and tried to eat it?
I did not.
It was
Oh, that had to be funny.
it was 10 times funnier than
Biggest
any cinnamon
mistake you can
challenge I
make
ever
with
saw.
Marmite.
Because if you've ever had Marmite, you know if you put it in your mouth, it's going to leave a coating on your teeth that's not going away anytime quick. And he put a-
It tastes like the
put a
worst part
massive-
of beer.
He took a massive tablespoon and put the whole heaped thing dripping into his mouth, and he's just like, "Oh no, that's awful!" in his own inimitable style. It was absolutely hilarious. It was every cinnamon challenge times 10.
I had one friend that was trying to, I forget it was an Aussie friend because they have, I think they call it something else, but trying to get me to try it. And I'm like, look, I brew beer. I know what dead yeast tastes like. I love living yeast. I love the smell and I love the taste that it gives to beer. But dead yeast, no.
No, I don't like it. For a while, and when I lived in the UK, I lived in a town called Dorchester, and there they had the main brewery for a beer company called Eldridge Pope, which I think no longer exists because they shut the brewery down and turned it into a mall. But anyway, every Wednesday was brewing day, and you could smell that the hops and the brew for miles around. And everybody who grew up there loved that smell, but man, I effing hated it. Hi, Brian. What'd you want to say?
Well, coughing for now.
Yeah, right.
Actually, before Brian comes on, actually, I just looked up that brewery. It is out of business. What's interesting is it opened in 1837 when this guy and his wife, hotel landlord, bought a place called the Green Dragon Brewery. So makes me wonder. Then that song in Lord of the Rings about the Green Dragon was probably a real place.
Oh, so now that's over. Hi, everybody.
Greetings.
Happy New Year to you all. Well, no, we came on last week, didn't we? Did we? I can't remember.
Well, I don't think you came on.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, it's the 8th. Oh, whatever. Anyway, yes, Marmite. It's one of those. Its marketing slogan is "Love it or hate it," and it's that they have that slogan for a reason. People literally do fall into two camps. You either love it or you hate it. And Paul is a very good example of, no. Even the smell of it. Yes, I was on last week. Even the smell of it is enough to turn your stomach. Me, personally, I love it. I love Vegemite. I love Marmite. I love all of those yeast extracty things. That's all it is. It's just a yeast extract. As I think you were saying, Joe, it's the remnants that you get after you've been brewing beer and hops and things like that. And it literally is. They extract the yeast from it.
Yep. Something brewers we call trub.
I highly suggest everybody listen to the song Vegemite by Amanda Palmer. It also has an alternate name, The Black Death, which...
I don't know how many of you, because I know there's a few of you that like this author. One of my favorites, Terry Pratchett. But there is a book that he does. I forget the name of it, but it's a parody of Australia, and there's this wonderful scene where Rincewind is at a campfire, and somebody puts a tinny on the fire and boils away the beer, and what's left is this residue. And he puts it on some bread, and it's like, ooh. But yeah, that's the invention of Marmite, basically.
How about a molasses?
That's the same thing, only sugar, isn't it?
Wait, no, I kind of got distracted. What was the story in my mind now? I'm sorry.
I was just saying that he put the residue from this cat on some bread and used it. Sorry, I'm having trouble with my throat today. And used it to survive the desert, basically. And in effect, that was Vegemite. And then Kazoom
took
over.
Tested for the Rona.
I did. I tested negative, and I had my booster Thursday, and my arm still hurts. So fuck you, Mike.
Joe, why are you laughing? You were thinking it too. I saw your eyebrows.
Oh, I was thinking it for sure. I had the decency not to say it.
Yeah, I was thinking it too.
No. This is a head cold that I picked up off my grandson on Christmas Day. And yes, I've been trying to shake it for a week because we had to go to his birthday on Wednesday, and I didn't want to take Rona in there. So I tested Tuesday, and it was negative, and that was after a week of these symptoms. Okay. Yeah. Plus, I've been boosted now anyway, so if I am testing positive now, then I'm probably going to be dead tomorrow. So it's a good job I'm here.
I'm glad
to
you're
make
here.
the most of me now.
Whenever I've taken out a shot, I always post a thing of Thanos powering up from getting the Infinity Stones.
Hey, just a random question. Just like a kind of going off to the side. to any of you, how much role does religion play in an unnecessary guilt that you feel a lot? Does it still affect you a lot? I mean, for me, it's most of the time when there's anything that I enjoy, if I get this sense of enjoyment, then this leftovers of religion will come to me and say, oh, you're not allowed to feel that way. Does this still affect some of you, and how do you get over that?
I'll go last.
I'll go first because I'm the least religious person here. I didn't have religion when I grew up, so I didn't have any religious guilt when I grew up. I tried God on for a little while between the ages of like 18 and 32, but it didn't really work for me. I never actually believed it. So I never had a concept of sin, and without a concept of sin, you can't really feel guilty.
Yeah, I think for me, it doesn't really affect me so much now. Um, and also because it was a long, slow slide away from religion. So and belief and everything like that. So I had a lot of time to kind of get over the bulk of it. I mean, there's probably still vestiges in there, but not in any serious way, not in the way that I think that you're describing that you feel. But it's just because I think it's because it took a long time. Well, what helped, I think, was the fact that I was raised Catholic, and of course, there's lots of guilt in Catholicism. But I broke with Catholicism first. So once I was out of the church, I didn't feel so bound to the strictures of that church, but even though I was still a believer. So I kind of formulated my own religion in my head, like a lot of people do, and so I was able to get away from it that way.
I'm sorry. Did you want to go?
It's fine.
No, she was pointing at you.
Okay. I was raised Jehovah's Witness, so I probably have the closest thing to Kazum's childhood. I found that I had some very, very strange ideas where I thought that if I did the right thing for the wrong reason, it was somehow worse than not doing anything at all. And this like in the most ridiculous circumstances, like I felt like if I turned in my assignment at school, but I didn't really want to, that like somehow I was being bad or something. I also, it's really hard to differentiate more subtle things. I think that every adult figure in my life had a personality disorder, and I think that really influenced how I think that women are supposed to behave, and probably explains why I pursue some very toxic people. And I'm trying to work on that myself. It's hard to separate that from my religious upbringing. I think where the most damage to me happened was probably sexual stigma, and that influenced how I taught myself to be sexual. Because from the very beginning, it wasn't about pleasure, it wasn't about companionship, it wasn't about love, it wasn't about procreation. It was about being bad. It was about being deviant. And if that's the appeal, then it's pretty easy to take that to an extreme. And so I don't think I'll ever recover from it. It messed me up pretty bad.
Like Paul, I was never a real believer, although I had been baptized a couple of times in a couple of different churches, on my journey looking for God, I guess. So I don't have any real concept of sin, similar way to Paul. But what I do have, the only message that I have from religion is I talk to God. Like literally, I look up and I'm like, really? That kind of a thing. That's it.
I don't. Um, I mean, I will sometimes feel guilty about things, but they are not related to religion at all. At least not insofar as I can tell. But I don't think I've ever carried very much religious guilt with me, even when I was growing up. And I certainly didn't have any of that after, after I had my epiphany moment or whatever. So I mostly feel self-imposed guilt over things as opposed to an external force. And I feel like that's only kind of the first half of the question, because I feel like your second half of the question was, how do you get beyond that? And I feel like I have nothing helpful to offer in regards to that, so I'm sorry.
One thing I do know is that you can't directly push back against a nagging feeling. You have to have a psychological trick, to sidestep it. And it doesn't even need to logically make sense. But it's not, you can't play like whack-a-mole with emotions. It doesn't work. If you try to push
Psychological trip could also be good, though.
Yeah, one thing that I will say, just kind of to what Amy said and what Luke said, that if I have anything, it probably would have been related to sex. That was probably the hardest part, because, again, if you're in Catholic, anything that feels good is bad or naughty or sinful, and so I think looking back, there's probably a lot of encounters I could have had that I missed out on because there was some nagging thing. Well, I can think of one um, where a girl did practically everything but rip my clothes off and jump on me, and I was like, totally missed out because you know, the nagging leftover bullshit from the upbringing. But
I
I
actually
shed
didn't
all
even
that.
think of that. I actually didn't even think of that. Yeah, I guess I had back then, like back when I was a teenager or whatever, I did have guilt about not being a virgin. So I thought that I was obliged to be a virgin until I got married. But then I had sex for the first time when I was 20, and I just did not even look back after that. I mean, like once I made the decision that this is what I'm going to do, I was like, all right, well, here it is. And I don't feel bad about it.
Yeah, she does
So,
it all the time.
Like even
Yeah.
when I was, I don't want to say believer. When I was a religious person or part of a religion, I never ever felt any guilt about any sexual stuff. I mean I know a lot of people did and a lot of people do, and I know religion plays that. I for me it was always just like, if this is wrong, why did God give it to you? Um,
Well, that's why I never understood the idea of being God fearing. Like even when I was a believer, and I was like, well, but if God is just, then there's nothing to fear, because if you only be punished if you actually deserve it, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Then and if you're being punished because it was just, then that's not something you should be afraid of. And so I always felt like, and the whole idea of like hiding ourselves and bowing down, I'm like, no, like if God made me, hey, here I am, God.
should have been Jewish.
Yeah, yeah, really. Well, I got that in my ancestry too, so maybe that's where it comes from. It's kind of a holdover.
What about you, Brian? You got the religious guilt thing?
I I wish I did after hearing you
Wish
guys.
you did?
I kind of feel like I've missed out
No.
because just as you were just saying, Joe. My take was always, well, this is how this is how you made me. This is how I am. So the only thing that I have maybe to feel guilty about is when I fuck up.
Mm,
And when I fuck up, you've given me this mechanism to know that I've fucked up.
right.
So yeah, I never had that guilt. The only thing that I might have done would have been the original sin, but
Mm,
that was absolved with Christ on the cross. So
right.
yeah, the only thing that I would have to feel guilty about is where I fuck up.
So Luke,
Wow.
to what you said, I was raised by my grandmother, and my grandmother, her mother was Catholic and her father was Jewish, and she went to both to church and the temple until her father died. So you talk about guilt sandwich. That was my grandma. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I think like what
Man,
is the core of guilt though, right? The idea of guilt. It's this outside force that is attempting to make you apologetic for your own self. And I guess that at least for me, that I don't feel those kinds of guilt. One, because I think that the morality of the church is not exactly moral. So I'm not going to feel bad over what I think is actually uh, demonstrably a very immoral system, um, and cruel to instill in people in the first place. But two, I try to live being a person that, as true to myself as I can be. And part of that means that I am not going to be made to feel bad about the things that I do, right? Like, I'm just not going to let something else come along and tell me, it's like, I don't know, like where does that, that's what guilt is supposed to do. It's supposed to make you feel bad about you being you. But as long as you being you isn't hurting other people, and you aren't doing anything that's whatever, then screw anybody or anything else that comes along and tries to give you some kind of a guilt trip, because I don't apologize for yourself,
I sincerely wish that the churches. I went to some messed up churches when I was little, and they taught things like to even think something sinful is a sin.
Yes.
So
Catholic Church.
So it's just like, and I'm constantly thinking about like okay, I mean maybe nobody can relate with this. I don't know, but like, just my mind is messed up sometimes. Like I could be talking with someone I just met. They're the nicest person that I've ever known, and part of my mind will think to myself, "Hey, what would happen if I just punched this person right in the nose? What would happen? How would they respond?" Now I'll never do it, but I think it. It goes through my head for a moment, and it's just like, oh well, I'm a bad person because I think these things. There's so many scenarios where I think, what's the worst thing I could do right now? And because I think that, I get this thing in my head, oh, I'm a bad person because I think this.
But was it Mark Twain that made the quote about the reason that inside thoughts are inside thoughts? Which I cannot remember the exact quote, but it basically was like, along the lines of, there's a reason we have inside thoughts, and it's because if we didn't, we'd all destroy each other. Like, so like they're supposed to be there. Those thoughts like that, 'cause I think stuff like that too. I actually walk through the grocery store and I literally think, I just like imagine as if I have stepped out of my own body, and I'll just be going along or whatever, and getting things, looking at the list, and then I'll just look up and I'll just be like, what if I just walked over to that end cap and just shoved everything straight off of it onto the floor, and then just like kept on walking. Like what?
But that's
just like drag my hand along the aisles, and I'll think stuff like, what if I just took that person's cart and just like shoved it?
Yeah, I understand. Like, I'll go to the mall and I'm walking through the mall and I'm thinking, man, if I had a machine gun, I would just be plowing people down.
That's the conscious mechanism in action, isn't it?
So, yeah. I wanted to address like Zoom, like, okay, the whole concept of like thinking sinful things is a sin. I mean, how does that conversation go? Like, okay, imagine that you are fucking somebody's wife where they're not home. Imagine that. Okay, now you all sinned.
Well. See, no, it doesn't really work like that. But the idea is, if you actually thought about fucking your wife's your neighbor's wife when he wasn't there, if you actually thought that you would want to do that, that is a sin in and of itself. That is in Catholicism.
Well, so, I mean, I get. Otherwise, it's like the game. The game, right?
Yeah, but it's not quite like you were saying though. It's not like you can pose a hypothetical, but as if you're actually thinking of it. But like George Carlin had a whole thing about that. He's like if you just say I'm going to go down to New York City. I'm going to commit a mortal sin. Save your car fare. You just did it.
Just for everybody, I just lost the game, so I sacrificed myself.
Yeah, and you just dragged us all down with you. Thank you, Raven.
So, Kazoo, to answer your question, there's two areas where I find myself feeling the most guilt relating to religion. And the first is that I made it out and so many others didn't. And I feel like giving back. After I get my generalist license, I will probably put it in my bio so that people, when they look me up, they can see that I will deal with deconversion clients just to help people out. Give a hand up that way, but also it's stuck with me as part of my childhood that you look out for your parents, no matter how evil they are. And I have one particular one that nobody else in the family will have anything else to do with. And I just visited for Christmas Eve just because I have this sense of duty that I just have it within me. And I feel good doing that every so often, checking on that family member.
I can relate to that.
Just because I have that guilt in me of like, you don't abandon your family no matter how evil they are.
So I have actually, yeah. I'm going to amend what I said. I have that too, and it drives Peach crazy. Every time I see my mother, she insults me, and it's like, and I still like kiss her ass. She needed a ride, and I went and I gave her a ride, and I took her home, and then she told me, "Hey, you're getting fat." And then she went on to the whole thing about transitioning, and she's that's
You're
because
getting ugly, but I can lose weight. I mean,
Man,
yeah, and then it's like the whole transition thing, and it's just that's because you're on estrogen, and women in our family get fat asses and get fat, and now you're getting fat. And then the next day, very next day, she hit me with another one where she just we were talking, and I said sometimes like just two special needs kids and running the house and everything else. I said sometimes it's overwhelming, and she said that's because you're not a woman. And
Yeah, but she only says that because she loves you.
Yeah. Yeah,
you know,
actually,
you know what I really wish existed was deconversion therapy. Seriously, something that therapy where someone can specifically go and try to find ways of getting past the crap that they were taught when they were in religious stuff.
Isn't that just therapy?
Well, I mean, yeah, but the thing is, so many you can't even look up whether, like, if you're trying to find therapists, you can't even find out whether or not therapists are religious or not. So, I mean, it's really a difficult thing. So, I mean, if I could find something like that, I could probably do a lot of healing. But man,
No,
I've got these constant things in my mind all the time. Anytime I'm even smiling for a few moments, then something will come in my head and saying, "Oh, you're not allowed to smile. You need to feel bad because you're a bad person because you think bad things."
yeah,
Are
no,
you?
I feel like I experienced something similar to that, but not really from religion, more from I don't know, more from like a universal standpoint where I feel like I shouldn't ever feel too happy about any of my successes or achievements or something that I've done for very long, because if I do, I'm basically like taunting the universe to come and drop the other shoe on me, or to let that sort of Damocles go that, and then just something. So I always feel like I can never quite
imposter syndrome.
um it's just like, yay, I did good, I know I did good in that thing, but I can't truly step into like fully, like fully feeling proud of the things that I do, because I am afraid that if I do, that will be a signal to the universe to dump some more shit on me. Oh, things are going good for you, let me dump some shit on you. Obviously your life is going too well, and that can't happen because it's not supposed to be that way, and I don't really associate that as being religiously rooted, but maybe it is, and I just don't know that.
Yeah.
I don't
See,
know.
Well, it's interesting to. Oh,
Well, I was going to say to both of your points. I'll work backward. I'll start with what Amy said. I mean, what you're describing sounds a lot like imposter syndrome, and that's something that I deal with. Like when we bought this house, the first we've been in this house for going on 16 years. The first 10 years, I remember just walking around the house sometime thinking, someone's going to figure out that we shouldn't be here, and they're going to tell me that we can't stay here, and that even though we're paying the mortgage and everything, somehow we don't really own the house, and it's really not ours. We're not allowed to be here. Um, and the thing is, with as far as what Kizzy said about therapists, I'm in the same boat. I mean, I know I should be seeing somebody, but it's very hard. I for a variety of reasons, I want to see a black therapist, and finding a secular black therapist is even harder. And I went on. I'm on two Facebook groups called Black Owned New Jersey, and there's another one that's the same idea, where it's basically black businesses trying to promote within the community. Um, and I asked around for looking for a secular therapist, and the one person who said, "Oh yeah, I'm a secular therapist," I went to their website, and the whole fucking website is all about God and all this kind of shit. And I'm like, well, you're obviously not a secular therapist, and I don't believe that you'd be able to give me therapy and not introduce your religion at me in some way, shape, or form, whether direct or surreptitiously. And I'm not fucking doing that. I'm not going to deal with that.
Couple of things. First off, the just to I suppose push back a little bit on your definition of secularism there, Joe. Secular is not excluding of religion, it's excluding of the barriers within religious and non-religious.
Right. But I agree. But the thing is that when someone has it on their website, I don't believe that their therapy is going to be, they're capable of delivering therapy without introducing the religion into the sessions. Now, because I mean, way more people are believers than not. So it stands to reason you'd find more therapists that were believers than not. I don't have a problem with that as long as they can keep that line, keep it professional, and keep that part of it out of, because that's I don't want that.
So it's more of it's more of a personal trust thing.
Exactly.
In
It's for the same reason why I want to see, for at least for the time being, to see a black therapist, because I have a lot of trauma related to being black that I don't think a white therapist can necessarily relate to.
Yeah, well, that's fair enough. The other thing I wanted to say was following up on what you were saying, Kazoom, about not being able to find. Sorry, what was it? The if you were able to advertise as XYZ. Now, you guys live over there in America, the land of the free. If you can't actually find these things, people setting up and saying like, "Oh yes, I've got an idea, blah blah blah," and I'll set myself up in business. Now, you guys more or less have the freedom to do that. So there has to be some reason, some tangible reason why these things don't exist. And I just want to know what
I
don't know what it is.
I have the answer for you.
Cool.
I found this actually from a realtor. So one of the big things that was it's still a big problem, but it's not as big of a problem, is bias in realty, both for renters and for people purchasing homes. So what they wanted to prevent realtors from asking people what their religion is, because in some cases they were literally like denying people, or saying, "Oh, we can't find any homes for you," when there's tons, because they don't want to sell to Jews or whatever. What they did was, in order to avoid the bias that can happen, they said, "Okay, well, you can't talk about it. You can't even say, like, you're not even supposed to make mention of what houses, if you're selling a house, what houses of worship are available," because again, they're trying to avoid any bias or the appearance of bias. And I would bet that the reason for that is it's the same thing. It's like, okay, we're going to leave it out entirely, so this way. Because what if either the patient or the therapist is either or both of them has some biases toward or against, for or against some other religions, that could create friction. So it's to be left out.
There's also the element of people feeling like, oh, this place is discriminating, and that's another element too. So
right.
I feel like there's such a profound, if I was going to a therapist, and somewhere in the middle of a session, that therapist busted out God on me in any way, shape, or form, I'd just be like, "You're fired." Have you thought about repenting, or have you thought about going to church, or have fired? Next person. Not even gonna screw around with it. But I feel, and I'm part of the reason though is because I feel like If that's a legit suggestion that somebody thinks to put forward to me, like, not only do I find it like incredibly offensive and intrusive, I it suggests to me that their method of thinking, like their method of assessing, evidence and knowledge and other types of information and solving problems, analytically, is so radically different from how I think that even if they didn't bring religion into it, I don't think that they will be able to grok, you know, where my brain is coming from on anything, you
Yeah.
know. So, and I actually didn't know that they couldn't say things like that, because I hear about people all the time saying my therapist gave me this blah blah religious advice, and I'm like, what? This seems like the most unprofessional thing ever, But I
So
didn't know that you couldn't look that up.
So two things. One, AOD showing off apparently that he's a millionaire. I mean, he can afford to drink Starbucks. Starbucks is awful, terrible, rotten, nasty ass coffee, and the only reason why anybody drinks it is that they can show people the cup. Like I've actually known people who would buy Dunkin' Donuts and pour it into their Starbucks cup. Um,
AOD,
Have you been listening to
you
your
wanna
neighbors that
toast to
just
one
don't like
another?
that there's no
You want,
Christmas cup?
toast
that's
toast.
number one.
Mine
And number
even changes
two,
colors. It's all candy cane like. I can reuse it
that's
because I live in Seattle in the blue land, so it's like super environmentally happy.
okay. So now I, at one point, was seeing a therapist. I had gotten out of a very long term relationship and I was in a really bad spot and I started seeing a therapist. And I went for like 2 sessions because, like, in the second session, she brought up God. And I'm like, yeah, I'm out.
Yep. Well, and see, especially you think about where Kizzy's looking for. He's trying to deal with the leftover trappings and trauma of religion. Going to I don't I feel pretty confident that a someone who was very religious wouldn't be able to relate to someone who's like
Hmm.
Doc,
physically, because they would like, well, but why would why would they might not even understand why you left religion in the first place, let alone try to resolve your issues
Doc,
from religion.
Doc, I'm having a hard time. I've got all of this like vestige, damage left over from my faith and that I used to follow, and I've left the church, and I'm really trying to get over this hurdle, and some of it's kind of difficult. Have you spoken to your pastor? Maybe that'll help.
Well, that's one thing that I think is kind of funny. I remember, like, at one of the darkest moments of my life, and I was still technically a believer at that time, although looking back, I'm not sure I really was, but I thought I was. When that's those moments when people who are really religious, that's when they will very often become more religious because they throw themselves into the religion and try to. And that was like the last thing like on my mind. I like briefly thought like, should I go to like a house of worship? And I was like, fuck no. Yeah. you know, um, and not for no other reason at this point. Even though I hadn't given up belief, I certainly gave up belief in religion. Like the idea that the people, these people that were religious leaders had any more capability to understand the mysteries of the universe than anybody else. It was clearly false. So,
They have just as much capability as everybody else. All they have to do is take mushrooms. That's it.
I mean, the closest I came to going to something actually would have been like a Jewish temple, mostly because rabbis like they're actually kind of trained in psychology. A lot of them are trained in psychology, but
Yeah.
again, wouldn't have been. And Jews don't generally proselytize. They don't try to get you to
That's because they don't want you to find out where they keep the gold.
I
Hey,
forget who first.
I just wanted to say, Luke was trying to break in a while ago. Did you lose your point, Luke, or do you still remember what you wanted to say?
At this point, I think it's ancient history, but
Oh, okay.
Amy mentioned that if she says something good is going to happen, she feels like that's going to jinx her. And I was just going to say that's something that we're culturally conditioned to think. It's why we have the expression "knock on wood" or "touch wood" if you're
Murphy's
English.
Law.
It's go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I really appreciate that being brought up because it makes me think. Okay, so people who who weren't brought up religious still sometimes have these feelings, and so it's interesting to note because I thought I've ejected most of the stuff from religion from my life, but I've got these leftovers, and now that I know that sometimes people deal with some of these feelings even when they weren't brought up religious, I don't know. It just makes me feel like people can relate more. So I appreciate that a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're not as broken
Plenty
as you think you are, Kazoom. I mean, everybody has feelings of guilt triggered by all sorts of things.
I
So,
actually, Brian, I'll amend that. He may be as broken as he thinks he is. Just that everybody else is also
oh,
broken.
yeah. Everybody else is as broken. Yeah.
The cure is to marathon watch Marvel movies.
Okay.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah. That's a joke because people know I don't like Marvel movies much. So yeah.
I'll tell you one thing though. For me, like in the absence of actual like a professional, I've been finding that hanging with friends has been the best therapy that I currently have available. I spent a lot of time last night talking with a friend and talking to you guys, and that
Yeah.
keeps me going.
It really is, Joe. It really is. And you can get as much, if not more, talking to friends, particularly if you've got a diverse group of friends, than you can talking with a therapist for a number of reasons. A, the diversity of opinion and lived experience in that group of friends. And B, they know you better, so you'll be able to talk about something and they'll have a better idea of what it is you're actually trying to say than a therapist who's cold
And
reading you.
and really, who cares what like therapists and counselors say? Anyway?
Exactly. It's more important what your friends think because those are the
I
people you
agree
have to
100%.
interact with.
Even if your friend is a counselor or a therapist, who cares?
Yeah.
So I would say that the particular specialty I have, addiction counseling, it's worsened with people's addictions whenever they have a lack of connection. The opposite of addiction is not sobriety; it's connection to your community, your family, your friends, your work, having something to wake up for.
What?
So this friend group will protect people from addiction far more than my counseling because people will want to come to it, and show up sober.
All of your friends are addicts. But what if all of your friends are addicts?
Well, people, places, and things.
I
Bring them all.
I think the whole view on it is summed up in a line from a Alice in Chains song. It's like and really kind of depending on the
I'm the man in the box.
no, not that one, but depending on the answer to this question, really got tells how you're doing on that whole connection thing. Is tell me, does it matter if I'm still here or I'm gone?
So since we're doing song lyrics, I hate to do this because it was a kind of a serious one, and now I'm gonna do something kind of funny. Green Machine, because I've got a golden ticket.
I was watching a video on recidivism inside of Japan, and their system is not very forgiving of former convicts, even worse than the United States is.
What's recidivism?
Going back to jail after you got let out.
Relapse means that you had an addiction, you stopped, and then you started it up again. Recidivism means you committed a crime, and then you stopped, and then you did another crime.
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
Thank
basically,
you.
well, it was specifically related to having gone to prison.
It's always best to commit a crime and then continue.
Well, anyways, what this counselor said was that having a girlfriend is actually very helpful for not committing another crime because a person doesn't want to, let down their significant other.
Wow, do
Unless
they
she's a
really
crack
believe that?
addict and she needs the crack.
Like I'm just over here thinking to myself, not committing what kind of a crime exactly? Because there's plenty of crimes people's committing, and they have spouses left and right. I don't know what's going on with that.
Well, no, see, spouse and like a girlfriend or boyfriend, two different
Partner,
things.
then let me
But
correct my phrasing.
point,
I,
no,
I
but
know that
the point is if you're just like dating somebody, you may have less of a feeling of responsibility for making sure their world is perfect. But
Uh-oh.
Whatever.
Now you've done it.
I guess I don't know. But I mean, if
Right.
you're married, then it's just like if they're your spouse, well, then it's just like, well, I have to rob this bank to make sure that to make sure my spouse has plenty of Cheetos. So
If I may, we can go down this checklist with everybody about your risk for recidivism. Number one, we're just going to say, are you single, divorced, or separated?
Yes.
Right.
And married.
Raise your hand.
I mean,
right?
currently.
Second is, are you male? Third would be if you're between the ages of 21 and 35. Uh-oh. None of us, right?
I grew out of it.
If you're unemployed or not employed to the best of your ability. If you're a risk taker or a sensation seeker, I would say skiers, skateboarders, people who eat hot Pocky chips.
What about if you used to be, but you don't have the physical ability to pursue that anymore, but you're still a trapped
I would check that box.
adrenaline junkie in your oh, okay, fine. So
the next one would be if you're rebellious against authority.
Oh, I got
And Joe actually fits this one mold for rebellious against authority because he would find it hard to work for another person, so he had to go start his own business. That's a very big sign that somebody is
because fuck
like
you,
this
I
is a
won't do
citizen.
what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me.
And the last one is if you already have legal problems or a criminal record.
No record.
Okay.
Nope.
No CD either, right? Okay, sorry.
No. It's I kind of borrow that joke from Bill Murray because he gets asked one time, and I think it's in Ghostbusters, if he's had any criminal convictions, and he's like, convictions? No.
Yeah, that was great. Then the next one is like, is you homosexual? Is like, you mean like flaming or like, well, we have to ask, It's like, well, no, we're not homosexuals, but we are willing to learn. Yeah, would they send us someplace special? That movie was amazing. I love that movie.
Well, I mean, it's a freaking classic. I mean, not to go too far down that rabbit hole, but I saw Ghostbusters twice in a row. The first day I saw it, I left the movie theater and I got straight back in the line because I unfortunately couldn't keep my seat. And I went straight back and watched it again. I did the same thing with Karate Kid, which I think came out like 6 months before.
Did you pay for it twice, or you just kind of? I did that with Rocky 3. I came in late. I paid for it late, and then I watched it a second time so I could actually see the beginning of it. So.
Well, I'm so old, right, that I can remember when you could pay for a movie ticket and then keep your seat no matter how many times. You could watch a movie over and over and over if you wanted to when I was a kid.
yeah, I did that so often myself.
But later on, it wasn't like that. But I mean, when I was a young man, I used to be a DJ at a roller disco. And one of the assistant managers at my roller was also an assistant manager at one of the local cinema complexes. And so because he did both, he arranged that they could come to skating for free and dancing for free and all that, and we could go see movies for free. And it was my fault that that deal got busted it got ended because I took hyper advantage of it. That was the summer of 1980, and The Empire Strikes Back came out. And I used to work 4 nights a week, and the other 3 nights a week, I was at the movies watching Empire Strikes Back. I mean, I watched Empire Strikes Back 33 times in the cinema.
Holy
you
shit!
know?
I thought I was high with 9.
But because I was taking advantage, and nowhere near there that many people of theirs were coming skating as I personally was going to the movies more than the rest of the people from the skating rink combined.
Wow.
But don't look a gift horse in the mouth, and don't make me an offer that I can't refuse and expect me to refuse it. That's just not fair.
That's funny.
You know what I mean? It's
Well,
Star Wars.
There's a difference between looking a gift horse in the mouth and stripping the thing down for parts.
I actually, Paul, you reminded me like company I used to work for. So it was a Canadian company, and we had 12 sick days available, and then I used 8 sick days, and they were like giving me shit, like, but you gave us 12. I didn't even use them all. And then the one year I did actually use them all, and then it was like, well, you're only supposed to use them if you're sick or if you have something big. And I was like, I was hospitalized twice for 3 days apiece. I got sick this time. I got into a car accident. Like, here you go. There's the 12. But they were mad at me that I used the sick days that they gave me.
Right.
Companies are like that, though. Like today, it's even worse. I mean, you can't get sick. You get like paid sick days, but God forbid you use them.
And mind you, I understand from a business perspective, like when someone's out and because they're sick, it does really hurt. But you have to factor that in when you're doing your budgets. You have to factor in that people are going to be sick and they're not going to be there.
I mean, people are not automatons, right? And we have lives, and you're going to get sick sometimes. And I just think it's outrageously, what's the word I'm looking for? Unrealistic to expect people to not get sick.
Well,
or to be able to survive when they're sick, despite the fact that you don't want to pay them.
Well, especially if someone comes into your office sick, as we should all understand by now, if we didn't understand before, we certainly should understand by now, the risk of getting everybody else in the office sick is very high. And then now everybody's sick. And so sick people do not operate at full efficiency. And if multiple people are sick, now you're fucked. So you're much better to let that person stay home. It was funny when New Jersey implemented, and it's about 3 years ago now, that all employers, like with a certain size, you had to offer 5 sick days, or at least be able to earn up to 5 sick days a year. Basically, it's like 1 hour of sick time for every 30 hours worked. And one of my business associates, he was complaining about it, regulation, blah blah blah, and I was like, whatever. He goes, well, how are you handling it? I'm like, dude, I've been giving 6 for the last 4 years. So give 5 is, nothing. And then he starts giving me the show. Well, how do you track it? I'm like, when you enter your payroll fucking system, you have to put whether someone was in or out. You put it there. No, you don't have to do anything. You're making shit up. This is bullshit. This idea that this is some onerous thing is fucking, you're talking to a guy who's been doing this for years. I have no sympathy for you.
I had a little bit of the opposite problem. At the end of the year, last year, our company switched from PTO to DTO.
What's DTO?
What's DTO?
It's a discretionary time off. Sometimes it's called unlimited time off. That's a little bit misleading, though. You can't say I'm taking the next 50 weeks off. That's not how it works. But anyways, yeah, my manager was harassing me to take some time off around Christmas. And he said I needed to have fun too, or else I was going to be in trouble.
Well, that's good. That's good though.
Mandatory fun, that works.
Yeah, I was just doing this. What a prick!
Fucking making me have fun. God damn it!
Shit. Wait.
Well, it's like when you see these people, like someone, it doesn't happen so much anymore, but you see somebody's in a company and they retire and they didn't miss a day in 31 years. Like, ew.
And they get a pen.
They get a pen. Like, dude, and at least back in the time when companies had pensions and really did stuff to take care of you once you were no longer an employee. Okay, I could kind of see it there. But that shit's long gone. That's long fucking gone. There's no reason to have any kind of that kind of loyalty with any company. Well, maybe not no company, but most companies anyway. You know, and again, I say this as a business owner. It's funny whenever I love getting into arguments with conservatives who don't know I'm a business owner, and then they try to throw the you commie, you socialist. I'm like, actually, by definition, I'm a capitalist. So fuck you, you idiot.
I was very fortunate. The last job I had in the UK is I worked for Richer Sounds, which is a employee-owned company. And the guy who started the company, Julian Richer, he got to a certain age and he thought to himself, you know what? I think I want to do the right thing by my employees. And so he sold his interest in the company and gave it to all the staff. And the staff have a decision-making body. You know, they have they're part of the board and everything like that. It's pretty cool. And I think I think there's a lot to be said for workplaces where the whole point is we want our people to make money. We want our people to prosper. We don't want to have unhappy employees. That's the whole ethos behind that business model. And they really work hard. I mean, I got injured. I got stabbed in my finger basically, and my finger lost its feeling. And they were going to they offered to pay for me to have an operation to fix the nerves in my finger. And I'm like, oh, it might not work. I'm not going to let you guys spend $5,000 on my finger. You know what I mean? It might not work. So,
couple of questions, Paul.
Huh?
Couple of questions. Who is it, and have they got any jobs?
Yeah, sure. They probably do have jobs, Brian. It's Richer Sounds.
Richer Sounds.
Richer Sounds was started by Julian Richer back in the 80s, and they sell like the hi-fi and TVs and stuff like that. And
Paul, you're showing your age with hi-fi.
Oh, well, I mean, hi-fi, man. I'm so old, right, that I remember the release of Quadraphonic. Wow. I have a Rick Wakeman Quadraphonic album in my collection.
Do you remember in the 80s when everything was being advertised as digital? Digital, everyone, digital.
I'm so old, right, that I remember when TV shows used to say, the FBI in color or Dragnet in color.
Because not all the shows were in color.
And not all people had color TVs.
I'm so old that I can remember records going round at 78.
I'm so old, I still have 78 records.
Damn it, I got rid of them.
Man, somewhere I have this 45, this 78 of a, how much is that doggy in the window? Okay.
My favorite was Donald, where's your trousers?
I had record players that played 78s, but I don't recall actually owning a 78 itself. Oh, be quiet, Peach.
Yeah, Peach in the chat there. What's a record? You hush now.
When I was a kid, I had a record player.
Brian is lying, and his records are in the room with him right now.
Yeah, but I don't have any 78s left. I got 45 12 inches there and a few 10 inches. I've got albums there, and that's just the reggae genre. And I've got a few down there that are not. And I've got one more crate that I still have to organize, but none of them are 78s. That's what I said I got rid of.
Sorry, my bad. I must be on hashtag Team Peach because I don't know the difference.
I'm so old. I'm the doctor that delivered Paul.
All right.
I used to have a record player with a handle.
So did I.
Yeah, so did I. So yeah. Just to clarify, Mike, the difference is Bakelite vinyl. That's the difference.
Bakelite? What's Bakelite?
78
came out before plastic.
Yes, and that's what 78 records were made out of, and that's why they shatter when you hit
I was about to say, yeah, they're the types of, anytime you see in a movie where someone's smashing out records and they blow into pieces, that's Bakelite.
Okay.
Vinyl won't do that. You got to hit vinyl really hard to make it do that.
Yeah.
But
I don't have any records. I used to. I used to have a bunch of 45s.
I still do.
I used to have a couple of LPs, but I mean, I don't have anything anymore. I gave them to my little sister. So
I
I,
had
Yeah.
I had the soundtrack of Empire Strikes Back on 8 track, and
uh,
also Blondie Auto American on 8 track.
I had Boston Don't Look Back, the Saturday Night Fever soundtrack, and probably the Beatles Red album, the Beatles Blue, greatest hits albums on 8 track. Yeah, I remember that. Oh, and Fleetwood Mac Rumors. Yeah.
I had on record. I had Michael Jackson's Thriller on record at the LP, and I had Beach Boys album. I don't remember which one. Um,
When I was in college, I actually got on the college radio station, so I actually started buying vinyl because we didn't have CD turntables yet. They were still like way too expensive. So I actually went out and I bought like Gary Moore, Budgie, Metallica, Ozzy. It was because we had some, but I was doing a metal show and we only had so much.
When I was 8 years old, my favorite song was "Poison" by Alice Cooper, and that was on record.
Oh, so see, Peach did have a record. Yeah, I knew you had to have had a record.
Did anyone have an 8 track? I haven't, but I imagine they exist somewhere. An 8 track where one song had to exist on more than one track.
Yeah, sure.
Yes. One actually on the Empire Strikes Back soundtrack, one of the songs, and it would like play and then it would stop and then switch to the next other thing. And
Listening to Dark Side of the Moon on an 8 track was torture.
oh god, yeah, I bet.
One of the things that I actually liked about the 8 tracks, or some of the models that I saw over here anyway, was the way that you could just put it in and it would just keep playing, and somehow it would be able to rewind itself.
Well, that's
and
right.
Keep playing without even taking a break. And I was like so impressed with this. It was like magic. How the hell does that work? How does it? And I never figured it out.
Well, the thing is,
Did any of you ever get an 8 track where the machine tried to eat the tape, so you have this partial part of the tape sticking out of the cassette once you pull it out, right? But if you pull it just the right way and you pull it really fast, the actual tape, you pull it and you go, whoosh, and the whole thing will suck right back into the cassette. Did you ever do that?
Yes. Well, the other thing too is, and then sometimes if the same spot, because once a spot if it got a fold, it was more likely to have that happen again, and then you'd end up with stretched pieces, and it's like play, and it's like
the tape out of a cassette, and take actual tape and cut them into pieces and put them back together, and it would still play in the cassette player.
And of course rewinding it if it got with the you put the pen with the cap in and you spin it and it would wind up.
That was how I used to do some of my earliest edits. Raven was actually taking the tape out and splicing it.
Yeah, that was a bitch. That was a bitch. Do it well is impossible.
I repaired a few VHS cassettes that way with tape.
Yeah, I was.
I'm talking about creative editing here. Making new stuff.
Wait, well, the thing is, I remember when I first got my first CD, and it was just like, wait, it's not going to get stretched, it's not going to get broken, it's not going to get eaten. This is amazing. This is the best thing that ever happened.
We were having this conversation about tapes the other day in the chat room at our radio station, and we were talking about the old C30s and the C15s and the C120s. And Baz, one of our DJs, came up with this reminiscence of driving down the motorway at 70. Yeah, and as soon as you hit 70, for some reason, it's something to do with the momentum of everything going at that speed. But it would always trigger his C120s into being chewed up by the tape
Oh my God.
mechanism.
Well, do you remember, like, if you know, back when we were using cassettes like in a car, so you probably had a big case of cassettes, and now the better ones there was no sunlight onto the case, but they were a pain because you had to open them up to look at them. But the ones that were see through, the problem is the sun would hit them, and it wouldn't be so bad if they were in their container and you still had the insert. But if you didn't, if you had it upside down where the sun was hitting the tape, it could damage the tape. Or
Yeah.
I also found if they got too hot and you put it in, it was way more likely to get eaten up if the tape was actually warmed up from the sun.
Yeah, and the sun will bleach the letters off as well on the side of the tape, so sometimes you couldn't tell which tape it would be.
Yep.
Yeah,
Man,
yeah.
I'm suddenly having memories of so many times finding tapes that people had thrown outside of their car. Okay, the tape got eaten, and they're like, "Oh, fuck this," and they throw it outside the car, and you just find a tape on the side of the road, and I'm like, "Hey, what's on this tape?"
Either
And,
that or-
and,
either
and,
that
and
or
yeah,
you-
and I go through and splice it and yeah, listen to it. And one time I found a sex tape. So
Either that or you'd be riding along on your bicycle and you'd just be tangled up in this just net of tape that just strewn all over the bloody road.
I had a whole case of cassettes that melted in the sun. The bodies of the tapes, I mean, they're all twisted and whole my entire collection was garbage.
Vegas, the Discman. I remember the Walkman and the copies thereof. So yeah, you had. I went to after my junior year in high school. I went to 3 colleges for summer programs. Where, like, if you thought you wanted to be this job, or so one was computer programmer, one was chemist, and then another one was a life science. Well, I went out to Rose Holman Institute to do the computer programmer one. And so I took a bus from New York City to Terre Haute, Indiana, and I had 3 cassette tapes with me for the entire trip, and it was like 27 hours. And it was Motley Crue, Theater of Pain. It was a Master of Reality, Black Sabbath, and I keep forgetting what the other one was
And
somehow.
you're still here to tell the tale, and you had to survive 27 hours on 3 albums.
Yeah.
So like there was like the Walkman, the cassette.
I'm sorry. It was Twisted Sister, Under the Blade.
Decent. But there was a couple of years in the 80s where I was like Peter Quill with the Walkman.
Yeah.
It was like constantly. Kazoom, Peter Quill is a character from a Marvel movie. So I want to make that clear. But yeah, I was like Peter Quill. I had my Walkman with me at all times. If anybody touched it, it was like, hey, don't touch my Walkman.
That was a real game changer. I mean, as I just said in the chat room there, it was the difference between having to listen to some bland radio personality on the bus or actually being able to have your music in your ears all day at work.
Especially if you made a mixtape.
Which
Exactly.
is why I love making my playlists on Spotify, because I am my own DJ. I don't have to listen to anybody play anything whatsoever that I don't want, or listen to bad segues where I'm thinking to myself, how could you possibly have followed that song with that song? Because as a DJ, I'm way too about stuff like that. And I really, 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 really get wound up when I hear people like mash shit up together that shouldn't be mashed together. So, I got strong.
Well, as somebody who's gone from listening to the radio to somebody who's on the radio, and coming up with those segues, it is hard. It actually is hard work, because you have to find a way of either linking the records together or saying something that's going to be entertaining. And after a couple of 100 hours of doing this, you start to run out of material, and you find yourself. I listened to some of my shows back for quality, whatever reasons, and sometimes I hear and I do a thing. I think, what the fuck did that come from? What do I even mean?
Yeah, well, the other thing that Walkman was really good for is, like, if you were introverted and had social anxiety, it was a real good way to avoid the awkwardness of trying to talk to people when you didn't know how to do it, because you could just sit there listening to your music, man, and it's like, and then if someone approached you, Well, taking half the onus off. So you don't, you didn't have to. I didn't have to come up with something to say. I go, you're talking to me. Oh, hi. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah, that was the downside to the Walkman was it did kill things like communication on the bus and the train and shit like that.
So
That was my favorite part.
I make these monthly Spotify recommendation lists, and I bet that they would really, really annoy some people here because it's just a complete mishmash of all different genres, and there's no common theme whatsoever.
Oh yeah,
That's the best type.
that would be like fingers on a chalkboard to me, Luke. I couldn't deal.
Really? No, my music is like that. Everything. I mean, I bet I'll be driving, all of a sudden it'd be like a song from Rent. And then the next song would be Buddy Holly.
I'm all about making playlists that are like musical sculptures, and the same thing when I used to DJ for the club or even on the radio, where you want to make like a landscape of music that you present to people that takes them on like a journey. And I'm going to give you an example right now with absolutely a complete lack of modesty. This is one of the most rockin' playlists you'll ever fucking listen to. Okay, especially if you're a fan of the little man formerly known as Prince. Yeah, I'll put it on the screen as well. Okay, Bing. There you go.
So
Anyway, let me just explain, Raven, real quick. So, way back when, after Prince died, I was all melancholy about it, and so I decided to make some Prince playlists. And so I made a whole series of Prince playlists that are like different genres of Prince. So this one I've just put up is all rock songs by Prince. It's a very guitar heavy playlist, and I guarantee you, and listening on random shuffle is like spitting in the face of the DJ. So for Christ's sake, if you decide to listen to it, put it on at the beginning and listen to it till the end. That's my only request.
To your point, Paul, when I build a playlist, now my musical tastes are not as diverse as yours, but even there, I do build like you know what I'm talking about. Is albums used to be built a certain way. They would build a certain way. There were certain songs that were the first song of the album for a reason. They were trying to create a certain effect, and then it would go. You'd have this rising and falling kind of effect on an album. And I do the same thing with my playlist. The thing is that you can mix genres. You just have to make sure that the tempo of the songs.
Dude, don't.
Yeah, no, you can do it.
No, Joe is absolutely right. There is a skill in doing it. I mean, with the show that I do, I have to cover several genres, and you have to be able to go from one to the other and do it fluidly. So I get what you're saying, Paul, but I also get what Joe's saying.
I mean, if you are known for being someone that plays a lot of different genres, sometimes there's an art in trying to find a way to make one song sound completely different than the other. So that comes into place too.
Yeah, sure. Juxtaposing is the thing.
As far as having like a theme, like back in the day when I used to make mixtapes, I had one that I called Anison, and it was all music to listen to when I was high. And it was like all Pink Floyd and Led Zeppelin, and not even like it's just any Led Zeppelin song. It would have to be like certain ones. Titles aren't really coming to me right now, but there were like only certain ones. And then almost anything by Pink Floyd. But it was that kind of stuff on a cassette, and that was called Anison. Then I had another one that was just driving music, and it was like tunes that had like a very up tempo, kind of like very driving kind of music.
Yes.
Road music,
Yeah. Hey, Joe, I want to apologize for earlier shutting you down a second ago. It's just like telling me how to do a playlist is like telling me how to fuck. I just don't want to hear anybody else's opinion. Do you know what I mean?
Well, but you want to share your opinion. That's not fair, Paul. Well, and actually,
and you're not the only DJ on the panel, mate.
Exactly. And to Brian's point, I mean, to me, and actually I mentioned this album earlier. Some of you guys know Chris Mowdy. So Chris and I are good friends, and I sent him a link to a YouTube video that had the entire Blondie Auto American, and I said, this is the most diverse album in the history of albums. Prove me wrong. And because there's reggae on it, and there's like a rap song, and there's like 50s music, and there's like dirge, and there's like the whole fucking panoply of music is on this fucking album, like 13 songs, and every one of them is different. There's a synth pop song, and there's everything on that fucking album.
And I bet you he was able to actually give you a singular string that was actually from start to finish.
That album is magic, and again, it's funny because I'm pretty much a metalhead, but every once in a while you'll hear me playing Blondie Auto American.
Yeah, concept albums, they are a lost art, and I love them. I love them. Floyd were one of the better, the historically, as far as I'm concerned, that were able to produce a concept album. Because when you listen to their stuff in its original form, you put the record on, and you don't want to take it off until it comes to the end. Because it just flows. Which is what you were saying about your playlists, Paul.
Right.
Yeah.
I was actually curious what Paul's opinion was on my little pet issue with Spotify's shuffle algorithm trying to play DJ, trying to match certain genres and artists together.
Well, I don't know. A long time ago, we kind of discussed this because I'm one of these people who hates recommendations and stuff from Spotify. I mean, it's not like I've never clicked one or anything like that. And I have dozens of friends like Kazoom and Bionic Dance and other people that I've discussed this with who love it because you discover stuff that you otherwise wouldn't have found. And I can totally appreciate that, man. But I'm the kind of guy, I'm a creature of habits, and I find stuff that I like, and I just listen to it a lot. And, there's certain music that brings me to spaces and time in my life that it's like a time machine and so forth. So there's lots of different functions music has for me, and discovering new music is lots of fun. But I haven't really exhausted the 10,000 albums I already have and want to listen to. You know what I mean? So it's to me, just finding new stuff seems like, man, I have albums that I love that I haven't listened to for freaking years. And recently, because I got a record player, I started listening to some records I hadn't listened to, most of which I haven't listened to for this side of the 21st century. And man, it really, really transports you back. I mean, my God, I can literally remember sometimes the last time I listened to the record, it was that much of a zinger to the past. So
I can completely relate to that. I mean, most of these records that I'm unpacking now have been in these crates for, just over 20 years. So they were last played, a lot of them, in the 20th century. And there's a number of them in there that are just completely blank. They're white label promotion and DJ copies of things. And until I play them again, I haven't got a freaking clue what they're going to tell me, what they're going to give me. So I am really looking forward to doing that. In fact, I just, started a new segment on my show called Long John Silver's Random 12-inch. And I knew Joe was going to get that one. Don't ask me how, I just did. But
not like I'm predictable or anything.
Yeah, exactly. I'm really looking forward to that feature running, because I have, just no idea on some of these, and it's going to be great.
The funny thing is, I know a lot of people love finding, new music. Like, I guess I like if I find a new song I like, I that's cool, and that makes me happy, and then I'll check out that group and see if there's anything else they make that I like. But I don't, the act of trying to find new music, I despise, because there's so much music I hate.
I end up going, I probably shouldn't, but I end up torrenting a lot. And I every couple months, I will torrent what the top 100 Billboard is. And I'll get copies of those. And probably every month, there's probably 4, maybe 5 songs out of the top 100 that are worth something. But it's so if you do look around, you can find, a few songs once in a while that are worth something, but the rest of them are crap.
But see, that's the thing, though. Most of the stuff that ends up in the top 100 is the stuff I especially despise. The thing is, I used to, like, back in the day, I used to, like, well, before I found metal and I was into top 40s music, so like 81 to 83, I used to listen to Casey Kasem every fucking Saturday, or was it Sunday, whenever it was, to listen to American Top 40, and I used to love that. But now, I mean, I got the stuff I like, and like Raven said, I have my playlist for like when I'm driving. It's really really aggressive. It's Rammstein and Metallica and Overkill and stuff like that, and Megadeth. And then I've got
Okay, well let me interrupt you really quick. Overkill, fuck them.
Yes, I understand.
Fuck them. I actually know the lead singer of that band. He lived next door to me, Bobby Ellsworth. And I was at the dog park with Penny, and he was there with his dog, and he threatened to kick my dog. And I'm like, really? The rock star is threatening my dog? What the fuck? So, yeah, fuck Overkill.
It's really bad press for a rock star.
It really is. Well, I mean, Overkill gets a lot of bad press for a lot of reasons, but yeah, and Pantera, stuff like that. It's all when I drive, it's all like, because I drive fast. Some of you have been in the car with me. Well, I guess probably just Raven, actually. Now that I think about it. But yeah, I drive fast. So yeah, I made it from Linden, New Jersey to the outskirts of Richmond, Virginia in 4 hours.
So I guess that I'm an outlier in that I make a conscious effort to listen to 60 new songs a week, in addition to all the YouTube musicians that I follow. I mean, that's the reason. I don't know who's talking.
So two things. First, that is really robotic. So, I
am autistic, so
it is time to listen to 60 new songs.
Spotify gives me 230 song playlists, so it's not like I'm tallying 60 songs. I'm clearing the 2 recommendation lists. So.
Right.
So, and now the other thing I wanted to say was Proctor Hawk. No, it's not. No, it's not. You think it is, but it isn't.
Hey, look, I've learned to separate artists from their art. There's a lot of artists.
I agree with that in all cases except for Bobby Blitz. Fuck him.
Well, I understand it's personal with Blitz. I get that.
Add Ted Nugent. I will not listen to his shit.
Yeah,
anymore.
That's true. Well, and I didn't like
Bobby Blitz
to begin with.
Ted Nugent. Who else?
Gary Glitter.
Morrissey?
Who?
Morrissey?
Why?
Why Morrissey?
Well, because he went kind of right wing recently, so.
Oh, did
and he makes songs saying, "I don't pay attention to newspapers; they're just troublemakers." Da 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 da. So,
as far as politics is concerned, I couldn't give a shit. But when it comes to messing with kids, that's when I sort of take a hard look and think, do I really like your music that much?
Yeah. See, I'm fortunate enough that I never liked Morrissey in the first place. So
I mean, I still like some of his new stuff. I'm listening to the lyrics. I'm like, oh, that's kind of weird, but the music is good though. So,
Proctor Hawk, once again, no, it's not.
Well, the thing is,
I was just about to say, here in St. Louis, no matter what radio station I seem to listen to in the car, it seems to be an oldies radio station, and they play Ted Nugent. Probably about half the time I get in the car, a Ted Nugent song will come on. And the thing is, I never heard Ted Nugent that much back in the 70s. I mean, I didn't. So, what's up with all this classic Ted Nugent? No, Ted Nugent had one fucking song, Cat Scratch Fever. The other songs that Ted Nugent supposedly had, no.
The reason why they're going to play him that much is for politics, for political reasons.
Yeah.
Clearly, that's what I'm saying. It's kind of obvious. You know what I mean?
Well, the thing is, I want to understand how he became the darling of the right, just because he likes guns, but he shit in his pants so he wouldn't have to.
He became a darling of the right.
What? He shit in his pants? What?
He shit his pants because his draft number came up and he went to the draft board and he shit on himself to avoid service in Vietnam. Big
Yep.
fucking American hero Ted Nugent
Yep.
was pushed out of Vietnam when he
So-
had the opportunity to stand up for his country, to actually stand up for his country.
You mean
supposedly.
shitting on demand is not a skill necessary in the army?
Apparently not. Apparently not.
So okay, so when I was in the service, when I was in Fort Jackson, South Carolina, towards the end of my time in basic training, they marched us all to a field, and there was a giant stage set up, and Damn Yankees performed for the troops. Ted Nugent was a member of the Damn Yankees, and I found it kind of ironic. Dude shit his pants to stay out of service. But hey, he'll go and he'll perform for folks in basic training, which and they allow him to do it, which is like really fucked up. So that was the one thing. The other thing I wanted to say was the reason he became such a darling of the right was because he railed against Obama, because he's a racist piece of shit, and a whole bunch of people on the right said, "You're okay with me, you long-haired hippie." So.
I'm aware of him. I've heard his music, but I couldn't think of anything at the top of my head.
Well, that's another thing too. Another reason they should hate him is for fucking 14-year-olds that he wrote about. I mean, he literally wrote evidence. Yeah, I fucked 14-year-olds, and dude. So he's a kiddie diddler. So why is he your hero?
I didn't. Yeah. Mm.
Well, that's the thing, and this is something that I was watching this thing the other day. I was talking about just like shit that people need to get move on from, and like one thing was Hollywood needs to move on from. It's like Roman fucking Polanski. Like, I don't care how good his movies are, he's a child rapist. Like, stop fucking sucking the guy's dick. He's a child rapist. I don't care how good he was at making movies. When you fuck children, you don't get to have any accolades anymore forever.
Speaking of people abusing minors, Ghislaine Maxwell got convicted, and now they might throw it out because apparently 3 of the jurors have sexual assault in their past. And as far as I'm aware, that was never a question that was asked to them to be or not be on the jury in the first place. So how can it be a disqualifier?
Yeah, and it certainly shouldn't be a disqualifier after the fact. I mean, the defense attorneys had the opportunity to voir dire the jury if they chose not to exclude those people. Tough shit. And also, why should you be excluded from a jury because you were sexually assaulted? That doesn't mean you can't be objective about.
I couldn't agree more.
Somebody else you did it. That would be fucked up.
Well, is it actually going to be dismissed, or was there just a motion for it?
There's a motion for it, but I think there's a strong chance because there are very powerful people in behind all this stuff, and I think I asked a week or two ago, hands up everybody that thinks Brian Epstein didn't kill himself, and all the hands went up because we all know Brian Epstein didn't kill himself.
Well, and that's the thing is they couldn't get away with suiciding another one.
Right. So what they have to do is let her out of jail so that she can get killed out there in the world. Right. Because,
right.
Well, actually, it's Jeffrey Epstein, not Brian. I know. Actually, like I said before, I don't think he was killed, but I think they created the circumstances to make it easy for him to do it to himself.
You mean they did the rope equivalent of leaving in a room with a revolver with a single round?
Basically, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know, man. I mean, he was on suicide watch. He was supposed to be in a suicide-proof room, which basically means the sheets and the clothes and everything is made of paper and will tear, won't hold a human body, et cetera, et cetera. And there's what are you going to tie yourself to in a room that's supposedly suicide-proof? You know what I mean?
Actually, he had been taken out. He wasn't in that room anymore.
Yeah, and how much of a watch is a suicide watch where nobody's actually watching?
Well, that's the thing.
Apparently not much.
Well, that's the thing. Supposedly the guards fell asleep. Now I don't think they fell fucking asleep. I really think somebody went to him and like, all right, Jeffrey, you know what happens to short eyes here in jail. We're gonna turn you into fucking Gen Pop and let them loose on you, or you can take care of yourself. So you can do it yourself, or they can do it to you, and he went,
So Brian, what do you think the chances of Prince Andrew getting busted for his philandering in 35 years ago or whatever with Epstein and Maxwell and the girls that they were provided to him.
Slim to none, and there's reasonable rationale behind it. From what I understand, the main accuser, I don't know what her name is, but that blonde chick.
Yeah, Jenna, somebody, yeah.
Yeah, apparently she signed away her rights to hold Andrew accountable for anything. So I don't think she would be able to press a case against him as far as legally holding him accountable. As far as I'm aware, she was 17 at the time, and certainly as far as Andrew's expectations, and I believe the state where she was from are concerned, 16 is the legal age.
Yeah, but see, they
So
generally, even in the states where the age of consent is under 18, like New Jersey, the state age of consent is 16. However, if the other person is more than 4 years older than you, it's still statutory rape, and that's generally how it is in a lot of maybe not all states, but a lot of states.
It's different.
Yeah, but that was not the state of affairs 35 years ago. So
the other thing too is that actually he saw her multiple times over multiple years. So she was between 15 and 17, and he claimed that he claimed that. Well, here's the thing that's kind of funny. So he claimed he didn't know her, but there's pictures of him with her, and she signed this waiver that you referred to. Well, how could she sign a waiver absolving him of anything if he didn't know her? So. I think the thing is that I guess the biggest problem is that I think the statute of limitations has probably run out as far as criminal proceedings against him, but because all signing away would get rid of the civil liability, but it would not get rid of criminal liability if the statute of limitations hasn't run out.
Well, I think it's civil liability she's pressing for, and I think they've offered her a settlement, but she's said no because she wants to have it go all the way.
Yeah. Well, anyway, so I think the chances are slim to none, in my opinion. But that said, I don't think that royalty or the royal family will be absolved of all ramifications. I think this will hit their credibility very hard.
I think it already does do that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. And I think that will actually help the case eroding the foundation of royalty.
Good.
You can only hope.
Overall.
Now, I will say, Brian, I think you're probably right as far as whether or not he'll be held accountable. I think it is unlikely. But yeah, if it erodes the monarchy, awesome.
I mean, the only thing that's holding the royalty up at the moment is Her Majesty herself. And to be perfectly honest, yeah, she probably is the one shining light left. So I think what's going to happen to royalty is going to happen after she's gone, because she will no longer be there to hold everything together.
It's going to happen pretty fast after she's gone, I think, as well. And I think, I don't know. I've been saying for years. I mean, I'm obviously an anti-monarchist. I was successfully brainwashed as a child to think that monarchy is inherently bad, and I still think that. So, I think when the monarchy eventually falls, whether it's in this generation or the next or the next or the next, it will eventually. It can't. It's an unsustainable system. It's amazing to me that it's gone on this long. And I think when the Queen finally goes, there's enough built-in dissatisfaction with Prince Charles. The monarchy will no longer be popular like it has been during Queen Elizabeth's reign. I mean, the reason the monarchy is popular, in my opinion, is because she's more or less flawless at the job. More or less. She's not totally beyond reproach, but you'd have to dig pretty hard and be pretty critical,
Well, the funny thing is, and this is actually someone, Noel Plum was here earlier, and he did a video about basically defending the monarchy or the idea of monarchy in Britain. And I always find that the defense is really kind of ridiculous. Like one of my favorite ones to laugh at is tourism. Like, well, the monarchy, creates tourism. Like, no, because I've been to the UK 4 times. I never once had tea with Liz. It's just not. You don't go
British
to
people
tea there.
don't have tea with Liz.
Well, exactly. It's not like people come from other countries to because the thing is the castle. Somebody said, well, but yeah, but the castles. And yeah, but even if it was all private, right? The people who own those castles are very expensive to maintain. They would still have a system where you would go and pay to go in them because they have to pay to support these fucking things. So,
Disney.
I have seen the Queen and the Queen Mother.
Oh, really?
It was a birthday celebration. I just happened to be there. It was complete coincidence.
That's funny.
Wow.
Yeah, and as I just said in the chat room, my mum has actually had tea with the Queen.
Oh wow.
Yeah, she. It was actually part of because back in the day when my mum was a young woman, you still had the coming out stuff and the debutante things going on, and as daughter of an Air Force high-ranking officer, she actually qualified for one of these coming out parties at Buckingham Palace. So she did in fact have tea with the Queen at Buckingham Palace in the Gardens. So it does happen.
Oh
Fair
yeah,
enough.
but your mom is also a citizen of the empire, right?
Well, yeah, of course,
Yeah,
of course.
yeah, they're not going to. Unless you're a diplomat or a head of state, you're not. You're a foreigner. You're not going to get to see the Queen.
Yeah, well, even my mum, she only got there because of, by virtue of her dad's position.
Right.
Especially with, what he happened to do during the war and all of that shit. So,
Well, and actually, I want to address Popter. You can actually buy castles, particularly in France, and a lot of them are not. They're way less expensive than you would think because again, there's such a money sink that the people who have them kind of want to get out from under them. So I've seen shows where there was a show after a while, like one I think the Travel Channel, where each episode somebody was buying an old castle and fixing it up, and they're buying these castles for like $50,000, $100,000, $150,000, which is not a lot when you're considering what you're buying a piece of history. Um,
Well, just a bi-level here in the States, in almost any state, would be more than that.
right. Yeah. Hell,
Man,
my house was more than double that.
man, you're making me think of. I've seen some footage of people talking about properties that, oh yeah, they'll sell for $1, but if you get it, you have to spend like $1 million to make it come up to code.
Right. This old castle. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a city somewhere in Italy that they're basically having a problem that young people are not staying. So they grow up, graduate from high school or college, whatever, and they leave and they never come back. And so what ends up happening is that there's not enough tax base to afford the infrastructure of the town anymore because there's not enough people who live there anymore. So they want people, and they don't care where you're from. They just want somebody to show up. And they're doing that, like buy this old decrepit place and you guys, for $1, but you have to spend, and they set some minimums, like you have to spend at least, $250,000 or whatever it is to make it habitable.
So as far as castles in the UK, and what happens, to the monarchy after the Queen dies, Disney can just take over that entire venture, and it would be a tourist attraction, and all of the castles would look just like Sleeping Beauty. Because Disney knows castles. That's what they do.
And they would be real. They would actually be real this time.
With dragons.
Well, you possibly hit on a potential future of the British monarchy. Just to build on what I was saying earlier about, I think the demise of the present queen will mark a significant end of an era in monarchy. If you look at monarchy throughout most of Europe, you'll see that the majority of it is actually reduced to just, the sort of top.
Like ceremony mostly.
Yeah, the top tiers of the socialite laddering, and I think and that's very much old money based.
Right.
And I think you'll find similar things going to happen here when the Queen goes, and you'll just see royalty sort of just fade into the background and just be at the top of the British socialite ladder, as it were.
Like the Dutch monarchs, they're kind of
Yeah,
there, but they don't really
exactly. They're there. They've got their nominated purposes like opening things and doing odd bits and pieces for charity and stuff like that. But they won't be the big deal that HRM is.
Well, somebody told me once that because they said because they were basically trying to say, oh well, the monarchs and the royalty are basically self-funded. I'm like, well, first off, that's not true. There's a lot of royalty that are actually kind of broke because they don't, they don't get the revenue the way they used to. And also, it's like, well, how do you think the rich royals? How did they get rich? They got rich off the backs of the people. So yes, they piled a lot of money from the state treasury into their own pockets, one way or another, and then they bought legitimate businesses. But they still took the money from the people.
Well, as has a very interesting. Sorry, Raven. I'll just make this point quickly and then let you go. But as has a fairly interesting relationship. The revenues that they get from all the land holdings and what have you, the majority of that actually does get plowed back into the public purse. And what they do is they take a stipend from the public purse that is actually a lot smaller than the amount that they pay into it.
See,
so
last I looked,
I give them props for that.
See, the last I saw
that is exactly Noel Plum 99's argument for the monarchy. Is like, hey, we save money on this stuff. We actually make money.
Yeah, but here's the thing. My counter argument to him was like, well, no, because if they were separate, you would then tax them normally, instead. So you'd still end up getting the tax revenue either way. So,
Oh, they pay taxes. They do pay taxes.
Yeah, I remember seeing a thing though. The balance between what they take, and what they put in is not as favorable to the people as most people think.
Well, one of the other things when it comes to taxes, one of the interesting things about HRM is that when the council tax, or when it was originally introduced in the 80s, the poll tax. Do you remember that, Paul? When that was introduced, HRM took a stand against it, and she absolutely refused to make any of her staff liable for these new taxes. And as far as I'm aware to this day, she still pays them for her entire staff.
Wow.
Now, so HRM, Her Royal Majesty?
Yes.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I remember. We don't have anything like that here. We just have rich assholes that we.
Well, I'm constantly alarmed by people who think it's really cool to say, for example, have Patrick Stewart on a talk show and insist on calling him Sir Patrick Stewart. Dude, he's in America. You don't get titles like that here,
unless you buy them.
Well, I suppose, but even so, I think I would object to actually referring to someone as Your Majesty or Your Grace or Your Highness.
Your Royal Highness.
To something that Sirius had just said just a moment ago, I think about how so many Republicans seem to worship rich people.
Yeah, they do. And that's,
I don't think it's just Republicans, to be fair. I think there's an awful lot of people who worship not just wealth, but celebrity.
Well, yeah, but that's a bit different, though.
Yeah, and it's not. Yeah, I think they're related, but because they're both power, right? But I think that the right wing it's more so. The other thing I think is kind of strange is the number of Americans that are upset. Like whenever, anytime royals come to visit, how many Americans are obsessed with all they're going on? I'm like, yeah, I know they're our friends and all, but we specifically fought this particular monarchy for a reason. So why you love it? I don't get it.
No, you and I both, right? We are both descended from British nobility, right? Don't we have? I'm entitled to a title, aren't I? Right? But I don't even know. What am I? Right? No, we got a guy that lived in the UK for 1,000,000 years, and we have a Brit. We can ask them, right? Wouldn't Joe and I be entitled to titles?
No,
I don't know.
because we're Plantagenet, and they were deposed. So
Yeah, you see, apart from the War of the Roses bullshit, okay, yeah, you can take that up with the courts. But Sir Patrick Stewart, that's meritorious.
I get
Now,
that.
Sir
I get
Sir
that.
Sir
He earned that.
Sir Joe
Wasn't
of
born- he wasn't
Sherwood,
born Sir Patrick Stewart. I grant
yeah,
you.
Sir Joe of Sherwood, as an inherited title. What did you do to earn that? I'm sorry.
Well, see, Raven, what we first have to do, we'd have to restore the Plantagenet line. So we'd have to depose the House of Windsor and bring back the house of the Plantagenet house.
Yeah, because I'm from the De La Poles,
Right.
so
And I'm from the
Well,
the ooze.
Well, here's your problem. Here's your problem. Your traditional antagonists, that they're no longer with us. That line died out. And as far as I'm aware, you don't actually have any issue with the Hanoverians who came in and filled the void because nobody else did.
Because they stole it.
they stole it. We're going back. Yo, we go. We're gonna challenge that shit now.
Okay, now
Good job.
Bjorn the Hornless, who came over in 423.
Well,
Bjorn the homeless.
hornless, not the.
Bjorn the Hornless. The only person who I might actually like respect their title is if I met the Dalai Lama. I think that's probably about it. I probably couldn't help myself. Or I probably, if I actually did meet the Queen face to face, I certainly wouldn't call her Liz. You know, I'd probably call her Mum because I think you can get away with calling her Mum. But yeah,
Not cunt. Okay, sorry.
Probably not.
Probably not. Well, see, the thing is, it was funny because when actually the trip that I met when I met Paul and Brian in person, I was in the South. I was in Dorset and a few other places, but it was in Dorset, and I mentioned like the one family name that traces back is Huzzy, and people were like, "Oh, that's a noble name." I'm like, "It is?" Because I had no idea at the time, and then I looked into it, and I'm like, basically, the guy comes from this Frenchman or Norman Hubert Huse, Huse, and that name got bastardized to Huzzy over centuries, and so it was really funny because we went to, I forget the name of the castle, but one of the castles in Dorset, and it was a really cool castle. And then I come to find out that I'm descended from the guy whose castle that was. That was he built that castle. Like, holy shit, that was my ancestor.
Nice. Speaking of Huzzies, I when I was a kid, teenager, I dated a girl called Elaine Huzzy. So yeah, it's a name that's still around. It's still around.
Well, in fact, I got a DNA hit to a guy on Ancestry who's Huzzy. I reached out to him, he never got back to me, but I wanted to find out where he lived because he wasn't clear from his profile where he lives. But on one of the
Well, the Huzzy, the branch of the family that I ran into was either Suffolk or Norfolk, so they're East Anglian.
well, right, because basically Hubert was given Dorset and Kent. So Kent's in East Anglia, right?
Just south of.
Just south of. Okay. Yeah, well, that's what's kind of thing. Was kind of funny. The difference, like Huzzy is a noble name in the UK, but the term Huzzy in America means you're promiscuous.
Yeah.
Yes. So that implies to me that that the family probably got rid of its degenerates in the Mayflower, maybe.
So I don't know a whole lot about England, about the UK, about the history, about where things are, and I think that might present a problem when Joe and I go over there to claim the throne.
Well, see, the one thing I found is that basically the name, because the Huzzies, one of the things they did, because again they were nobility. They were involved with the basically de-Catholicization of Ireland, because the name that exists in Ireland as well, and it all traces back to England ultimately, and that's actually how my connection is, because it actually goes through Ireland back to England.
Just to give you a little bit of hope there, Raven. You do have the markings. You do have the looks of a Plantagenet. So you have that going for you. It might help.
Yeah, I probably don't look too much. I probably don't look too much like most of the Plantagenets.
I don't know if that's good or bad.
I don't think there were a lot of black Hungarian Jewish Plantagenets.
Yeah, I mean, if I was to just sort of flash past your face in a in a history book, I'd probably mistake you for one of the Jameses.
Oh, Raven, you mean?
Yes.
I can see
Yeah,
that.
James first, James second, something like that.
I can see that. Or at least previously, anyway.
So I'm gonna go a little bit here. So the other day was the anniversary of J6, right? And a lot of people were in the uncomfortable position of agreeing with Karl Rove and admiring Dick Cheney, because Karl Rove, I didn't read the whole thing, but apparently wrote a pretty good op-ed, and obviously Dick Cheney showed up with his daughter in the House chamber. No Republicans were in the chamber I mean, this is way more serious than I think people generally seem to get. They're not cooperating in the Senate whatsoever. And I think it's not just that they're being obstructionist. That's, to them, I think, is like a bonus. I think they're later on, if these people win the day and become the winners, and it's a cliche to say it, but winners are the ones who write the history, and they'll be looking back on this stuff, and they'll call J6 the Independence Day, right? And I mean, I don't know. We know now for sure. There's I shouldn't say no. There's a large enough body of circumstantial evidence to heavily implicate sitting representatives in both houses of Congress as being involved in a coup to take over the government. And I don't understand how come. I don't know, man. It just seems to me that things don't seem to take on the level of urgency that the moment requires.
Well, like I said last time, I mean, basically they are going in layers, and they started with the little ones, and they're going up, up, up. Because see, here's the thing: they're not only building like a political case, they are actually building a criminal case. And so we mentioned before, Liz Cheney used certain words, specific words that came right out of the
Sure. But I
statute.
mean, these people are still in the places where they can do damage and are doing that damage. Do you know what I mean? I mean, can't we just like cover them in tar and feathers and put them in a cage and have the due process while they're rotting? I mean, you can't.
That wouldn't be due process. That's and this is
I'm just kidding to make a point, though. I mean, this is way too serious to like. I mean, I don't know.
See, the thing is, again, I do not confuse the fact that the process is slow with a lack of process.
I don't confuse that, Joe, and I absolutely respect. I mean, just taking for example that Mark Meadows handed over 9,000 documents. Let's say you got a team of like 90 people to look over that. That's 100 documents each. That's that's an awful lot of work just for one team of people to do on one tiny bit of data, and they've got this massive avalanche of data. I totally get it. It's going to take time, and I totally understand that. But as far as charging the little guys to build the case for the big guys, I think you can charge them all at once because we know who's involved. We just don't know to what degree.
Well, see, remember though, they're trying to also get the little guys to turn, because they're giving the information, and then the more information we get from the little guys, the stronger the case against the big guys becomes. Because otherwise, you think about what happens if you go after the big guys first, then they make promises to the little guys, and then the little guys melt into the shadows, and that always happens. This is how they take down mobsters. is they go after the little guys and they keep building up until they've got a mountain, and then they bring down the hammer.
The point that I would want to interject here on what you're saying there, Paul, is when it comes to catching the big guys, you need to do it in such a way as when you do get them into court, you can actually slam dunk them as hard as you can. Because if you don't, and they get away with it, the precedent that they set is far more dangerous.
Right.
What I find disturbing is that there are a lot of small guys that aren't seeing prison time at all. And that to me is an issue.
Now the other thing, the other issue also is that now look, the hardcore people, you're never going to convince them. I mean, Trump could go on TV and say, yes, I did it, and they would still make excuses that it wasn't what he just said. But there are a lot of people that are reachable that need to be reached, because we're basically doing something unprecedented. We're literally building a case against a former president and people in his administration that they literally tried to overthrow the government. So that process has to be as immaculate and as credible as possible, because here's the biggest problem. If it was the other way around and it was like a liberal government that went rogue and did that, I don't think you get as much of backlash from liberals if that happened. But on the other side, you have people that are, a lot of them are mentally a little not clear, and they're all heavily armed. And there is the issue that you have to make sure that enough of them understand that this is for real and it's not a made up bullshit and it's not political, that you're not going to have violent backlash.
I don't think that's possible. I mean, people are getting their information from news sources that have already decided their side. It has nothing to do with facts or evidence. I mean, you have people that say the earth is flat. People can believe whatever they want to believe.
But even then, some of the I was watching the other day. There's some of the people who actually helped organize the Stop the Steal rally who are like, Trump betrayed us. So there are people who are reachable.
So the idea that a lot of the conspiracy was out in the open, actually, I mean, Trump has been that way from day one. I mean, he broke the law out in the open, and he was able to get away with it because it was in the open. Because it's like, well, what he's doing couldn't have been that bad. He's not hiding anything. And he's been able to skate on that.
Well, I mean, Trump has pushed false stuff like that since, I mean, look what he pushed with Obama. Well, is Obama's birth certificate? I mean, he was one of the main ones pushing that too, so.
Right. And then it's like, well, here's the birth certificate. Oh, well, that's not the long form birth certificate. Or here's the long form birth certificate. But and
that's not a birth certificate. That's a certificate of live birth.
Yeah, exactly. Well, what got me is like, okay, so they actually had the birth announcement in the newspaper from when he was born in Hawaii, and I'm like, yeah, so somebody made a fake announcement in the 50s
Time travel
Hawaii on the off chance that there'd be some guy that they could sneak in.
So they found
because they knew when he was born that he was destined. He was destined to be.
And this is the other thing too, that also, like, when people try to say that the right wing isn't racist, I'm like, look, no one has ever even suggested that any white candidate for president wasn't actually born here or was an illegitimate citizen. And the funny thing is, John McCain and Ted Cruz were not born in the United States. John McCain was born in Panama, and Ted Cruz was born in Canada. So and that's the thing is, Ted Cruz ran for president, and basically, unless he could prove that his mother was still a citizen, because she did give up her citizenship at one point. Unless he was actually a citizen when he was born, he's technically ineligible to run, because his mother was a Canadian citizen at the time. His father was a Cuban citizen, so therefore he would not be able to. And the Republicans said nothing.
They said nothing. Now, John McCain is different because he was born on a military base.
Right.
And a military base in another country is considered American soil.
Right.
So yeah. So although he was born in Panama, he was born in the U.S.
The
Ted
thing
Cruz,
is,
absolutely, he's ineligible.
but here's the thing, though. Even if Obama had been born in Kenya, his mother was a citizen. He still qualified as a natural born citizen because his mother was a
Only if they filed at the time of his birth, because that's the situation with my kids. My kids have citizenship in America and the UK, and they have birth certificates from both countries. And if they only had British birth certificates, they would not be able to run for office in America. But because they have certificates of Americans born abroad, then they can. They never will. I mean, they could.
Okay, so I mean, like Proctor Hawk. Okay, speaking of like Ted Cruz being Canadian, pineapple on pizza. That's a Canadian invention right there. So I mean,
It's got to have ham, though. If it has pineapple, it has to have ham. Then it's good. But if it doesn't have ham, then it sucks.
pineapple pizza actually came from Canada.
Well, I would say pineapple pizza with ham is less disgusting. But
Then why is it called Hawaiian?
Because it's pineapple.
Because Americans are simplistic and anything with pineapple is Hawaiian.
Even though I think like the Philippines at this point, I think they grow more pineapples at this point.
Why are they called French fries, right? They're not from France.
They're freedom fries.
The freedom fries from Belgium.
Yes, exactly. Really? Well, for that matter, chicken Kiev is not Russian, it's French.
Kiev, but isn't it? It's not Ukrainian?
Nope.
Wow.
Nope. I mean, the city of Kiev is Ukrainian, yes, but the dish is French.
I feel betrayed by food.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't want to use Canadian. Well, again, if I had pineapple, I wouldn't want to have pineapple pizza. But if I did, I wouldn't want to use Canadian bacon. I'd want to use chunks of ham.
Yeah, or if you're going to use bacon, not that fake stuff.
I just wanted to kind of dial it back a little bit because, like, as much as I know that the due process is necessary, and I was only being flippant before, about tarring and feathering people. I certainly wouldn't want to live in that world, of course, right? But I'm equally distressed by the lack of sort of like the bad guy's side. Frankly, seems pretty freaking motivated, right? And I don't see a lot of that on the opposite side. And I don't just mean that from the politicians, although I mean the politicians as well. I mean, I just don't see a lot of people sort of very worried about what's going on.
I see a lot of.
Wait! I'm missing fully what you're saying. I stepped out for a moment because I had put something in the toaster oven, but I missed. What are you referring to specifically here? Got that funk?
I'm just referring to the slide into fascism, and the fact is that, like I say, that side is very motivated, and our side doesn't seem to be equally motivated.
So there was a movie recently released on Netflix that does a really good job showing how people are absolutely fucking stupid. It's called Don't Look Up.
Well, see, the thing is, Paul, I'll agree with you and disagree with you. I agree with you that the rank and file don't seem to be taking it as urgently as they should. But I disagree that the politicians are not. I think you just, the people that are doing their thing, they're doing the thing that they need to do. But I think
the people in the committee are definitely doing their thing, Joe. I think it's the rest of the politicians that aren't. I think like the fact that the Republicans would make this thing on J6 and not show up, make that partisan, that's just send alarm bells everywhere. Do you know what I mean?
Well, it has, but I guess the question is, what in your view, the politicians that are not on the committee that in your view are not doing enough, what should they be doing?
Well, I mean, I'm not. I know this is stating the obvious, but the Republican politicians should be repudiating January 6th. They should, and they're not.
Well, I'm talking about
I hate to say it because I hate being right about shit like this. But when we had this conversation a year ago tonight, after January 6th, I said they're not done yet. And I said, all these people who voted for it after the fact are in on it.
Well,
And now we know they're in on it.
right, and I agree
It
with you, Paul.
wasn't
But
speculation.
Paul, but your Paul, to me, your answer was insufficient because we're talking about politicians on our side of the fence. I know the Republicans are not doing the right thing, so
Right.
you have you're basically saying the politicians on our side of the fence, other than the ones in the committee, are not doing the right thing or not doing enough. I'm asking you what you think they should be doing.
Fair enough. And as far, among other things, I think there should be some kind of, the Steve Bannon still walks free, even though he's already been referred and they've already gone through the process. I mean, it almost made a farce of the process, in my opinion. So we can repeat the process, but if there's not a result from the process, I don't understand the point of the process.
So there are a couple of things, like the thing with Steve Bannon, and it really comes down to the Department of Justice. There's a lot of complaints coming from the political side of the left, saying things like Merrick Garland really needs to get on this because if nothing else, he needs to be making examples of these people who are
I have
clearly breaking the law.
well, Steve Bannon was arrested in November.
Yeah, but he's still walking free though. He's
Right.
here to show. He's on it all the time.
Right.
They're not moving fast enough.
Because we have a process of bail and bond in this country.
Right.
But he's still fomenting insurrection, right? I mean, these people are committing sedition in plain view and haven't stopped for like 15, 16 months. You know what I mean? And at some point you have to go, okay, we have enough evidence to say we have to stop these people so that we can then continue the investigation.
But on the right, Paul, right? You had said about people on the right just making the whole thing political. They made January 6th political by not showing up, and it's not just that's just the way they are with everything. Everything. It's not just the politicians; it's the rank and file as well. I mean, just Christmas, Joe Biden was answering phones, doing the whole Santa tracking thing, talking to citizens, and he had this really great conversation with a guy who he wished his family a Merry Christmas and talked to the kid, and is this going to be a great Christmas? Hey guys, Merry Christmas. And the guy responded, let's go Brandon, which is fuck Joe Biden. So it's just like, I mean, he had a pleasant conversation with a guy who decided he would end it by telling him to go fuck himself. Right. So, I mean, the entire right is off the rails.
Yeah.
Yes, Brian.
I know I'm an external observer, so my understanding may be missing in places. But I'm hearing a word come up time and time again during this conversation. That is the word republic and republican. Now, from my understanding of how republics work, given the other republics that there are in the world, a lot of which are in South America, it seems to me that what America is currently struggling with is republicanism tending towards its natural state. And what you've got a democratic kickback that is trying to prevent that from happening.
No.
What is the natural state you speak of?
Basically, if you look at a lot of the republics in South America, you've essentially got military control in the grip of a single person.
But those are not actually republics. Don't confuse the name with what the actual system is. It's like North Korea is actually technically the People's Democratic Republic of Korea. It's neither democratic nor a republic. So
that was why I prefaced my observation with I hear this word coming up again and again and again.
It's just like and the same thing. East Germany was the you had the Federal Republic of Germany, which was West Germany, and you had
Democratic Republic.
Yeah, DDR, Deutschland Democratic Republic, and again, East Germany was neither democratic nor a republic.
Yeah, but you see, but again, this was the other part of my observation. Yeah, as an outsider, admittedly,
right.
But republicanism tending towards its natural state.
But
There
that's
must be a reason why all these. Hang on,
no.
Joe. Let me finish. Let me finish, Joe, please. There must be a reason why all these other entities that call themselves a
Because they
republic
lie.
are the
Because
way
they
they are.
lie. Because they're trying to present themselves as something they're not.
America doesn't lie. Come on.
They are misrepresenting themselves on purpose to give the air that they are something greater than they are.
Or is the United States experiment trying to give a new spin to what a republic
No,
is
Well, I
in
no,
the
mean, there's,
no.
world?
but that's the thing is there's different kinds of republics, though. And the United States is a very specific kind. It's a democratic republic.
Actual
My
Democrats.
I
understanding
mean,
of the word republic,
Russia is a republic.
yeah, my understanding of the word republic means you have a head of state who's not a monarch. That's it.
Well, it's two things. It's a representative democracy as opposed to direct democracy.
A representative democracy and a constitutional republic.
Right.
That's you
Yeah.
know,
So the thing is that yeah, all those states they say that yes, the U.S. lies, of course, Brian. I mean that's kind of ridiculous, not to think that they didn't. Every state lies, but the whole thing is that what they're lying about. It's just like the Soviet Union, the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. It was none of those things, but they called
Well,
them
again, it kind of speaks to my point. What you're all
but that's
describing about the modern Republican Party, they're doing it in the open. This is who they are.
Well, right, but see, right. Well, see, the Republican Party used to basically what the reason the name of the Republican Party comes from the fact that they were created as the country was fracturing over states' rights issues and slavery and a bunch of other things. As the country was fracturing, they were the party that were going to preserve the republic. That was, and they believed in a strong central government because in a more of a confederate as opposed to a confederation where the states are more loose and then there's not as much strong central power. The reason why the Republican Party pushed the 14th Amendment after the war, because or maybe it was before the war, I forget, but it was around that time. Yeah, I know it was after the war because 13th Amendment was getting rid of slavery mostly.
and Lincoln was the first Republican president.
Yeah, and so the idea was that all the state governments had to follow the federal constitution at a minimum, and it concentrated a certain amount of power in the center. The irony is, over time, the Republican Party has actually switched, and now they're against strong. Well, other than now that they support fascism, but for a long time, their thing was they were against strong central power and wanted to give it back to the states because basically the Republican Party had become a Southern party, and they basically were the Dixiecrats, the parts of the Democratic Party that split off due to the civil rights movement. Because the South, of course, Confederates, they had more of their view was more of a Confederacy as opposed to.
And honestly, the name Republicans for the party doesn't mean a whole lot as far as anything because. If I remember correctly, it was the Whigs that collapsed, and then the Republicans basically rose from that. But before the Republican Party was the Republican Party, the Democrats were the Democratic Republican Party, where it was both names. By the time the Whigs cracked and just like crapped out, the Democratic Republicans dropped the Republican part of the name, and the other party took it up as.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't have any tie to the
Semantics aside, then.
Right. So
Semantics aside, then. Yeah. It appears to me, as an external observer, that America is having a crisis at the moment. Yeah.
Yes.
Because it is the democratic experiment of our age. Yeah. And you look to be swinging one way or another.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I said this last year, yeah, when referring to the hangout that, we had this time last year. I said then that what you do now is important, not only for you as a nation, but for the rest of the world, because we are looking to see how you resolve this issue. And at the moment, I have to say, you're not doing very well.
Right.
Well,
So
I
I
don't
mean,
disagree with you there. I don't disagree.
we've always, I mean, but we've always swung from one side to the other. This country, has swung wildly from left to right like a pendulum over and over again. This most recent swing to the right is like the really extreme, and we're not alone. It's happening all over the world, with similar effects all over the world. It's just with so many of the world's democracies modeled after our own, with the size of the U.S. economy, with the size of the U.S. military, with the global influence and reach that the country has, for to be on this swing that we are currently on, has got to be absolutely frightening, not only for us, but for all of
Everybody.
those countries that we have such direct influence in. This is yes, this is
Precisely my
scary,
point.
Yeah.
very scary, frightening times. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, the thing too. That's what's different now, Brian, is that, and this is the part that's scary. It's basically a hole in our system that we never thought was there, or were never aware that was there, because however how much it's swaying one way or another, the people involved in the process believed in the process. And
See,
now the people who occupy the Republican Party, in large measure, at least the ones in power, no longer believe in the democratic process. And they've even done surveys where a large number of Republican rank and file even are like, yeah, no, we could throw out, we don't really have to have, a real democracy. They're okay. They're okay with it, with a dictatorship, as long as it's
a
there for the people.
majority a majority of Republicans polled actually have said that they're okay with political violence as a way of solving our country's issues.
Which
So
is absolutely
that's
awful.
frightening. But I mean, another thing that I had said back in 2016 during the election cycle, once Trump got the nomination, and as things got scarier, and people were saying, "But we have checks and balances," and I said back then, yeah, we do. But they only matter if people follow the rules. If you decide that you don't care about the checks and balances, the system falls apart.
Right.
There is actually an older example of a democratic, ostensibly democratic republic falling into fascism that is probably older than you would think, and that is ancient Rome.
I knew you were going to say Rome.
Yeah,
You're right.
I could
I knew
see it
you
in
were
your
gonna
eyes, Joe. Yeah, yeah. Now, I've made this parallel before. Yeah. Now, the only thing, okay, that is preventing um, Cheeto from becoming Cheeto Caesar, yeah, is the willingness of the Senate to actually pronounce him proconsul for life.
So
And that
Cheeto,
seems to be
Caesar,
what's happening in your Republican Party. They are genning up
yes,
towards pronouncing him proconsul for life.
yes, yes.
And
Cheeto Caesar though sounds like a salad. I got to be honest.
actually, one thing is kind of interesting, Brian. The parallel, because you're totally correct on your analogy, is Eddie Izzard back in 2000. Actually, it was like 1999, I guess, because I watched the special the evening, like New Year's Eve, 1999 and 2000, and he made the parallel, and he even made the point, like, we're the only ones that put our hand on our heart when we do our national anthem or our Pledge of Allegiance. He goes, you're just like Rome. He says, you're the only one going, so he goes, be careful what you do, because it didn't end well for Rome.
Okay, Vegas. Actually, there are factions of the Republican Party. There are individuals. There are parts of the Republican Party of the American right that are doing whatever they want to do. They refuse to acknowledge that the last election went the way it did. They present Trump when he speaks. They announce him as the president of the United States. They are actively saying that the current government is illegitimate. So
And that's partly why they're not
just
cooperating in the Senate, is because they want to say later on they're preparing for a later history where they say, look, we didn't consider this guy legitimate, so we didn't cooperate unless it was
Well,
absolutely
and
necessary for defense spending
and,
and shit like that.
and on top of that, there are 15 states in the past year who passed laws that, through some process or another, would allow their legislature to throw out the fucking votes for their state and just put a new slate of electors. We didn't like the results. Fuck it. We're going to throw them out and just decide and have the legislature decide who gets what slate of electors goes to Washington.
And then this week, Mitch McConnell says, well, that wouldn't happen because that's ridiculous on its face. Well, if it wouldn't happen, why did they fucking pass the laws to allow it to happen? I mean, it's just an obviously stupid thing for him to say.
Right.
It's just incredulity is not an argument.
That's why the voting rights bill needs to be passed into law, because it would basically just sweep all those away.
Mike looked like he was about to. He had something to say when I gave my Rome analogy.
I think he just wanted to order a Cheeto salad.
Actually, I was just going to remark that perhaps we're selling ourselves as something that we're not, and we're actually better at being an empire than the British ever were, because we have 800 military installations all over the world, and it's a giant fear tactic that we're using, and we're actually the fascists that are fashioning ourselves as a republic.
So why don't you just openly admit to having empire?
Because it sounds too British. Nobody wants that.
It sounds way too British. I mean, I, for one, have acknowledged for many years now that the United States is an empire, the most successful empire in the history of man. We are the.
We've only been going for 240 years. Some empires lasted for like half a millennia.
But we encompass the entire globe.
Yeah.
Genghis.
Yeah, but does that matter
Genghis
if you're gone next year? Reggie?
Here's the thing: is you don't have to have military conquest to have complete and total control over countries. Most of the countries in this world are puppet states to the United States.
I mean, this is why Rammstein actually the song "America" and the line, the chorus is "We're all living in America."
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yeah, I mean, so yes, America is an empire. It is a global empire, and anyone who gets out of line, we drop a Moab on.
It really gets me. You know,
it's like shut up.
Because Russia's saber rattling, and of course that makes the that makes the right wing wet in their pants because in a good way they're vaginally salivating.
Yeah, it's like that's not urine.
Because they love fighting with the toys. But what's funny about it is, so they love having an empire, but they hate foreigners.
I was about to suggest somebody should make it, but maybe somebody's already done a parody of Send in the Clowns called Send in the Drones.
Well, I know the Bad Wolves, they did a cover of Zombie, and they added the word drones into the part where they go in the tanks and their guns and their bombs.
That's a great cover, by the way. If you don't know it, look it up. That is a great cover. She was supposed to be on that song when they recorded that day they recorded it. She was supposed to be there.
She died that morning. Yes.
But she died that morning. And just that story, that backstory, that's just absolutely amazing. And that was the reason why I ended up listening to it. And I was like, holy shit, this is a great cover.
It's one of the greatest. I think it's one of the greatest covers of all time. And the thing is, I hated the original song, and I love that cover version.
Really, I love that song.
Okay, who is it?
Bad Wolf.
Bad Wolves. Bad Wolves.
Okay.
Did a cover of Zombie.
Zombie.
Yeah, the original is by the Cranberries.
Yeah. Like I said, I did not like the original song at all, but the cover is fucking amazing.
I loved it.
You're wrong about the original, but
I can't be wrong
let that go.
about my subjective opinion.
Yeah, some people hate Floyd.
But I mean, we'll get right back to our conversation. Though the U.S. is an empire, is a global empire, because I mean, we can there are countries where we can be like, okay, we're just not investing anything anymore, and their entire country would collapse.
Well, so the other thing too, I was thinking like the Republicans, they also wet their pants in the bad way about the military stuff. But
still not
because it's true. But the thing is, because they're like, if we have to have this gigantic military because other countries could take us over, I'm like, we actually have more tanks than Russia,
more bombs,
China.
more guns. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, more. Yeah, so because I actually went there, like the Russians now have like 2,300 tanks. It's not the old days like they had 50,000. They have like 2,300, and half of those are like in the shop because they have problems with them. Their navy, we have more submarines than they have surface ships, and we have more surface ships than they have, like everything combined. And the only thing I would say, the only thing that if there was a cause for concern militarily, is that China is on a massive naval building production. They actually built 2 aircraft carriers. They have a third coming, and they built like 30 frigates. But they still have a smaller navy. Even with everything they've done in the last 20 years, their navy still pales in comparison to ours. So, but we're like, oh no, no, they're not going to come here. Plus the fact that it's not a matter of just having a navy or having billion people. You have to get them here. There's kind of this thing called the Pacific Ocean in the way, and to move even a division takes large numbers of ships to move, and a division's like 20,000 guys. So you got to have a lot of fucking ships to move enough people to actually put a dent. And if
Well,
we're
yeah, I mean,
and we're going to land in California. Oh, where you have
You're
3 military bases.
you've got the
and
perfect
7
example of that, Joe, in the way that we handled the Falklands. It's not an easy thing to
No,
do.
I mean we have 5 of our division, 5 of our 16 divisions are in California, which is where they would have to land.
I
So,
mean, Joe, you're trying to make it make sense. I mean,
I know I'm crazy.
the right wing politicians get kickbacks to get themselves elected from military contractors, and so they have to stir up this fear so that we always need a bigger military budget.
Well, yeah, that's true. And when I first realized that was true, I was in high school. I started getting into military stuff, and I would read every year. There was just annual, and it was like the World Report. It would talk about like what the Soviets were doing, and how many tanks and planes, and oh, we got to build more stuff because they got so much shit. But then I would look at like how many it said they were building every year, and it was like 3,000 of this, and 5,000 of that, and 10,000 of that. But their total numbers never went up any year because they were really building like 200, and so the actual numbers never really went up because they weren't building thousands and thousands and thousands because it was all bullshit.
Right.
And actually, I want to address this comment from Green. Well, yes and no, because the whole point about fleet defense is that you're never going to get close enough to a carrier to launch that missile. That's how it works. And because again, that's always been the case. Since the 60s or since the 50s, really, surface missiles were around. They're no more vulnerable now than they were, and now they have a picket line that sits out 200 miles in each direction. You're not getting that carrier.
I'd just like to point out, as the Vegas mentions in the chat, it's not just the right that has a hard-on for this militarism. The left does as well. I mean, you look at Clinton, you look at
We have an
Blair, you look at
We have an empire to defend.
well, yeah, and look how well that turned out for us. Come on,
Well,
do
I mean, there's
you
also
not learn from history, boys and girls?
there's also the element of the difference between people who call themselves liberal and people who call themselves on the left, too.
Yes,
So.
there's that
Now-
true.
now-
I mean, like
But
Brian's made
what
a
I'm
really good
hearing
point
from
there
all of
just
this-
now. Sorry,
what
I just
I'm
want to say
hearing-
Brian's made a really good point because the Biden just got a defense bill passed that had like $30 billion more than he even asked for in it.
Well, here's one thing, though, a slight modification to what you said, Brian. There's definitely militarism on the right. On the left, it's not militarism in the way I think you mean, although I could be wrong, could be misinterpreting you. But what happens is,
Shall I clarify that then?
well, let me say what I'm saying, then you can tell me if I'm off base or on base.
Okay.
Is that on the left? What happens is, the Democrats, there are jobs to be had and jobs to be preserved, and so you have a program like the F-35 where I think there's components for that plane that are built in 47 different states, and it was done that way on purpose because no one wants to say, well, I'm voting against the jobs in our community. So it's more cynical because it's basically for political gain or political protection. That's not so much militarism that we actually want to have a big military. I just don't want to be the guy who told my community, fuck those jobs.
Okay. To me, that just sounds like the reasons or the justifications given in order to pass the bill to get the nice
Different
new
path
shiny
to
toys.
the same goal.
At the end of the day, the end result is the same.
Right. Well,
You have the hugest, best prepared, best supplied military machine that there is possible and available to modern man.
oh yeah, it's all
And
history.
whether it was done to make jobs or done to have the shiny toys or done to say you do as you're told or else we can take McDonald's out, yeah, you know, the end result is the same.
You are
It's
correct.
just as intimidating, and it has exactly the same effect, not only on the global population but your own population.
Right, but here's one important. You're correct that the result, well, at least the on paper result is the same. The difference is people who are militaristic tend to want to use those items, and the ones who did it for jobs are like, we just needed to build the shit. We're not looking to invade anybody necessarily.
But I mean,
Yeah, but if you got a gun in your hand, you're more likely to pull the trigger than if you don't.
Whoa. I have to push back. In Obama's last year during his presidency, it was said that he dropped 16,000 bombs from drones, right? And if you do the math, that's like 49 a day or something like that, right? I can't possibly believe that we have the intelligence to identify 49 terrorists a day exactly where they are and definitely get them. I'm more inclined to believe, and this is my own personal conspiracy and nothing more than supposition by an idiot, but I'm more inclined to believe they buy these bombs and drive them into the sides of mountains to waste them so they keep buying more.
But if you were going to do that, Paul, you wouldn't use drones. We dropped way more under Bush, but when you're using, when you're using just
my point is, you can't
bombs.
drop 16,000 bombs without being a little bit imperialistic.
At minimum, hawkish. I mean, Obama was a hawk. Bill Clinton's a hawk. Hillary, if she had been president, it would not have been a huge difference. She was rather hawkish too. There are a lot of warmongering leftists.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Tony Blair.
But my point is, pre-drone, 16,000 bombs would be dropped in less than a month prior. We killed somewhere close to 350,000 Iraqis during Gulf War II because we were dropping extraordinary numbers of conventional munitions. So 16,000 bombs is a lot, but it pales in comparison to everything we did before.
I don't know, man.
It's true. I mean, that's just math. I mean, I'm not saying it's good, Paul, but I'm just saying it's compared to before. I mean, it's just simple numbers. I mean, you can add up.
I understand you're trying to keep things in perspective, and I respect that.
Yeah.
You know,
Proctor makes an interesting point in chat, which I'd like to iterate. He says,
surprised.
when we get far enough to the left, the dear anti-military leaders will start wearing military uniforms. And I would like to point out that the inherent definitive correctness of that observation, you take any civilization or any, country, whatever, nation, empire, to the extreme left or the extreme right, you are going to end up with essentially the military in power, because that is the only way that state can persist.
Right.
And that's true whether you're talking from the left or the right perspective. So and I've said this before numerous times over the last 10 years, to people in this very room, and I have been met with, that's impossible in this country. The only sane way forward is to say, fuck this battle between left and fucking right. Yeah. If you go to the left or you go to the right, you are going sideways. The only way forward is for left and right to walk in tandem with each other. So fucking get your third party sorted out.
Well, because the problem right now, Brian, is what passes as the right now is so far to the right, it's virtually impossible to do that. You can't walk with somebody who won't walk with you.
Until 2018, I would have said that's impossible in this country. And it took until 2018 because you had to really see what the full breadth
I know, because you did.
You know, but yeah. Up until 2018, yes, I would have totally been one to say impossible in this country. Yeah, that has been proven to be wrong. So
Now, one thing I'm going to push back too. Now, there's a difference between being willing and able to use the military and being a warmonger, and I think that term gets thrown off way too much by people on the left. So, for instance, I know people, and I've brought this up before. People used Libya as an example of Obama being a warmonger. So, the state in Libya was basically
Are the
slaughtering
people
civilians.
saying that people like Wolfowitz or Bill Crystal or people like that? I mean, who's saying that about Obama?
That was people on the left.
People on the left,
Obama was kind of a warmonger, though. I mean, he
Yes.
really did.
but
I
not about
mean,
Libya.
I've heard people Shaver for
More
one,
about the drone war, as far as I'm concerned.
but Shaver for one, you specifically said that, and she's
I,
not.
I knew when you said that you were referring to Shara and Sierra. Definitely, absolutely, yeah.
And I know other people that did the same thing, and I'm like, okay, a conflict where, again, we didn't start; it was already going for 2+ years. The state was using, basically attacking civilians for the large part, and we assisted the opposition side, and we were involved for like literally a couple weeks, and then we handed off to NATO, and then NATO finished the job. That's not warmongering to me. I'm sorry, but it's fucking not.
I don't know what I call it
As
warmongering. I'm against intervention in general, so I'd have to know a lot more about it. I wasn't paying that much
Well,
attention back then.
but again, and I've made this point to you before. Intervention, the reasons and the nature of intervention is what makes it good or bad.
I agree.
In Darfur, for instance, where we stood around and watched atrocities happen and had these little safe zones. Well, if you make it too base, you're like, oh, it's like, in freeze tag. Well, here, you're safe on the base, but if you leave the base, you're going to get raped and killed and flayed. But we're moral because we're not engaged in a war. Well, fuck that. The world watched fucking genocide going on and did nothing. The moral thing was to engage and intervene militarily.
yeah. How much do we want to enact the prime directive, like making a Star Trek reference, versus what actually helps?
Right. I would much rather, and you got to evaluate each thing on a case. What can you? Well, first off, is there a moral issue? Do you have the ability to do something? Because you might not in some cases. And then, if so, what can you do? And is that sufficient? And is it worthwhile to do? Blah blah blah. But the idea that, like, okay, we're going to send a bunch of troops there, but we're not going to fight because that's war. That's warmongering. Okay, so watching people get cut up and literally flayed, and watch it because it's outside the circle that you made, the arbitrary circle you made. That's not morality.
I have mixed feelings on this because on the one side I've got my pacifist inner self, and on the other side I've got the inner self that had to actually do something within my means to help. But the only thing that I've got firsthand recollection and involvement with is on the fringes of what was going on in Kosovo and Macedonia during the Serbian kickback when they emerged from the Iron Curtain. And all I can tell you is some of the shit that the Serbians were up to, you would have been hard pressed not to actually fire in defense of others.
Exactly.
And it is a very, very difficult position to find yourself in.
Right.
Because the taking of a human life is one of, if you are truly sapient, and I know we made that distinction last week, if you are truly sapient, taking the life of a member of your own species is not easy to do.
Right.
It really isn't, and it has major psychological connotations when you do it.
Right, but again, and I agree with you, and I agree with you about 100% about Kosovo. But again, I heard people say that Bill Clinton was a warmonger because of Kosovo, and it's like, yeah, so okay, it's okay to like stand by while people get genocided, in the middle of Europe. But we better not get involved. Well, your hands are not clean. It's like the people who basically could have stopped Trump and didn't. People that could have stopped
Yeah.
fucking Trump, and now we're standing on the brink of fascism, and some of them still don't want to accept any fucking moral culpability. Well, sorry, if
What-
you had the chance to stop him and you didn't, you are culpable.
What do you mean, people who would stop Trump? What are you referring to?
So basically, I don't like Trump, but I just can't vote for Hillary. Yeah, because it wasn't about fucking Hillary. It was about stopping a guy that you should have seen was going to be a fascist, and even if you didn't think he was going to become a fascist, he was going to put people on the Supreme Court that he did, we knew he was going to do something like that. And I was, again, I'll bring up Shayra. I argued with her. Well, you don't know that bullshit. I don't fucking know that. You're a fucking idiot. Of course he was going to do that, and he did. And to me, again, I didn't even give a fuck. I said even if Hillary was exactly as bad as Trump on everything else, the fact that she would point better people to the Supreme Court than Trump did, because they're there for a generation now, and we're stuck with it.
To be fair, though, wouldn't any Republican have had? Wouldn't we have had those same issues with any Republican though? I just need to.
No, for instance, okay, if John McCain had been elected instead of Obama, I was not afraid for the Republic.
Okay, I mean, when it comes to the examples you brought up, though, you were talking about the Supreme Court, and so wouldn't any Republican have brought in a number of people who would have been more right leaning?
Not as well, more right leaning, but not
right leaning, yeah.
But not as extreme as what we got. It's the same thing. Mitt Romney. I don't like Mitt Romney. I'm glad he didn't get elected. But if Mitt Romney had got elected, I was not in fear for the Republic. And
I actually think that it was the DNC that was responsible for Trump being elected, because they sabotaged.
Oh, this bullshit again! Don't even fucking start with that shit. Don't fucking start with that shit.
Okay.
Quick question.
He has an opinion.
Well,
Joe doesn't want my opinion.
No, I don't. I really fucking don't, because I've already heard this bullshit multiple times. We've argued and yelled and screamed at each other multiple times in this panel. I'm not fucking listening to it.
Okay, so while Joe makes some coffee or something.
I have ops. I'll kick you the fuck out.
No. I was trying to lighten the situation up a little bit.
No,
here.
There's no lightening this up.
Because if we become a chamber where certain opinions cannot be expressed for fear of being booted, then I don't know how.
Yeah, that's not cool.
Yeah, how sort of viable are we as a discussion community? Oh, he's gone. I didn't mean for that to happen either. Sorry, Paul.
No, I was me. He did that because I said that's not cool, and I know that that's okay. I mean, it's not cool. We have to be able to disagree. We have to be able to disagree.
Yeah. Sorry, Joe.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
it's my fault. But there we go.
So as far as the DNC thing, there was nothing that the DNC did that would be considered illegal.
Oh, I never said that they did anything illegal.
But that's a lot of times where the argument falls. And I'm not going to say this is where Joe stands on it. I know he really doesn't want to hear it. Every time it comes up on every forum, it's the same response. But I mean, when the discussion comes up and people talk about how wrong it is, well, it might have been wrong, but they didn't really do anything that was against any of the rules. They didn't do anything that was illegal. They didn't do anything that was doing anything other than what they're allowed to do. But that doesn't necessarily make it right, though. And this is where I agree with you and with Shayra. Just because it was okay to do doesn't mean it was the right thing to do.
Well, no, but I mean, I think that it's extremely unreasonable to say that one individual voter saying that they chose Trump over, over Hillary.
Yeah, I mean,
they're responsible for Trump being elected, but the DNC is completely blameless is ridiculous.
Well, I agree with that completely. I agree with that completely. But like, I mean, every individual voter though is responsible for their every individual vote. Otherwise, why bother voting?
I actually would have believed you before this last election, but I live in a red state, and the most hated president in the history of the union, or at least in our lifetimes, still
No, in
took
this,
the state. And I don't think that there was any reason for me to vote at all. As long as I live in a red state, it's already decided where the vote's going. That's just how I think of it now.
Yeah,
I think that if that
I
is getting
actually have a
changed, you have to vote, because
yeah.
the more the electoral college does not reflect the popular vote, the more likely we are to actually do something the fuck about it.
Yeah, I mean, an uncast vote really is a voice that hasn't been heard. So, as somebody who spent a greater part of my youth refusing to vote on principle, on basically that basis, yeah, because Margaret Thatcher was in, she wasn't going anywhere. There was absolutely no point. Um, Now, as I'm sort of, approaching the latter end of my life, I understand and I appreciate just how important it would have been for me to have voted back then, because
Right.
change could have happened a lot sooner if I and others
Like-minded
of,
people.
yeah, and other like-minded people, yeah, had actually gone out and voted. So as much as I appreciate that train of thought because I had it myself, I can also appreciate the fallacy of that thought.
I'm still an optimist, Marcus. I don't have a choice.
I see the Republicans openly suppressing votes and openly what seems like cheating. I mean, maybe they have a way that it's not illegal, but they're still manipulating the vote. And
All the more reason to stand up and say no.
Well, this is again where the people in Congress don't seem to be doing everything that they could be doing. I mean, like, I hate the fact that it keeps coming down to Joe Manchin, Joe Manchin, Joe Manchin, Joe Manchin. I mean, someone's going to have to write a song about Joe Manchin. Kazoom, I'll put it on your lap. You seem to like that idea. It could be a big hit if you think about it. The right song at the right time, change everything.
Yeah. Speaking of the right song at the right time, I actually played your cover of Lady Grinning Soul the other day, kids.
Oh, right on. Thanks.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. If you haven't heard it,
Are you done with? Are you done with?
yeah,
the
we're
bullshit?
done. We're done, Joe.
All right.
We're done.
This time.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, just to finish that, if you're watching and you haven't heard Kazoom's version of Lady Grinning Soul by David Bowie, go and search it out on his channel. It is well worth it. Your ears will thank you.
All right on.
So yeah, now you have to write a Joe Manchin song, kids. I mean, it's a tall order, but I see royalties in your future.
So,
I'll play it. I'll
What
play it.
time's your mansion?
so
Mansion.
Yeah, Manchin and his mansion, right? So, all right, now Joe Manchin is clearly not an honest interlocutor. He is not an honest negotiator, because even he had offered as an alternative for the Build Back Better a 1.8 trillion plan, which is weird because the one that had been up there was a 1.9 trillion, as if that was a big fucking difference. And then the Democrats, the rest of the Democrats, were a little soft on it, but now that's off the table too. So he won't. He said now if they put forward his plan, he won't support it. So
Right.
he clearly is full of shit completely. He has zero. Not that he had a lot of credibility before, but if it was unclear to anybody that he has no credibility, you should be clear to you now.
But
He's
something like
as if Dave
this-
Rubin was a politician.
I mean, voting rights shouldn't be up to a guy like Joe Manchin. I mean, it's basically 300 million people, Joe Manchin.
I agree, but the problem is, I mean, and you're saying, well, they should be doing more. What should they do, Paul? What should they do? It's easy to say.
I mean, what should we all be doing is calling out the other side, frankly. And I know people say, "Oh, they've fallen on deaf ears, deaf ears." No, man. If constituents start riding these people and say this will not fly,
the problem with that, Paul, is in 15 states. They've basically rewritten election laws that the legislature of that state can override the will of the voters. So
if we pass voting right laws in the Senate, will supersede all that.
Okay, but the only way to do that is to appeal to them, right?
Right.
But your appeals are
in their own favor. Yeah.
But your appeals are falling on deaf ears because it's more in their favor to ignore you.
Well, in fact, it's not even deaf ears. I mean, this is a concerted effort. They're not ignoring us. They're actually, like defying us with animosity because So that's the thing. So basically, the only way to get it out of this, even through the Senate, would be to get rid of whether to get rid of the filibuster entirely, change the filibuster, or selectively remove the filibuster for voting rights stuff, which they could also do.
Yeah.
But again, it's still, all of those still require the assent of Joe fucking Manchin. And without him, because it's not going to happen, and I'm infuriated. But there currently seems. I mean, as far as appealing to the voters, I mean, the co-workers union appealed to Manchin and said, "Hey, you voting against, you being against Build Back Better fucks us over. We're your your direct constituents. There are things based in West Virginia. The majority of the coal workers are in fucking West Virginia, and yet he still didn't listen to them. So if he's not going to listen to people who actually vote for him, what the fuck chance do we have?"
And he made his money in coal.
Right.
Continues to.
So yeah, it continues to. So what the fuck are you supposed to do? And the thing is, the governor of West Virginia is a Republican. So if Joe Manchin dies, quits, whatever, then he's going to get replaced, at least temporarily, by the Republican governor. He's got to put a Republican, an actual Republican, not the like, I don't know who the fuck I am, Joe Manchin type of Republican, but I pretend to be a Democrat. You're going to get an actual Republican, and then we don't even control the agenda. So that's the sick part, is like Joe Manchin at least allows us to set the agenda in the Senate, even if it's not going anywhere. That's how sick the whole fucking thing is. But again, if we could have got more Democratic senators in either of the two previous elections, we'd be in better shape right now. For that matter, like when Trump won in 2020, 2016, excuse me, the Democrats were expected to pick up like 5 or 6 seats in the Senate, and they ended up, like, I think, picking up 1. And if the Democrats had controlled the Senate while Trump was president, most of what happened wouldn't have happened, because they could have prevented. He could have put up whatever wackaloon he wanted, and they wouldn't have been confirmed. But at least controlling the Senate has allowed Biden to confirm people for positions.
I was watching the Tonight Show, and they had Amy Klobuchar on, and she said that mid-January they're actually discussing filibuster rules again, and she was like, "There's over 100 different exceptions to the filibuster rule already."
Right.
And so they could end up just making one for just the Voting Rights Act, but maybe
you still need Joe Manchin for that, though.
Yep. I mean, the thing is, I think the only path forward is to say, okay, we're not going to get rid of it, and we're not going to even carve out an exception. What we're going to do is, and this is the way you have to bill it, we're going to go back to the original filibuster. So we're going back to our heritage and bring back the talking filibuster. You can't just say, "I filibuster." You got to get up there and you got to pee. You got to pee in a catheter, and you got to stand there and talk and talk and talk, and make it that you have to talk about the bills. You can't read green eggs and ham, Ted Cruz.
So, I mean, I think the federal government Congress, Senate. I think because of the laws that have passed this past year, and because Joe Manchin is where he's at, I think that's electorally a lost cause right now. And I think what needs to happen is there needs to be a state by state focus on state houses and state governments, state legislatures, um, and that's I think the only way that we're going to be able to really change anything. And that's going to have to come. It'll actually end up coming down to flipping districts, district by district, and that's the only way because that would end up eventually changing the makeup of Congress.
I agree with Raven, and I'm going to go further. If we had done that 5-10 years, starting 5-10 years ago, it wouldn't be largely Republicans doing the redistricting based on the census because the census is every 20 years. And then 2 years after that, they do, 1 to 2 years later, after they get the census results, they reapportion the districts. And that's when you get to draw it. And whoever controls the state house, whoever controls the legislature and the executive in those states gets to decide how the districts are drawn. And so all the people, see, this is what I was saying, though, and I don't want to go down the Bernie thing again, but I want to make the fucking point that all the people who are mad about gerrymandering, if you don't vote in those fucking state elections and local elections, you're at fault for the gerrymandering because that's where it takes place. It's the gerrymandering isn't in Congress. The gerrymandering is at the state level. And if you don't vote in those fucking elections, then you have moral culpability for their gerrymandering persisting because you didn't take the steps that was necessary to make sure that the people that were in office in your state were going to actually draw reasonable districts. And I want to bring up real quick, and before anybody in the audience says, "Well, the Democrats gerrymander too," I'm going to bring up the counter example because the one of the examples that was thrown at me once, and I brought this up before, but I'm gonna bring it up again. There's two districts in the Chicago area that they're like very odd shaped, and one kind of wraps around the other. But they're actually both strongly Democratic districts. One's a black district, heavily black district. One's a heavily Latino district, because the Democrats wanted to make sure that blacks and Latinos, rather than their votes splitting up and potentially creating friction, is that the community that was predominantly Hispanic would have more likely to have a Hispanic representative, and the black community would be more likely to have a black representative. So yes, it's technically gerrymandering, but not in a way that changes the equation in Congress. All it does is make the representatives more representative.
Right. So, your people killed so many more people than ours. Yeah, and I don't think that is the issue that comes up. I mean, seriously, I don't think most people think of it that way. That is only something that is spoken about academically. Or in discussions like this, when it comes right down to it, it's more about rights, voting rights, equal protection, marriage rights, body autonomy.
I'm coming in on the end of this, but what I see, and certainly the situation that we have here, which is one that I detest, to be honest, it's a case of, okay, of the available candidates, which is the least worst?
Well, that's the way it is here. And one of the things that I was saying before about, like, it's going to have to come down to flipping districts. One of the things that we do here on the county level is, and unfortunately not everyone is on board on this in the party, but one of the things that has happened is, if there's not somebody, like if you are in a town where you are the head, the chairperson of the Democratic Party in your town, and you don't have somebody running for office in your town, congratulations, it's you. And that way, there's always a name on the ballot that from your party, because we have way too many races here where there's nobody running against the Republican.
Right.
Well, I'm sure that's true in a lot of very rural red states.
Yeah.
I'm sure the Democratic Party must be minuscule, and the Democratic voter base must be minuscule. So,
right. But I'm in New Jersey,
right?
Which,
fairly blue New Jersey.
If you
Yeah.
can
Well,
hear this broadcast, you are the resistance.
Yeah, well, see,
Right.
the thing is, Brian. Okay, so what you're really talking about is defensive voting, and and I know a lot of people don't like it, oh, hate it, whatever. But here, you got to understand also, for and reason why I feel the way I so strongly about it that I do. That has been the case always for black people in this country, always, because not people that black people don't vote for Democrats. I mean, those black people who vote don't vote for Democrats in large numbers because they think the Democrats are all fired awesome. It's because the Democrats are least likely to fucking kill us. That's why. So we fucking survive because that's what we do is to survive. If you can't win, fucking survive.
But people say all the time, "But I don't want to
I-
vote for the lesser of two evils."
Sorry.
That's all there is. I mean,
Yeah.
that's what voting is.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt you, Raven. I know why that animosity was directed at me there, Joe.
No,
But
that wasn't at you. That's just that's something I get angry
okay.
about in general. It's not aimed
Yeah,
at you.
because
Sorry, I made you.
I did say it was something that I detest about the system. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I know. I didn't. It wasn't meant to
Now,
be directed
from your
specifically at you.
perspective, I absolutely appreciate that stance on defensive voting. I truly do. But in a progressive society where you actually want proactive change, yeah, that is going to improve the lives of people, defensive voting is the wrong strategy. What you need is candidates who have policies that you proactively want.
That's ideal, and we often don't have that. So in the absence, and that's my whole point. My whole thing is not whether you think Bernie would have done better or than Hillary. The point was he didn't win, whatever reason, whether it was fair or unfair, he didn't. So once you're left with the choices that remain, now you have to look at that new equation. It's a new fucking equation. And so now what you do, and you say, okay, well, am I going to throw up my hands and say, fuck it? And again, most of the people who did that, if you look at millennials, particularly, black millennials still went out and fucking voted, and white millennials stayed home. And this is why I get pissed off, because it's like, this is how I feel, because I feel, okay, black people, Hispanics, LGBTQ people, we got left behind by fucking privileged ass fucking white people again. That didn't want to fuck. Oh, my sensibilities. I want to go get ice. I don't want to vote for this.
I was going to wait. I was going to wait until you were done, but you ended up saying what I was going to say. It was basically because a lot of those, not all, obviously, nothing is ever all, but a lot of those white folks and millennials that did not vote, well, they didn't really have a whole lot to lose from their perspective.
Right.
So it was okay not to.
I think that I think that a two-party system is kind of the result of a first-past-the-post voting system. And it's the reason that I'm an advocate for fair vote, is because I would like to vote for the Green Party, but I know that voting for the Green Party is effectively voting for the Republican Party. Right. And because we have first-past-the-post, I'm forced to vote defensively, which right. I don't like. And we saw this in the UK. We saw the Conservative Party come together, and then everybody that had their own particular issues ended up splitting the vote. And so even though the Tories were a minority party, they just won election after election.
Right, exactly. And that's the thing. And that's why now I've heard of a variety of alternate voting systems. I'm not sure which one fair vote is. So if you could give a quick summary of that.
It's instant runoff elections.
Okay, well, and even those take a variety of different ways. The one I like. I know for people talk about like ranked choice.
I like
ranked choice. That's what I want.
Okay, well, ranked choice is okay, and I'm okay with it. But there's another system that I saw that I like better. Because ranked choice is kind of complex as far as you got to go through this iterative process. What another version I saw, which is also another alternative system, instant runoff, is basically for each candidate, however how many candidates there are, you vote yes or no for that candidate. So you actually have multiple votes. You're voting from potentially multiple candidates. The idea being, I'm okay or not okay with this person getting that position. So then whoever gets the most yes votes wins. So the total number of votes is going to exceed the number of voters. more than likely. But this way, so just say you like the Green Party. You say, okay, I'm going to vote for the Green Party. I'm going to vote for the Democrats too. But by voting this way, you don't steal anything from the Green Party at all, because you can, in fact, and then so that everybody who likes the Green Party, I don't particularly care for the Green Party, but everyone who likes the Green Party can safely vote for them and still
The
vote
biggest
for the Democrat or
the
whoever.
biggest strength on that system sounds like it very quickly gets rid of the no guy.
Exactly. Very quickly washes out the no guy. So this way, and you're very unlikely to have ties. It's possible, but you're very unlikely to have ties. And it's quicker to resolve than ranked choice.
I think that we should go by the example in Don't Look Up, and everything that we've ever done on the internet should just be algorithmically analyzed, and they should select our representatives accordingly.
I think you should do it using the Black Mirror route and just have like, dislike on your phone, and you just rate everybody, and
Well, that's
the people
basically
that float to the top, they're the ones that get the jobs.
well, that's basically what I was basically saying. Yeah, it's basically like dislike, and then whoever gets the most likes is the winner of that position.
Yeah, I'm being
Well, I
facetious,
mean,
obviously, because YouTube works so well.
I was just going to mention YouTube and what gets voted up and what gets voted down. Yeah, and of course, you can only tell this now if you get the extension that allows you to see dislikes. But yeah,
right, because they monetized it. Yeah.
So I mean, the ranked choice, whether it's like the yes no, or like the more familiar ranked choice, it's a lot more fair. It's a lot more democratic. It's a lot more. You end up with a result that's a lot more representative of what people actually want.
Now, mind you, there are states that have it's not instant runoff, but they basically have like you must get 50.1% of the vote in order to get the position, and then it happens in Louisiana quite a lot where nobody gets 50%, and then the top couple of candidates, run off again.
Here's an interesting side question. If we're ready to for somebody else to go, how much do you think cult of personality plays into politics these days, and how damaging is that?
Always
Too
has.
much.
It always has. Yeah, I don't think it's any new. I mean.
Okay, so it was more axiomatic than anything.
Yeah, I think it's more axiomatic. I mean,
Yeah.
In the band, I'm sure you're probably familiar with the song from In Living Color, Cult of Personality, and he mentions a few political figures, but it's this is the thing that and again during elections I always get irritated about is like when not so much on the right because the right's better at lining up and stuff, but people are like, well, this person or that person didn't inspire me, and I was like, well, it's nice to be inspired, but I've also been inspired by politicians and still being let down because inspiring words don't necessarily equal action. I'm a guts, meat and potatoes kind of person is when it comes to that kind of stuff, and so because.
who is inspired by Joe Biden, though? I mean, the main thing, the cult of personality goes into play with this last election in the sense that we can't stand the cult of personality of Trump, so we're going to vote for anything against. So I mean, nobody voted for Joe Biden because they liked his yeah.
Right. So I mean, one of the things with like a ranked choice voting system or anything other than basically what we have. Is that it reduces the power that the parties have, it's just in general. Well, it's basically put forward as like, in theory it would reduce the power, but we know it's not just a theory because there are places in the country that do have a ranked choice system. And what ended up happening is the parties kind of receded to being not very important. And that there are political ads out there where candidates that are running against each other are actually both in the ad where they're paying for joint ads because they're both most likely going to get votes.
Yeah.
From the same people. So they're no longer you're no longer splitting the population to left and right, and it ends up just being a spectrum of gray.
Well, that's the thing, and in some cases where it's where they have an alternate system where it's either very liberal or very conservative, very often the two candidates are either two Democrats or two Republicans or two whatever or two independents in a few cases.
Isn't grey that sort of descriptive of what happens when you get a result whereby most people's wishes are satisfied? Where, because like black and white would be, yes, resounding, you know,
Right. Right.
whitewashing success by X or Y party.
Because the red and the blue no longer have the power they have anymore. You end up by, and I probably would be better to say there's a spectrum of purple.
So
The result ends up being, because I mean, if you have 4 candidates running and you go to vote, you're not voting for one candidate. You're voting for all 4, but you're voting 4, 2, 3, 1. I mean, and that's you're voting in the order that you like them. So the one you
yeah,
like.
but the point I'm making here is, isn't that sort of bland overall grayness that you were just disparaging actually the ideal result?
And that's the result of a ranked choice, or even the system that Joe talked about, the yes/no system. The result ends up being everybody's ends up kind of happy because everybody's covered. You get rid of the left and right, fuck you and fuck you and fuck you. That's gone. Everybody kind of is somewhere on the spectrum of gray.
Right.
So everybody's actually walking forward instead of sideways.
Right.
I like this.
Yes. Yeah. It's definitely superior to what we have now. I mean, I again, whichever form, whether it's ranked choice or the yes no, or I'm sure there's some other ones that I've never heard of. But again, even if you don't have instant runoff, it's just the fact that you say, hey, you've got to get 50.1%, and then it means we have to have another go back and vote again to actually, well, that's happened. What happened with it's happened many times where they end up having to have like a runoff election to see who's going to win, and that's perfectly fine. Well, didn't actually that happen with one of the Georgia senators, not Warnock, the other guy. Ossoff, yeah, they had to have a runoff.
Runoff for Ossoff.
Yeah. And because actually it was funny because Ossoff actually didn't get the most votes in the first election, but he got more votes in the runoff.
It was the jungle primary. Was what they call it.
They didn't have a jungle primary. California has one. I don't think Georgia. I'm pretty sure Georgia does not have one, but I could be wrong.
What's a jungle primary?
Okay, instead of doing a primary where it's like the Democrats have their primary and the Greens have their primary and the Republicans have their primary, and then they have one candidate at the end for each party to say we're the person in the general election. Jungle
primary, the monkeys vote.
Everybody's available, and there's one primary, and it doesn't matter what party you're in. You get to vote whoever fuck you want. And then the people who there's some threshold, and whoever gets above the threshold is on the ballot. So you could end up on there was one a few years ago I saw where there was on the final ballot there was 2 Democrats and 2 Republicans running for the same office in the general election, and then none of them got 50%, and then they had to have another runoff.
Yeah, crazy stuff can happen in the jungle primary. So like favorites end up losing. The odds are with this guy. He's going to do great. End of the day, he's gone. The jungle primary beat him.
Yeah, I just can't shake this image in my head now of a clearing in like a rainforest somewhere with a bunch of orangutans on one side and a bunch of chimps on the others throwing coconuts at each other.
I think not only does it reduce the having some system like this, it reduces the power of the parties, but it also in a way reduces the power of the media, because look, the media also chooses people and promotes people and downplays certain people. So, again, I don't want to bring up the Bernie thing too much, but I will say that I put a lot more blame, if there's blame to have, I put a lot more blame on the media than I do on the DNC.
It's funny, a lot of the Bernie supporters from 2016, they were like ringing the bells on this and banging on the desks that major networks were completely ignoring the fact that this guy was ranking up wins all over the place. And it was just like, why does Hillary Clinton stopping at a rest area get 45 minutes of news coverage, but the fact that Bernie Sanders just won a state the day before gets a mention?
Right.
It's.
And I remember back when the second time John Edwards ran for president, and that was when he was running, but then all of his scandal came out and he had to drop out. But basically, I remember like the day before the scandal broke, I was driving back from Long Island, and I got a long drive, and I'm talking to a friend of mine, and he was going off about it. And we were both, because neither one of us liked John Edwards, and my friend was going off about how the media just like anointed him as the guy, and he's just an empty suit and all this kind of stuff. And then of course the next day the scandal broke, and then the media like totally backpedaled because they didn't want to get after promoting him, they didn't want to get his stink all over them, so they all receded from him, and then they sandbagged him because they and pretended that they weren't on his side the whole time.
So, Vegas, Bernie has a great rating with the NRA and with gun manufacturers. Not bad for somebody who's way left. And being a capitalist and liking Bernie, those things aren't contradictory at all. Bernie's not a socialist.
No.
He's not anti-capitalist.
No.
It's just so weird when people. It's just. Do not pay attention.
Democratic socialist is quite different than actual socialist, where you want to change the system from capitalism to an actual totally different economic system.
But he's not even a democratic socialist. He's a social
democrat.
Well, okay, fair enough. Yeah, I had the terms wrong. So fair enough. But I was just basically trying to say he's not trying to argue to get rid of capitalism.
Correct. So. One of the problems is Bernie himself. Had said that he's a socialist, but he's not.
He's not.
And he's also said that he is a democratic socialist, which is a thing, but it's not a thing that he is. So
exactly.
I mean, he is on the lower left quadrant of the political spectrum, though. I mean, we've got to take that into consideration too. So he is
certainly.
But Joe, did you say Joe Biden is? Joe Biden isn't. No
one said no. No one said
I couldn't tell what someone said. I heard some Joe Biden, and I couldn't tell what the word was.
So am I.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I think most of us here probably are.
Brian has reminded me of something that I actually wanted to talk about, which I'm really glad you reminded me of, Brian, which is the whole thing with Tucker Carlson and Ted Cruz this week, which I'm assuming all of y'all are familiar with. If not, short recap. Ted Cruz went and Tucker Carlson and mentioned that the J6 rioters were terrorists, and then Tucker Carlson basically took him to task. And then Ted Cruz went back on the next day and said, "Hey, I'm just talking about the ones that were harsh on the cops, man. Can't we agree on that?" And Tucker's like, "No, I don't think you really mean it," And,
Ted Cruz
humiliated Ted Cruz, who's a senator, is like one of the highest positions in the country, brought low by one of the squealiest, most fucking white supremacist piece of shits on our fucking televisions.
I just have to specify that he didn't originally say that on Tucker Carlson. He said that at an official place, and Tucker Carlson covered it. Then he made fun of Ted Cruz. Then Ted Cruz went on his show and groveled.
Well, the funny thing about it, though, is I saw another article that pointed out Ted Cruz hasn't said this just the one time, though. He said it 17 different instances, called them terrorists. And I don't disagree. For one, Ted Cruz finally got something right? But yeah, so he went on there and groveled, and it was just like, why are you kowtowing to this slimy piece of shit? What the fuck is wrong with you?
They believe that they have to, and that's the thing we were talking earlier, right? But like the right, they're off the rails because they believe that they have to kowtow to everything that Trump says, because they are convinced that they don't, they're done. That's it. They win.
I actually think that it's more when it comes to like Tucker Carlson and Ted Cruz in particular. I think it's the media equivalent of a dick waving contest where basically Tucker Carlson's like, "Look, dude, this is what I can do to you. What are you going to do about it?"
But he wouldn't have that power if he wouldn't have that power if Trump was not a variable.
Right. This raises a very interesting point, Raven. And it's kind of why I phrased it as I did in the chat room, speaking of the media. Yeah. Now, who is the real kingmaker here? Is it Trump or is it Tucker Carlson?
It's Tucker Carlson.
But the reason why is because Tucker Carlson is in Trump's orbit. No one cared about Tucker Carlson until he got in Trump's orbit.
Right.
Who do you think will throw who under the bus
people
first? Will Tucker Carlson throw Trump under the bus, or will Trump throw Tucker Carlson under the bus? Because one of those two things is inevitable.
Trump will throw Carlson under the bus because he throws everybody under the bus. That's the thing. It's kind of funny. These lackeys, the ones that are like the true believers, they all think that he'll stand with them when the time comes, and he never has once, not fucking one time.
Yeah, but who's going to do it first?
Trump. Trump will absolutely is gonna drop to Carlson, and whenever he feels that Carlson is no longer useful to him, he will drop him.
He'll drop him.
Yeah, but you see, here's the potential catch with that. Tucker Carlson is the one with the audience.
No, he'll lose the audience as soon as he turns on Trump.
You really think so?
Yes.
Maybe I don't know, man. I mean, think about what's happened recently with Trump, where Trump just tries to promote the vaccine, and he gets a bunch of his supporters. There's a whole shit ton of the people on the alt right and that whole sphere saying, "Oh, we don't support Trump anymore. We need to support DeSantis or something."
But they're still supporting Trump, though, because Trump wouldn't be the power that he is.
No, they're not. They're not. Some of these people are not supporting Trump, though. They've completely flipped on Trump.
If what you're saying is true, then Trump is no longer a variable on the map.
He might not be. That could be. But in the actuality, he might not be when it comes to those types of people.
Well, here's the thing.
But he is
Republican
in the mouths of his media.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
And ultimately, Republican politicians believe he is. Because here's the other thing we've learned basically from what's come out from the January 6th investigation, is that most of the people who are defending him were telling him, "Don't fucking do this. This is wrong." So actually, in a way, that made me feel better and worse, because it made me feel better that they're not truly the people close to him politically. They're not really cultists. They're just remora sucking off of his energy. But on the other hand, it said, wow, how cynical is it that they know he did wrong, but they're also fucking afraid of him,
sucking his ass. Here's the thing, Dr. Hook. If Kazum is right, and I think it would be okay if Kazum was right. They think that would be perfectly fine. But if he's right, that's actually even more frightening, because, like we were just talking about, the entire right-wing establishment is sucking the man's ass like he's shitting gold.
Right.
If he is not the figurehead, then that means that the entire right wing of American politics is headless and just running around in circles.
If I may, right now Trump's on a speaking tour, and opening for him is Bill O'Reilly, the person that Tucker Carlson replaced. Trump is trying to create his own media company to put out his message and take over the whole party.
Devin Nunes
invite O'Reilly to be reinstalled, and O'Reilly owns all of those fans that Tucker Carlson has.
Right.
I wanted to mention something too. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I wanted to mention that DeSantis, these people will replace whoever it is that they were normally worshiping. They'll replace it with someone else very quickly. And I didn't realize that it was the case, but I'm seeing it when I go to right-wing media, right-wing places. They are willing to replace Trump with someone else very quickly, and they're replacing Trump with DeSantis. Just no joke. They're replacing Trump with DeSantis.
I have a hard time believing that that's something that has really large-scale appeal. I also don't think it has a lot of legs. I don't. I mean, I could be wrong, obviously, but I just don't think it's. I think it's just a temporary.
Yeah, Brian, if you let me real quick, that's the thing. I think that even certainly, I think there are people thinking that's the candidate they want. I agree with you there, but the difference is that DeSantis is not going to command a cult-like following in the way that Trump has.
I think he will. You should see. Sorry, Brian. Go on.
So I just wanted to invoke the 1970s, and on two references here. One is the film Network, and the second is "Fuck It, We'd Do It Live." When it comes to the potency of the media, yeah. Now Tucker Carlson, he has an established following that he has immediate access to on a nightly basis. Yeah. Trump, as you say, is struggling to set up his own media alternative. And the reason I think, yeah, and this is me speculating, as Paul says, like an idiot, but, you know, the reason he's doing that is because Trump innately knows that if he loses control of somebody like, you know, the people like Tucker Carlson and the other sycophants on Fox, yeah, if he loses them, he loses the Republican Party. End of.
Well, that's certainly true.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I mean, one hand washes the other. I think it's clear, But I think that actually, the point you're making, Brian, I think Trump needs them more than they need him. Fox will go on whether Trump's there or not.
Yeah, agreed. I think one telltale sign that Trump is in real trouble is, what's his name, Brian Kilmeade, had said on the air on Fox, Trump lost. Trump lost the election and it's time to move on. And this is Fox and Friends. This is his show. This is a show where he called in every single day and got all of his free advertising from.
Yeah.
Right.
And they're saying Trump lost. And I mean, I don't know the relationship between like Trump's future and Hannity and Tucker Carlson, but obviously between Trump's main audience and his mouthpiece and himself, there is definitely a parting of ways. Slowly, but yes.
Yeah, I mean the thing is that okay, like now there's two things going on that are concerning for me. Well, obviously, one is Trump. The other is what we talked about, the fact that Trump aside, that large segments of the Republican Party are now like thinking that democracy is optional. But I guess the question is, does Trumpism survive Trump? Survive, when Trump goes out to pasture? Because look, the guy's in bad shape and he's 75. So, he's not going to, to quote Charlie Chaplin, as long as men die, liberty will never perish. But the question is does Trumpism survive? And I'm not convinced that it does. It doesn't mean we don't end up still with a fascist right-wing party, but I think Trumpism does not survive past Trump, because I don't think anybody in the Republican Party has the.
Isn't that scarier though? Isn't that scarier? I mean, Trumpism saw the right. The right has had a fascist lean to it, I guess, for a long time. And I mean, that's not new, but we've seen a real slide into fascism under Trump. If Trumpism outlasts Trump, that would imply that someone becomes the central focus of the Republican Party that's not Trump. And what's scary is this fascist machine, and the Republican Party has always been a machine, much more so than the left. Only two times that the left had any kind of a machine quality to it that can compare to the right was the Clinton machine and the Obama machine. But the right has this machine that's been in place for decades. If somebody with a brain is running that fascist machine, that's much scarier than Trump ever was.
Oh, of course.
I'm not so sure it's scarier. It's just
or dangerous.
Well, I mean that's why I mentioned DeSantis. So DeSantis is far as policy, as far as the kind of following he could get, DeSantis is actually far worse than Trump. DeSantis is smart too. DeSantis would not go on social media and do the type of thing that Trump does. DeSantis is smart. DeSantis is getting a huge following. You need to be more aware of what's going on with them.
I hear you that, Kazum, and I also think that one of the scary things about DeSantis, I mean, I know this is just one man's opinion, and I could be wrong, but it's my opinion that one of the reasons Trump got as many votes as he got in 2020, because he got way more than he did in 2016, and way more than any other sitting president has ever got, and I think that's partly because he promised people that there wouldn't be any more lockdowns. And I think for a lot of like non-aligned voters, independent voters and whatever, I think that was a very persuasive thing coming from the president at a time when lockdowns were still kind of uncertain and we didn't realize that we were just going to try and bump along and keep everything open. That wasn't really known back in sort of September 2020, and I think that really helped Trump sell his thing. And DeSantis has all this whole Florida, we're not going to take the testing thing seriously, and we're not going to, I think whether it's right or wrong, I think there's a large audience for that type of talk.
Well,
and I think that's a problem.
Here's the thing, though. I'll be most concerned. I don't really worry. I honestly don't really worry about who the people on the right are going after, because whoever they're going to go for, I'm not going to like them. But the question is their ability to get people, the unaffiliated voter and the people in the middle. Like you say, Trump had that ability to go and speak to them, the people who didn't normally vote, people who were like politically, maybe even in the middle. I know a guy who voted for Obama twice and voted for Trump because he thought he'd do better on taxes. But what it comes to is that because Trump basically went to, and I said before, people on the right and in the center, there are legitimate gripes. Like the everybody's ignored rural America. No one gives a shit about rural America, right? Not really. So he went there. Yeah, we're still live, Jack. He went there and he said, "Well, I'm going to help you." And so he said, "Hey," they were like, "Hey, this guy speaks to us." I just don't see a guy like DeSantis having that. Maybe if he does, I'll be worried, but I don't think
there's a large demographic on the right of big husky guys with some military experience who hunt for something that they're going to eventually eat after draining the blood in their backyard, right? There's a large demographic of the Republican Party. These are the guys that voted for Trump. These are the guys that carried Confederate flags through the Capitol building. But there's also a very large demographic of highly educated, very wealthy CEOs and people who are tightly affiliated with the stock market and with Wall Street that would never, ever, ever, ever vote for DeSantis, but voted for Trump because Trump was a businessman who they thought would be good on things like taxes, or because he was a fellow rich person, would take care of them. Right. DeSantis is not going to get those people. He's going to get the loud demographic, the demographic of people who are willing to storm state capitals and the Capitol building. He'll get them, but he's not going to get the guys in suits. You're muted.
DeSantis is going to get the people, though, anyone who's scared of cancel culture, anyone who's scared of woke culture, anyone who's on any of that side at all, he's going to get their vote flat out, and he's way more effective at it than Trump.
But that's not a large demographic. That's not a large enough demographic for.
I think it's larger than you think.
No, and
I don't know. I think there are people in suits that are Republicans, which is probably a larger demographic of the right, because the Republican Party is about conservatism. It's about money. It's about taxes. It's about conserving.
And business, and making money. I mean, the thing is that at the end of the day, the people you're talking about, they vote Republican already. They're not. He's not getting anything new. They're already there. They've been there. The other thing too, I just to because the whole thing I think I laugh about cancel culture is that, first off, if there's cancel culture, it's mostly comes from the right. Remember all the times, burning Nike shoes. Oh, remember like not letting black people do stuff. Like, remember not letting gay people do stuff or live. That's. Well,
I mean, there's this satanic panic. So I mean, there's just tons of stuff. Yeah, the right wing are the original cancel culture. No doubt. I'm just saying that when it comes to the way that things are worded right now, and the buzzwords that the right uses, okay, DeSantis is getting huge support. No, I am not kidding about how crucial DeSantis is right now.
Absolutely. There's a large demographic on the right who responds to that, and they're the work boot wearing guys. They're the Confederate flag. Yeah, absolutely. You're right on that, but it isn't it isn't enough because the guys that go to work in suits in high rises aren't going to support him.
One of the very first rules of combat, I believe, is never underestimate your enemy, right? DeSantis, if he has even a meager following in 2022, beginning of, what might happen between now and election time is anybody's guess, you know?
Well,
So
that's one thing I learned a long time ago is that that's why like what a poll said this day or that day. It's interesting. It's a snapshot in time, but it ultimately doesn't mean anything because well hell remember early on Trump was at like 1%. He seemed, everybody was like, "Oh, he's a joke" and all this. Well, he fucking won. So, and the thing is, what really got me is every time. So I kept thinking, as the field narrowed, I figured, okay, well, that those votes will coalesce around somebody like Jeb Bush or Romney or whoever, and it just didn't.
Yeah, Jeb. Oh my God, I legitimately felt bad.
Please clap.
But I, poor Jeb.
And again, you go talk about what I was saying before. If I don't like Jeb Bush, but if he got elected, I was not in fear for the Republic.
I'd be nervous.
Well, in fact, actually, Jeb was less conservative than W.
I don't mean I'd be nervous because I think he's a fascist. I'd just be nervous because, Jeb Bush just seemed like a blank sheet of paper to me that he was just going to have a whole bunch of other people writing on,
Maybe not. I don't know, but because he was governor of Florida also, and
he was definitely better put together than GW.
Yeah, well, and that's kind of why W ended up running because basically, Jeb was the favored child, even though George was named after the father. He was because George was dumb and he wasn't going to go anywhere, and they kind of like patted him on the head, and they were grooming Jeb to be president, and George was like, "Fuck you, Dad, I'm going to win," and he went out and did it.
Yeah, did you ever see the movie W? If you haven't watched it, it's really interesting. They talk about that, and there's a lot of scenes where it's just like, hey, you hear what Jeb's doing, and Jeb's doing this, and Jeb's doing that.
With Josh Brolin as George W. Bush.
I don't know.
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, if it's Josh Brolin is also Thanos, which I think is hilarious.
Yes. well, and actually on a totally separate note, because another Marvel movie that because he wouldn't have seen, but Josh Brolin played Thanos in Infinity War, and he also played Cable in Deadpool 2. So at one point in the movie, near the end of the Deadpool 2 movie, Deadpool's like, "Okay, Thanos." He actually called Cable Thanos.
I really should have seen Deadpool 2, right? I liked the first Deadpool movie, even though it was all right. I liked it basically, and my son, who I've seen 100 movies with probably, and knows my taste pretty well, messaged me on Facebook one day, and he's like, "Hey, Dad, have you seen Deadpool 2?" And he works in a cinema, and I'm like, "No." And because he works at a cinema, I knew he would have seen it. So I said, "Is it any good?" He said, "You saw Deadpool 1, right?" And I said, "Yeah." And he goes, "They made another one."
You're high. You're high. Yeah. It's okay.
Yeah, I think. Well, I enjoyed both movies. I think the first one may be slightly better movie, but there's actually parts of number 2 that I like better. If that makes any sense.
Is it available online? Because 1 I've seen, 2 I haven't.
It should be. Let me check here.
It must be.
If it should be, then I'll find it somewhere.
Yeah.
It's somewhere. Yeah.
Joe, you said you were going to see this new Spider-Man movie more than once in the cinema. Has Omicron put you off?
It has not happened yet. Part of it was Omicron, part of it was scheduling, but yeah, I mean, what I want to do is I want to look for a viewing where, because there's a good part about now with movies where, since you have assigned seats in most theaters now, um, you can go and look and see how sold out that movie is, and so if I can see one of the on that particular day and see that there's a lot of empty space, then I can go pick a seat where I'm far away from anybody.
Mike is doing fine. Leave him alone.
He's a bit under the weather, but he's all right.
He's fine.
Mikey
playing
likes it.
He's fine.
It looks like
Like he's
it
playing
looks like
video games. That's all. I'm not dozing. I'm
Because he's fine.
Yeah, Mike is always playing video games. Mike is always fine.
if you have a premium subscription with Hulu, you can see it, or you can buy it on Amazon or Vudu for $3.99. I'll probably rent it for $3.99.
Oh, I've got it. Yeah, we've got Amazon. I've got it.
Okay.
Mikey always likes it.
Yeah.
Well, see, one thing that gets me about that commercial is like the kid says he won't eat it. Like first like let's get Mikey. He'll try anything, and then he's like he won't eat it. He hates everything. I'm like, well, does he try everything or does he hate everything?
Yeah.
He likes it. Hey, Mikey.
Well, how can you have an opinion on something if you haven't tried it?
I've never tried a 4-inch wide dildo up my ass, but I do have an opinion on that.
Yeah, but you've sufficient life experience of your nether regions to know what's likely.
Kiznoom has done that, but he's never watched a Marvel movie, which is equivalent.
Oh shit!
Hey, listen, friends, it's about the time where I should really take a duck and make a move. So,
You're gonna take a duck.
You're gonna bust a move.
I'm gonna duck out.
He's gonna bust a move with Howard the Duck.
Howard the Duck.
He's taking a Duke.
Yeah. Anyway,
dump?
thank you all for hanging out and showing up. I was very pleased with the turnout this week, and the conversation's been great. And I will see you all next week.
Okay.
Take care, Paul.
Bye.
Take it easy, Paul.
Yeah, I'll be ending this in a little bit too. 'Cause I'm pretty tired, but
I need to take off. I didn't eat dinner, so I'm pretty hungry. So
Well, you should do that.
I'm sorry.
well, thanks for coming, Luke. I hope I didn't scare you from coming back again.
Whatever. It's fine.
Certain things just get me amped.
I noticed.
We all have our passion projects and things that push our buttons.
You do, and I have many
So,
buttons.
yeah, we're not any of us unique in that regard.
You've got more buttons than I do, so yeah.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm British. I don't know. Maybe it's just because I'm astute enough, or maybe it's just, you know what, Raven? It's probably that the way I perceive the world is just slightly off kilter to everybody else's.
What about switches and knobs?
I've got plenty of those.
Everybody's got their button switches and knobs to deal with. Like right there's
There you go.
knobs. They're flashing and they're beeping.
I got
I
plenty
can't
of
take it
those,
anymore.
Zoom. Help yourself, man.
Okay, so there are things that I still get like oh my god about. And I posted this thing. I don't remember what the fuck it was. Oh, it was a short, like kind of like a story of some dude who sent me a friend request on Facebook, and I accepted the request, and he liked a few of my pictures, and then he sent me, a message, and he's just like, "Are you trans?" And when I told him that I am pre-op, he blocked me, which I thought was fascinating. I found it hilarious, and so I posted about it, and all these people like, "I'm so sorry that happened." I'm like, I think it's hilarious. So, discussion and stuff in the comments. It's a lot of comments on it. And somebody had mentioned something about, ops and breast implants and all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, yeah, no, I've had nothing, no surgeries at all, nothing. And somebody else responded to that first person and referred to me as she, which is correct, of course. But when I read it, I was like, oh my God, look. See,
just
you're all
some
just
ran,
it's just the little things, you know.
just some
Yeah,
random thing I need to say just real quick is, Raven, your hair, your natural hair is beautiful, and it's so cool that you probably don't have to do much with it to make it look really nice. So never feel like you have to do extensions. Your natural hair is beautiful. I just wanted to say that. So
agreed.
with piano fingers.
With piano finger. Thank you, kazoo. Thank you.
That's funny.
Yeah. Oh, I know what I was going to say. Yeah.
Extensions. I haven't done the extensions in a while because once it got to a certain length, I was just like, okay, I think I can do this. I can rock this. And as it's growing, it's actually looking better and better as it grows. And I'm very happy with it. And it makes me feel good when other people notice it. So thank you.
sure
So,
thing.
Yeah,
that
you've got
looks
the
great.
sort of hair that, just a good, keeping it clean and conditioned routine is going to work wonders. And yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
good job. Good
I'm
job.
I'm envious because my hair is kind of like, well, I can keep it short or grow,
it's
a
because you're
7 inch
Mexican.
grow.
That's because you're Mexican.
Sorry.
I just wanted to say that I had in the past, when I first was introduced to trans issues, I mourned a set of breasts that were going to be lopped off for a few seconds, and somebody who I thought maybe was attractive the way they were was going to be going through a transition, and maybe I feel that maybe that person likes you exactly the way you are right now, mid transit. Maybe that's a thing, you know.
Yeah. It's just kind of weird and rude. And I was just, like I said, I wasn't. People are like, oh my God, that's terrible. And both people suck. And sorry you have to deal with that. And I mean, there's just too many people commenting for me to tell every single one of them. I really don't care. It's funnier than anything else. I find it hilarious that, like, it's like, hey, baby, what's up? And oh, you still have a dick. Well, I don't want to talk to you. Or oh, you're going to, you know, have bottom surgery. Then I don't want to talk to you anymore. It's just weird. And
Well, especially blocking you. It's one thing someone says, "Hey, that I'm not into that." You'd be like, "All right, whatever, I don't care."
but
But
I mean, and even that would be weird though, because it's not like like talking to people and like there's proposition going on.
right.
It's just like, hey, I just want to tell you, you're very pretty. Oh well, thank you. Are you trans? Yes, I am. Um, have you had surgeries? No, I haven't. But I'm going to have bottom surgery. Blocked. Just weird, just weird. So
I have to agree that is VFW. Very
Yeah, it's
fucking
very
weird.
strange.
Uh,
Yes.
and to Brian real quick, yes, it's on Hulu. I just checked. Both Deadpool movies are on Hulu.
I thought so. Yes.
Hey, sorry, Brian. Earlier, I interrupted you, and then I think I completely made it so you couldn't remember what you were saying. So sorry about that.
That's all right. Don't worry about it.
Oh, one of the things.
It was something that was that's kind of a banal thing anyway. It was just sort of on the back of what Raven was saying about finding things hilarious. And back in the 90s when I was in a wheelchair, one of the first things that I actually became aware of as a wheelchair bound person was how invisible I became when out on the street. And when people did notice, some of the things that they said were absolutely hysterical. It was like, oh, okay, would you like me to hold that open for you, for example? It's like, well, you can see I'm having difficulty. No, thank you. I'm fine. It's like, and the minor point I wanted to make on that one is people tend to be blind to a lot of the things that aren't consistent with their own perspective. And when you actually have one of the outlying perspectives, be it somebody who's got a specific disability or somebody who's going through um, an identity crisis or, you know, transitioning or, you know, whatever minority perspective it is. A lot of the time, if you actually speak to those people, some of the things they find funniest are normies' takes on their perspective.
Yeah. Yeah, the
That was it, really.
although one thing I will say, Brian, and this may be a cultural thing between the UK and here, but I could understand why people might ask you if you wanted the door open, because there are some people here that who are disabled, wheelchair bound or whatever, that get insulted if you assume that they need help, because they want to say, "Hey, no, I can do for myself, and if I ask you for help, help me, but if I don't ask, hands off." So I could see somebody asking you that. At least here, that might be an issue. I don't know about there, but here, that might.
So
There are people that would get upset.
from
Yeah,
some
absolutely, Joe. Sorry, just quickly, just to respond to that.
right.
Absolutely, you're absolutely correct. And I think, if anything, it's more of a reflection on my state of mind
Mm,
than theirs. Because, you know, obviously, yeah, you know, just being courteous, you would offer the same thing to a woman that's, you know, or a parent, sorry, that's trying to herd 4 kids.
right.
Yeah.
So as somebody who's like transitioning, there are things that there are things about my life that changed very very quickly, and that some of the women that I know, mostly online, were very quick to be like to notice and to say something about. Like in a very short period of time, I mean, I started noticing things like being spoken over. I was basically sexually assaulted at the grocery store. Dude like cornered me, pushed me up against my car, and grabbed me. I mean, it was just things happened very quickly. And Joe and I, actually, she's probably friends with most of you guys. Odie, our friend Odie, um, she said that she knew it would happen, but she's really surprised how quickly it happened.
Yeah.
And it was just like, as soon as I changed how I present to the world, it was like immediate. The way that the world reacted to me changed like that. And it was just unreal. I mean, it's almost like a culture shock. And then it was just like, I posted a couple of pictures on Facebook, and I went from 400 friends on Facebook to just under 5,000 in just a couple of months.
Damn.
And I mean, it's nuts. It's like off the fucking chain. Yeah, the amount of messages.
I, I,
Yeah,
I think to I think to myself, when there was a period of time where I had a long beard and I dyed it purple and I did purple makeup. Just did this whole thing. And I can recall how many people were recoiled by me. There was one time I went into Fred Meyer. I was looking at some shirts, and this father had this, I don't know, I think his son was probably 8 years old or something like that. And he quickly shielded his son and moved off to the side when they saw me. And I'm like, holy crap. I just didn't realize it was that strong. So yes.
I mean, the funny thing about that is that makes me think about when I was a kid and Kiss was around, what was on, in the makeup and everything. And people were like, oh, they're so dangerous and weird. And it's like, it's just fucking makeup. It's not a big deal. It's really not a big deal. And so, especially looking back at it now, because now it seems pretty tame by, current standards. But back then it was like, oh, they're freaky. And,
Yeah, when I was growing up, there was a cafe in our high street called the Sombrero, and it was the only place in the town that had pinball machines. And as a 9, 10, 11-year-old walking past there, I could hear the ching, 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 as that, hearing all of that. And I can remember my mother being absolutely adamant that I must never ever go into the Sombrero under any circumstances. Her reason for this was because that happened to be where a local bike group used to hang out, and all she knew of the place was that she saw um, leather jackets with denim colours going in and out of the place. And I went in there a couple of times. Much, I never told her ever, but I went in there a couple of times, and it was just a coffee house.
Yeah.
It was just a freaking coffee house with pinball.
But she had no idea.
She had no idea, and I didn't get corrupted, and I'm still alive.
You're
And,
assuming you didn't get corrupted.
I didn't get
Yeah,
corrupted.
I don't know. I don't know about that.
Well, I don't know.
I don't know
Maybe
about
I
that,
did.
Brian. But
How would you tell?
on a totally separate note, I thought of it, and I also want to tell Luke about this. So when Luke, when Raven said it's because I'm Mexican, it's a long running joke because years ago, I was talking about being black, and Richard Coughlin was like, "You're not black, Joe. You're Mexican," and now it became a running thing. So now Raven has perpetuated this.
I just assumed you were literally part Mexican, so.
Look at him. He's Mexican.
Hey, something I just wanted
have
to
to
add
admit-
to what I said just a little bit ago is there's one thing to when someone sees someone and they see it's a guy wearing makeup and they have an extreme reaction, but it's also just another thing, just being able to perceive the difference between if someone assumes you're a man and someone assumes you're a woman, and the way that women get treated very differently in society. And I just wanted to
Sure.
say that real quick. So
Absolutely.
I've noticed I can be treated differently just if I'm dressed nicely or if I'm carrying donuts.
Yeah, that's true. I know for a
Nice
fact
if
that
you have donuts.
I get treated differently if I'm wearing a suit with my hair tied up, or if I'm just wearing, just wearing scuzzies.
I was one of the times that Chris Mowdy came to visit, we were cooking and we needed some ingredients. So we went to an Italian deli that's near here. And so there's this guy and he's got an expensive car. So I'm trying to park near him and he's kind of over the line. So I'm being cautious, leaving plenty of space. And somehow he took that to be suspicious because like, dude, I'm trying not to, because he's definitely the type of guy that if I scratched his car, he'd freak out. And I'm like, so then he made some disparaging remarks because I had some damage on one fender. And so he made some remarks and I was like, don't let the clothes fool you, pal. Because he just was like making some assumptions like, well, we were cooking. So I'm not dry. You don't cook in like nice clothes. It's not like Lever the Beaver where she's gardening in a sundress, in like like a cocktail dress and, all this kind of shit. But it's like, I'm
Cleaning
not.
the house in a ball gown.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like, don't. You're making
Speaking
some
of
assumptions.
cooking and Mexicans, I have to say, Joe, you do remind me of a Spaniard that I used to know back in Worthing that ran a pizzeria that I worked at for a while.
Well, when I have gone in areas that's predominantly Spanish speaking, or at least Hispanic population, I always get people talking to me in Spanish. Actually, I was in Humacao, Puerto Rico, which is actually the town that Rita Moreno grew up in. And we went to lunch. It was me, two Caucasian guys, and then a Hispanic guy who was from Cuba but grew up in Puerto Rico. And the server, she spoke English because she spoke English to the two Caucasian guys. Then she spoke Spanish to Carlos, my friend, and then she comes to me and starts speaking in Spanish. So I lost a lot. I forgot a lot of my Spanish, but I remembered enough that I understood Carlos tell her, "Don't speak Spanish to him. He's American. He doesn't speak Spanish. Speak English." And she looked at me and she said, "No." And she just started, rattling off in Spanish again. And she refused to believe that I didn't speak Spanish. And I'm like, why would of all places on the planet, why would I hide that here? I mean, Humacao, Puerto Rico, more people speak Spanish than any other language, and there's actually in Humacao, like you'll find a lot of English speakers in San Juan, but in, some of the outer towns, not so much. Why would I pretend that I speak Spanish there? She was convinced. No, you're lying.
I love Puerto Rico.
I hear you, Pete, and that's the way I usually say it too. But it just suddenly made me think of you say Puerto Rico, right?
Puerto Rico.
Yeah, that was what I was going to say. I was thinking about every time Trump had some sort of press conference and he was, saying something about Puerto Rico. he really he had this look on his face, Puerto Rico, like we're supposed to be impressed with the way that he said it.
He didn't fuck it up. Wow.
Everybody knows it's the port of Rico.
Well, actually, yes. Well, not port of Rico, but yeah,
I know. Yeah,
it's
yeah,
the wealthy port, basically, rich port.
yeah. It's a Puerto port. Yeah.
Yeah.
See, that was the layering of the joke there,
Yes.
Joe.
Yeah, yeah. And you weren't wrong, and he wasn't wrong.
So, are we going to talk about cooking Mexicans or not? I mean,
I don't know. Are they
Cooking
delicious?
cooking Mexican or Mexicans?
Mexicans? What?
The overriding question, as always, is: are they delicious?
I haven't eaten one.
Well, it depends on how you mean eat.
In any way, I haven't eaten.
Well, as soon as you can tell us whether they're delicious or not, then we can have that conversation.
Well, the way I'm thinking, yeah, I was pretty satisfied with.
Not a Puerto Rican.
I've eaten Puerto Rican too.
Yeah, but cooked or raw?
Oh God.
Well, to start, but later.
Because I believe the topic you were proposing was cooking Mexicans.
Oh yeah, okay, that's totally different. Yeah, yeah.
So, Mike, what is the current game du jour? What is it that's preoccupying your mind?
I was just reading the chat right there, and Vegas is gone. I was about to order off of Amazon some baby clothes with the Cleveland Browns on them, just to send to his house because he's a Browns fan, and the Steelers still have a slight chance of getting in the playoffs just tomorrow.
Yay, sports ball!
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, baseball. Basically, for me, I only follow one sport, barely, not even that much anymore. But if it doesn't start with B and end in ace ball, I don't give a fuck. And I barely even give a fuck about baseball anymore. Because like there's a lockout now, and I'm sick and tired of the constant whining between the fight between millionaires versus billionaires. It's like a pox in all your houses. Fuck all you fucking people. League minimum is $400,000. No, sorry, it's $466,000 now. Now that means anybody, if you're on the major league roster, whether you're playing in the major leagues or not, you make no less than $466,000. And so if you're playing in the minor leagues and they call you up one time during the year and you get elevated to major league roster, you're getting that pay equivalent for the rest of the fucking year, even if you're riding the pines. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, you know what? And of course, the people who on the team are billionaires, and they're charging egregious amounts of money for tickets, and the average person can't afford to go. I'm nominally a Mets fan if I pay attention, and the seats in the outfield are like over $100, and it's like they're. I mean, can I afford it? Yes, I can. But the average person who's going to, family of four, you're going to spend, $400 or $500 on tickets and another, $100 to get there and parking and food. And you're going to be $700 into a game. And that's, if you want a good seat in the infield, you could be upwards of $700. You could be over $1,000 for one fucking ticket. So
that's insane.
It's so insane. They have no connection to people anymore. So I'm kind of like, fuck all of you motherfuckers. I don't care anymore. I really don't. I'll watch an occasional game. I'll occasionally go, but I just don't have the same spirit for it as they used to, because it's like, I remember in fact, the last year Shea Stadium was open. A friend of mine, we got somebody sold us tickets. We got tickets 9th row behind home plate. These are like some of the best seats you could get ever. And their face value was $60, and the equivalent tickets now versus any good team is like $1,600.
Mm-hmm.
And that's beyond insanity,
right? And as a result, when you watch games behind home plate, they always used to be it was full. it's half those seats are empty because who the fuck wants to pay that much money? So it's just corporations who have their corporate seats, and there's no regular people. The regular people are in fucking, they're still in the nosebleeds. Maybe the nosebleeds don't go as high as they used to, but they're still like way up there.
How
And
much are the lowest cost tickets now?
they're like $40.
Oh man. Okay.
You
I
know.
don't know what it used to be. I've never actually been to a ball game, but I think about what it used to cost to see a band playing live or something like that, and how much it's changed. So
Yeah. Well, like I said, in 2006, I paid $60 for some of the best seats you could possibly get. And now now a $60 seat is way the fuck out of the way, bad with a bad view of the field. You
Yeah.
know, that's not for people anymore. So
I'm glad it's a habit I never picked up.
So
yeah.
I connected from the Cardinals Rockies game because Paul left me tickets,
Mm.
and I felt like I should connect from the game and show it to everybody on what is now the dinner club. And I actually checked what the price of those tickets might have been, and because of which day it was, July the 3rd, there was a fireworks display that night, and so just like the list price of tickets in around the area, which was pretty much behind home plate and third base on that side. It was like $200 a ticket if you were to have bought it direct from the stadium, which you couldn't. You'd have to go to StubHub, and those tickets that I used because Paul was stuck in a different state because of quarantining and all that. Those were like $2,000 a piece.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like that was the value, and that's why I was damn sure going to go see it. I don't really like baseball that much, but I bought me a Rocky shirt that day. I was like, this is the most expensive fireworks display I've ever seen.
Okay, so I just went and looked, and it looks like the new owner changed the pricing a little bit. There's actually cheap seats. You can get $8 and $9 seats in the outfield, but you're in the outfield as high as possible. And I'll link in there if you want to look. You can actually see what the view is, which isn't very good.
Well, it's just good to know that they're not all really expensive, even if you have the worst seat imaginable.
Right. But yeah, but it was when they first opened the stadium, because basically the owners were like, well, we just spent $1.5 billion on this stadium, and damn it, we want to like recover all our money in the first 5 years. So I'm looking now.
Okay.
Oh wow, they've substantially dropped ticket prices. Now, all right, I might start going back if they. I'm looking now at a Mets game, April 20th against the San Francisco Giants. Oh, this is yeah. Oh, this isn't the Mets directing, but these might be people reselling tickets.
If the stadium wasn't full, then it wouldn't have been optimal. They're going to try to find the best price point that sells out.
Yeah. So those are not necessarily the team's prices. Those may be people who have season tickets who are trying to sell tickets during the week. Sometimes it's like, hey, I'm ready to get something rather than nothing. So let me see here. Tickets. Yeah.
I'm really going to go this time. See you.
Okay.
All right. Have a good night.
Good to see you, Luke.
Likewise.
While Joe's looking up Mets tickets, I'd like to. I've got just a minor bone to pick with you, Mike. Just a minor one. Yeah. Well, it's you and me. This is what we do.
Yes.
Go ahead. I just like to. I guess. Recognize the nonchalance at which you ignored the ease that I was eating Cheetos Crunchy with earlier.
I noticed. I was like, how did those get past customs? There was an embargo placed around you that you're not supposed to be able to get knickknacks.
I can get them. I can get them.
But
They're in the shop down the road.
can he get patty wax? That's what I want to know.
I don't care.
What flavor
Give a
of
dog a bone.
Cheetos was that? What were they? Shrimp flavored Cheetos?
No, no. These are
I'm not joking, Raven. They have those there.
cheese and ham toasty flavor.
Cheese and ham toasty flavor.
Yeah,
That is not.
but I
an
can get
American
regular
flavor of
cheese as well.
Cheetos, Ryan.
I can
Yeah,
get regular
I-
cheese as well, and I can get the sweet chili ones.
Okay. Can you get the jalapeno Cheetos?
Yes,
Okay. Which importer is it that we have to put the lien on?
I'm not going to tell you.
Okay. Fair
Yeah,
enough.
you're keeping it all to yourself. That's mean.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I have been deprived Cheetos for so many years of my life. In my dotage, I'm going to have a plentiful supply.
Okay.
It's as simple as that.
Dotage is old age, right?
Yes, yes, dotage is old age.
Was it a matter of moving?
Yep, it was a matter of moving.
And then in your new shire.
Yes, yes. Well, you see, the cracks first started appearing a year and a half ago when Lee, our general manager at the station, who lives up in Wolverhampton up north, he told me to just let it slip one breakfast show that he could get 3 packets for £1 in his local shop, and I was like, "What? They're the small packets, yeah, 3 packets for £1," and I was like, "What?" He still hasn't sent. I sent him a £5, and he was going to send me a £5's worth. I still haven't had them, but anyway, we moved here, and I was in the shop getting something else, and I saw the same thing: 3 bags for £1, and I was like, "Dude, can you get the big ones?" And he's like, "Yeah, sure." Next week, add the big ones like these, £1 for a bag that size, and that's
Yes, sir.
even cheaper than you pay for them.
I
think.
just want to understand why the nickname for a pound is a quid. I still don't know.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 3 bags full.
The origin of quid. I used to know that. Oh, it is actually directly related to the phrase quid pro quo.
Oh, interesting. Something for something. Okay, that makes sense. Oh yeah, so I did check. It looks like while the good seats are still expensive, they're dramatically cheaper than they used to be.
That's good.
So I guess the new owner decided not to be such a fucking tightwad asshole and get a little bit more so that actually human people can actually go to games and not just companies.
Good. So he's loosened the belt a little. Good
Yeah.
news.
Yeah, that is good news.
Good news.
Now I just got to slim down enough to get in the seat, fit in the seat, and not break it, and I'll be good. Well, actually, I can go to the clubs and sit on other things, but which reminds me, so my this year I decided there's a lot of times I avoid things that I don't want to deal with, and of course that never actually makes it any better. You just it just probably usually makes it worse. So I've been avoiding getting on a scale. I've been avoiding checking my glucose in for quite a while because I was just assuming everything was horrible. Um, and I meant to mention this earlier when there were more people around, but turned out I actually lost 30 pounds since the last time I weighed myself sometime in the middle of last year. And my sugar was not terrible. It was not great, but it wasn't terrible. And what's nice about the weight loss is that I wasn't like on like a particular diet. It was like nips and tucks, just minor modifications. And so I'm not back to, so what happened was in 2019, I lost like 55 pounds. And then it found me in 2020 and brought some friends. So now I've lost half. So I basically lost roughly half of what I had gained back. So I got another half to go, and then I'll be back to where I was at the end of 2019, and then hopefully, improve from there.
Well done. Well done.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
was funny because I noticed I was like, I'm kind of. I mean, I still have problems with my knees and my back, but I was walking a bit better. I'm thinking, did I lose weight? Like, nah, I couldn't. I probably put on 10 more pounds, and like, no, I actually lost weight.
I have to admit, Proctor, there's craft dinner jalapeno Cheetos. Oh, hang on. Alternative? What? Hang on. The jalapeno Cheeto craft dinner alternative. Actually, deep. Hang on. I need to pass that sentence again. Sorry.
I have to laugh at the what was said about, what is it, Jack Murphy earlier. Yeah, Proctor said something about Jack Murphy earlier, and only people who are following many of those subjects would even know what he's saying. And I had to laugh at it earlier, but I didn't want to interrupt.
Oh, I don't know who Jack Murphy is.
He has a following, and he tries to teach men how to be men. Luminary.
That guy. Yes,
That-
I've seen some of the. That's
he's
edged into my feed.
Visually, his beard is all dark here, and then all on this side it's white. So, and he has it cut to about like here.
Looks like he auditioned for Duck Dynasty.
Something like that, yeah, but a little more. No, that's too homeless looking. He doesn't have the homeless look. So
he's trimmed.
He's trimmed, even though it's long. It's perfectly, absolutely, yeah, perfectly trimmed, and he has a shaved head.
Manscaped Duck Dynasty, then.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I just think it's funny. It's like I as a man, my entire life, as far as I can recall, I've never thought I needed classes on how to be one. Have I missed something?
Yeah, right. I mean, being male is something you're born. It's not something you need classes in, surely.
I wouldn't think.
Sometimes these figures of conservatism and men's power, they fail in many aspects. And so this particular guy, I was asked my opinion on him. I had no clue who he was until yesterday, right? Turns out the locale stalkers Kiwi Farms have a 100-page thread on this guy. And I'll just say the point where I decided to set it down and come back to it was when I learned that somebody found that for a brief period before he decided to be a guru to men everywhere, he was in a gay porn where he was inserting things into his butt, a la The Amazing Atheist. Like, and so this has come out about him, and it's not hard to find this gay porn. And so, like, for him to have this class where he's charging like $99 a month to get in, to be luminaries and be everything that gay porn is not.
Well, wasn't there also something about him being promoting what's the right word, cuckoldism or whatever? Wasn't he promoting something many years ago like that as well? And that's what he got so angry at. A guest on one of Tim Pool's shows mentioned some old article. Close. And then it got him all pissed off.
That's close. He wasn't so much an advocate or whatever for it. He was active in that community, and he was basically posting his experiences online as part of that community's online activities.
So he was participating. He wasn't.
Yeah, so he was participating in it, and one of the screenshots that I saw, basically he was sitting in his car posting that he dropped his girlfriend off and she was right now, blah 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 blah. Yeah. And the thing with the fuck you very much comment leveled at that chick asking him about the cuckold thing. That was actually a super chat that she read out. Somebody in the audience had paid money for that question to be asked of him. And all she was doing her job, which was reading out the chat.
That's funny. Well, see, actually,
Thing.
I was just thinking, Proctor. Yeah, I'm not just I'm not just a member of the. Not just the president of the Hair Club for Men. I'm also a client. um, the thing is, what it really says to me, though, it shows me how much the right wing really actually has a manhood problem, because they're so obsessed with manhood and you know and I'm like I really feel so much of what they do, because it's all performative. It's all trying to that, well, it seems like they're trying to convince everybody else how manly they are, and I'm like, no, I think you're actually trying to convince yourself, because people who are actually secure, they don't need that validation. They just fucking know who they are. It's like anytime someone has to tell you that they're cool, unless they're doing it ironically or as a joke, you know they're not cool. Like, I know when it tells you they're cool is fucking cool.
And
well, I mean,
if you're looking for that sort of leadership, then you're either, as Blair White put it the other day, you're either a beta by definition, or you're an adolescent who's still learning.
Right.
Okay, so I looked this guy up. Oh my god!
What?
Oh, Jack, did you see what this guy looks like? Jack Murphy?
well, yeah, like I said, his beard is completely dark here, but his beard is about right down to about here, and then the rest of it is completely white. So this only this one section it's completely the reverse of my beard. So
Yeah,
when I grow mine out, this is dark. But his is the other. Oh, who are you talking about?
Looks like a villain from like a Marvel movie. I mean,
yes, for sure. Oh, yes.
Well, I'll say it looks like that's intentional. That color pattern doesn't look like it could be completely natural. You know?
Yeah. I've wondered whether he dyes this part of it.
My God.
But
well, mine is natural. It's sort of grey over this side, but it's not as clearly defined as his is.
Well, and I'm gonna take issue with what Mike said a little bit. There's nothing unmanly about sticking things in your butt.
Okay.
I don't happen to be into that, but I don't think it makes anyone less of a man because they like to.
Against what he currently stands for as his definition for manhood. I actually think that maybe some of the things he stuck in his butt, prove that he's more of a man than me, because he can take that.
That's right.
I cannot.
That's right.
I will not.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I'm not an advocate myself, but I've heard from some of the women that I've been with that there are a lot of men out there who just don't actually manage to do anything unless somebody puts a finger somewhere, and I'm not going to elaborate.
Howard Stern.
Does he?
Howard Stern. I mean, he's talked about it on his show quite a bit.
Oh, he has.
That he enjoys that.
Yeah, but that is apparently very, very common.
Yep.
Okay, so I don't know how we got to this, but I left the link to the Kiwi Farms super thread on that, which is now at 180 some odd pages of this thread, because the guy has a whole saga. And I was asked for my opinion on it in the comments of one of my videos, and I'm like, I don't even know who this guy is. And I realize I am not up to speed with how crazy this guy is to make a comment on it. But basically, to me, it looks like another example of somebody who was liberal, realized that there's money in trying to say that you were liberal and you switched to conservative, and this is the reason why.
Looking at you, Candace Owens.
Yeah. And so like that switching back and forth, I'll like say Dave Rubin, for example, or others that Brett Keane that just like to play both sides of an issue and go back and forth to whoever's paying them more money. That's what it looks
what
like.
do you what do you call someone who does this sort of thing? They do it on purpose. They don't care whether or not it's negative or positive attention. They just want the attention. It's not necessarily about the money. They just want to be noticed for saying something that's unpopular or maybe it's actually popular, and they just someone who does it for attention. What's the right word for that?
I have your answer, Kazoo. I have your answer. As a parent, I can tell you the term is spoilt brat.
Yeah. I was just Proctor has said here. Well, I think that's true of most of the stuff in the right wing, though. Proctor, like I said, we mentioned Duck Dynasty earlier. You ever see what those guys really look like? They're from fucking California. They're not mountain men. They're not fucking hunters. They bought a company, made a lot of money off the duck call, and then made it more profitable. And then they basically, if you think about it, they were basically doing a parody of their own clients. They're basically goobing on their own clients, and they eat it up. It's just like Larry the Cable Guy. Larry the Cable Guy is not from the fucking South. He's from fucking Nebraska. He's a comedian, and I remember seeing stuff of him before he took on that persona. It's an act. It's a fucking bullshit, cynical act. But people eat it up because they're fucking idiots.
The right has a problem with manhood. I mean, it's pretty obvious at this point. I mean, and the problem isn't that there aren't any manly men on the right. It's just that most of the people on the right don't seem to understand what a man is.
Well, some people have too narrow of a definition. That's all.
I think too many Americans, in particular, think that John Wayne is the epitome of maleness. And that is just so 1940s.
John Wayne was a terrible white supremacist.
Yep.
So I want to say that the person that fits the mold the best that I just described, maybe even better than Brett Keane, was actually Donald Trump. He was friends with the Clintons before he decided that the better audience to pander to was the conservative extremist crowd.
Right. Yeah, he used to give money to. He used to give a lot of money to the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
So why did you think that was because they have more money, or
no?
Easier to lead.
Easier to lead. Okay.
He even considered back in 2004, running for president as a Democrat, but Democrats weren't interested in him.
Sorry, Donald did. Is that what you said? Okay, yeah, because he was a lifelong Democrat, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was surprised when he ran as a Republican, I have to admit.
You got me thinking, though, about, like, what party would have been for, like, if Trump would have sided with the Democrats, do you think, if he would have labeled himself as a Democrat, do you think the Democratic Party would have supported him? Do you think they would have rejected him?
No, they wouldn't. We know they wouldn't, because he wanted to run in 2004, and basically party operatives told him don't bother.
Okay, so what do you? There's this. Howard Stern has talked about potentially running if things don't go a somewhat decent route. He is considered running in 2024. What do you think the possibility of the Democrat Party supporting him is? I could zero.
I also don't think he'll ever seriously run. I think a lot of what he says is meant to get ratings for his show, a singular show at this point, I think now.
What I'm more afraid of, and I know others here won't give it much credibility, is I'm afraid of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson throwing his hat in the ring.
I'm actually afraid of that too. So I think he actually might. He's one I think that really would.
I really don't know which way he would swing as far as which party he wants to be a part of.
I mean, do any of you think that Joe Biden would have any sort of chance in 2024? I don't. I don't. I think if Joe Biden tries running in 2024, whoever he runs against, he's just going to lose. But I mean, what do you think about it?
I wonder if he'll even be alive in 2024.
Here's a thought experiment for you. And you always say no if you don't want to. It's fine. But second time this evening, I've had the thought: what if instead of Biden on the ticket in 2020, it had been another rerun of Clinton Trump?
No, won't happen.
No, I mean, it just what do you think the outcome would have been if it would have been?
What do you think the outcome would have been?
Trump would have won.
Okay,
I don't know.
that was all.
Yeah,
I think Trump would have won too. Yeah. Pretty probably, 60% or so. I think Trump would have won without a doubt.
I think the result would have been closer, but I don't, because remember we said before, it's not like there was this like huge swell, like yay, Joe Biden is great.
But there's not a great deal of animosity and dislike towards Joe Biden. Joe Biden's problem isn't likability; it's excitability. Like, he doesn't excite anybody. He doesn't inspire anybody. Nobody dislikes Joe. I mean, except for Let's Go Brandon people. They don't even really dislike Joe Biden. They're just saying that because they're the opposite party. Like, they feel like they have this requirement to treat him like shit.
Well, I mean, there are people
the other way.
There are people who think that he's completely incompetent, and I kind of wonder how competent he is personally. But there's just so many people that say so many negative things about Biden. It's not just a lot of it just has to do with people feeling like he's on the mental decline. I mean, you can hear the huge difference in the way he talks now compared to 20 years ago. He sounds like a completely different person. I mean, so there are people that make a lot of comments about him in regards to his mental faculties.
Yeah, I dislike Joe. Bullshit, you dislike Joe. Nonsense. That's all bullshit.
Well, I want
to address this. First off, well, look, any practicing Catholic would be excited to meet the Pope. I'm not happy that he's a Catholic, but he is a Catholic. So, what do you expect?
Yeah.
Okay, and on that bombshell, I'm going to bid you a fond farewell and go and climb into my bed.
All right.
Brian.
Get
All
some
right.
good sleep.
Yeah, take it easy.
Catch you later.
Hey. Yeah, I don't know. I can see people like not getting excited about Biden, or like just like not liking him. Fine, you don't like him, but to actively dislike.
I mean, it's about someone being in a particular position. If someone thinks someone is incompetent, then they may really dislike that person being in a particular position.
But they can believe that all they want, but Joe Biden has already gotten a great deal done. You can't say he's incompetent when he's actually gotten things done. You can't say
the people around him are. It just seems more like he's just signing things and reading teleprompters. Quite honestly, I mean,
I don't know what you think the president.
You spend way too much time in right wing spaces, dude. Way too much time.
I don't know what you think the president does. I don't know what you think the job of the president is. So, I mean, from your perspective, maybe. I bet, because I don't know what you think what he's supposed to do.
I'm just saying what the right wing, what a lot of people's dislike of him is. You said you were making it sound like you're making it sound like people don't dislike him or nobody dislikes him. And I'm saying, well, no, that's not the same.
But they don't have a genuine dislike of him. They have a party a patrician required dislike of him. It's like, oh, he's a Democrat, so therefore we cannot like him because he's a dirty socialist who's trying to bankrupt. Like all the people say shit like this all the time, where Joe Biden is just printing money left and right, which isn't true, or he's bankrupting the country, which isn't true. So I mean, there's all this bullshit that comes out of the right where they just make shit up.
Well, I mean, as far as personality, I don't think anyone has any real gripe with Biden. Now, people did have major gripes with Hillary. So, they could point out a number of things. There were a number of people who truly hated Hillary. It's hard to say that anyone actually truly hates Biden for who he is.
Right. Like Hillary Clinton is a very unlikable person. I didn't like her. I didn't like her. She's very unlikable. I mean, I voted for her because she was better than Trump.
But she's very unlikable. No, I said because you can do math.
Yeah. I mean, what was that?
Because just you know how math works. Well, the thing is, okay, like who is it? Doug Silla says that he thinks Biden has failed. I'm like, well, in what way? Be specific, not and like proper.
Another one. I have a genuine dislike of him. What is it that you don't like? He's a disaster. He's a disaster. How? The economy is doing pretty well. The country's in good shape. I don't know. Biden is an unlikable. What about him is unlikable? He loves his country. He's taking care of his family. He took the train to work until he couldn't because he's a man of the people. I mean, what is it you don't like? Nobody can say they just don't. And that's what I'm talking about, Zoom. Like you can point to Hillary and you can talk about, the way that she shrieks and the way that she laughs as being, boy, that really grates on me and I don't like that. You could talk about how she is a hawk and about how she has said a lot of things in public that were demeaning to people of color, demeaning to women. She's an unlikable person. Biden, unlikable? How? Nobody can say.
I guess someone could say that they don't know, but this could be said for any politician, this element of they don't know who Biden really is compared to who he presents himself as. So there could be a difference between those things. And I'm just like, well, that would happen with any politician. So.
But that's kind of bullshit, though, because Joe Biden has been in the public eye for a long time. He's actually run for president before.
Well, yes, but he'd be better. He'd be better at that, though.
But there's a great deal known about Joe Biden and his private life and his personal life because he's been in the public eye, because he's had so many his wife and he had children die. And I mean, he's a single father who raised, I mean, he's been,
I need to
know Joe Biden.
Yeah, I need to interrupt you for a second because I'm really getting irritated at this. Okay. So, right, you don't like Biden. Fine. I've asked you multiple times specifically what it is that you dislike about him. If you actually do dislike him, which apparently you do, then you should be able to enumerate those things. Or if he's a failure, in what way did he fail? No, let me finish.
He addressed me. So let me say.
No, we were also discussing the chat though, he and I.
Yeah, but he said, "I'm sorry, leaving." I didn't. He's addressing me directly. So, dude, I asked you a fucking question. I didn't tell you who to like or how to like them, and I'm the expert. I asked you to name something, and you can't. Just because you're an illiterate fuck doesn't mean that I'm the one with the problem.
Right.
You are an illiterate fuck. So answer the fucking question or shut the fuck up. Thank you.
Well, that's my whole thing. It's like you have your own reasons. Tell us what they are. If you can't elucidate those to us,
he's not a man of character. How? Fucking examples. You fucking illiterate fuck. Just answer the question. You remember the scene from The Breakfast Club, the movie The Breakfast Club, right, where they're trying to get the girl to talk about whether or not how far she's gotten sexually.
Right.
She's not, and everybody's just yelling at her. Just answer the question, dude. Just answer the question.
Yeah, I mean, you could say you could point out various foibles of him, but say he's not someone of character. That's, I mean, then I think you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
He
That may
puts
be
his foot.
Well,
that may be well, let me finish. That may be your opinion, but your opinion is dramatically ill-informed. You can come up. I'm sure there's other things some like legitimate things you can come up with. That to me does not seem to be one of them.
He puts his foot in his mouth a lot.
Yeah,
He always has.
yeah. Yeah. If you say I don't like that about him, okay, fine. That's
Yeah.
fair.
Okay. Fine.
But not character. I think you're full of shit.
What does it? I don't know what it means when someone says whether someone is a man of character or not. I don't know what that actually means. So.
When they tell you something, that they mean it and that they will do everything in their power to live up to what they promise. That doesn't mean they're going to be successful, because sometimes there's things outside of your power to do so. But basically, Trump has poor character because he just lies all the fucking time. He just says what the audience right now wants to hear.
Hey,
I happen to still have a student loan, and I don't think that Biden is keeping to anything that he said on the campaign trail about that.
Well,
I think that he's kind of backed away from doing anything about that.
Prop Hawk, if you don't have to answer for the things you say, then you don't get to say them. Fuck off. You're out of here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand the whole thing. You deleted all the comments. I can't see.
Well, I blocked him in that.
But, I mean, it's like, yeah, no, I'm sorry. I'm not telling you what to say. I'm not making. You aren't saying anything. This isn't a disagreement because you're not saying anything to disagree with.
Well, that's the thing. If you're gonna make the statement, then you need to fucking back it up. And if you're not, then you don't get to be.
Last week, Kazum and I had a disagreement. He made a statement. He backed it up with his feelings. He put it out. This is why. Boom. And he said it. And I disagreed. And we went back and forth. And that was a legitimate argument with legitimate reasons. And it was a disagreement. Dr. Hawk ain't saying nothing. He's just not saying. He's saying I don't have an argument. So there.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but literally saying I basically I can just say what I want. Well, yeah, you can say what you want elsewhere. If you're,
I think most of people's problem with Biden is just the fact that he is. I'm sorry, but he's as mentally incompetent as he is, and is in the position that he is in. It is not anything against his actual personality. And when people try to say they don't like his personality, it is a lie. They are talking about something else.
I agree with that part, but there's no evidence that he's mentally incompetent.
I just know that if you listen to the way that he sounds now compared to what he sounded like 20 years ago, it's not even like the same person.
I get that. He's a million, though. I mean, he's a million. I mean, that's what do you want? He's a million years old. The way you speak, and he stutters. The way you speak and slows down. It doesn't mean he's incompetent.
I just know that sometimes when he's asked a question, like if there's something that he doesn't have a teleprompter for, he's asked a question, it looks like a deer's eyes in the taillights, you know. So, you know, all of us have agreed at some point that he may not even make it. He may not even make it through this presidency. So.
Well, yeah, okay.
This is old.
Yeah, but being close to dying has nothing necessarily to do with your mental competence.
Nothing at all.
It also doesn't have to do, as you were discussing earlier, it doesn't have to do with his likability as a person either. So, in that regard, I totally agree with you.
I want to know. I want to know how somebody can use the teleprompter to answer questions.
If their questions were pre-planned. But in some cases, though, that's kind of an extreme. I agree with you that the times where he is asked questions, he's trying to do his best, but he sometimes just can't seem to handle being asked questions. It seems everything has to be planned with him. It's more with him than any president I can think of in my lifetime. So
I don't know.
Again,
I haven't seen that.
You spend way
I
too
watch
much.
him all the time.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Again,
I think you're watching doctored footage.
you watch a lot of right wing foot, and then of course people put it together. I've seen that stuff before too. So, I think you're wrong.
And no, he doesn't seem like he has dementia or Alzheimer's. He seems like he's a little bit slower than he used to be.
Yeah.
Sometimes a little bit more than a little bit slower. But like slow in reaction is not the same as slow mentally.
Yeah.
Yes, but compared to how people
Donald
talk about
Trump.
Trump, yeah, I was
Donald
going to say compared to how you talked about.
Got off an airplane and walked past his car while the driver was holding the door open. They had to go get him because he didn't know where he was. He was literally lost in front of the presidential limo. And it happened.
I'd never heard about that, so I appreciate you pointing that out. I didn't know about that. So
it was internet. You spend too much time in right-wing circles.
Oh, how about the time G.W. Bush was coming out and he couldn't get through the door? I mean, Gerald Ford fell 3 times. I mean,
Or Donald Trump needed help walking down a ramp.
Yeah.
And you know what? We laughed at him. The left, they laughed at him, but people weren't going, "Oh, look at him! Oh, he's got Alzheimer's. This guy, he's got dementia." I mean, we laughed at him.
I mean, to be fair, a few people did, but it wasn't the general feeling on the left.
Right.
another thing is how Biden does just simply read a teleprompter. He sometimes struggles with it, but I know I would struggle with it, but I'm not trying to run for president either.
He's a million.
Well, also, he's a stutterer, and so sometimes a stutterer is going to stutter.
Lifelong?
Yeah, he's a lifelong stutterer.
But it's you got to admit it's a lot worse than what it used to be, and that's one of the things that people are looking at is you compare him now to what he used to be.
Doesn't mean he has dementia.
Or doesn't mean he has dementia. The dude's in his 80s.
Yeah, but I agree. I think he's too. Just as anyone else his age, I think they're probably too old.
I think he's too old. I personally think he's too much of a hawk. I think he has some ideas about the world order that are a little dated. He's not my choice, but he doesn't have Alzheimer's. He shows no signs of dementia. He isn't a failure as a president. He isn't a mess. All these things, I think, none of it makes any sense because none of it has a basis in fact or in reality. The reason why they don't like him is because he's a Democrat and they are programmed by the media they consume to immediately attack. It doesn't matter who it is. They said the same stuff about George W. Bush, actually. The right wing hated George W. Bush. The same people who went off on Obama and went off on Clinton and they went after G.W. Bush. They said that he was a lizard person that was he and the Queen were going to create a new world order where most people would be rounded up in FEMA camps, and they had video footage of coffins and people were going to be. It's nonsense, Kazum. It's nonsense. Right. It's bullshit. These people are nuts. And they're all QAnon, right-wing, Republican, Trump, ass-sucking fucktards.
And this is the reason why I don't go look at right-wing spaces to hear what they have to say, because it's not of any value.
It's a value in that you know what their current thing is, because when they're going to use those things as arguments, they're always going to use those things as arguments. And if you don't know what they're doing, then they will always claim that you're making a straw man of their argument. And if you know what they're saying, then you can't be straw manning them because you know what they're doing.
No, I don't get accused of straw manning because I don't fucking talk to them because they're a waste of time.
I don't feel that way.
I know, but that's the reason why you have so much stress in your life. They're toxic and they're stupid and they don't have anything of value to say. They don't.
It's nonsense. It's
So,
nonsense.
so I don't deal with them. I deal. Here's the thing. One of the things that the as far as the likability of Biden goes, something that the Lincoln Project ran was an interview that Lindsey Graham had given about Joe Biden, and saying, there's no way that anybody could not like Joe Biden. He's a great guy, and I worked for him 30 years, and blah blah blah, and just glowing. And then they use that to like say, hey, hey, all you Republicans that aren't happy with Trump, see, even other Republicans like Biden, go for him,
Yeah. Yep. The thing is as soon as you become the candidate of a major party, the other side is going to throw stones. The difference between the left and the right tends to be that the stones that the right throws are fucking stupid, and the rank and file believe them.
Right.
I mean, as a Democrat, registered Democrat, holding an elected seat in my county on the Democratic Party, I see shit coming from the right in my county that is unbelievable that this is happening in America, where the Republicans in my county put up on the road big signs. They say, kill Democrats. They're literally calling for the assassination of me. Literally.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't do that.
Right.
We don't do that crazy shit. It's crazy. So, well, yeah, they're going to say he's got dementia and that he's a failure. And yeah, but that's not based in anything that's factual.
Right. I mean, that's the thing. You say, finding out what's in their mind. I don't go to mental institutions to find out what people are thinking. Why would
Yeah,
I,
but
why?
this is approximately 40% of the population. I'm not going to.
No, but see,
It's not.
It's not though. That's the whole thing. You're seeing a subsection of the right wing, and yes, that subsection is all saying his crazy stuff, but they don't represent
All of them.
Even if it's 25%, that's still a pretty big percentage of the population.
I agree. I agree. Like, we were talking about Ron DeSantis before, and this is why I think I disagree with you when it comes to Ron DeSantis. There's going to be a large amount of Republicans that support him if he were to run for president, but there's going to be a lot that don't, because they see him as Trump, and Trump does not have the kind of support that he thinks he does. Not anymore.
Not anymore. No, true, not anymore. But I think that DeSantis will get the support that Trump doesn't. I'm serious when I say this.
I don't, because he doesn't have all the ingredients that Trump had, number one. And number two, there are a lot of Republicans that aren't the type that think that all Democrats are socialist, and that they need a Confederate flag in the Capitol. You know what I mean? There's like a completely different breed of Republican that is not represented in those right-wing spaces that you hang out in.
Right. And
You know what I mean?
and in fact, the proof of that, again, what did I say earlier? We're looking at the tweets and the emails coming from people who are on Fox News who are parroting Trump's words in public, who are telling him, don't fucking do this, you maniac. This is wrong and bad, and you will destroy this country. So
Right.
even the people that are parroting it half of them don't even fucking believe it.
So, I mean, like Trump had this media presence that no other candidate ever has had, because he was able to call in and get his advertising for free on Fox News for hours and hours and hours every day.
Well, and he also got coverage on all the other networks too, because
How long did he have MSNBC focused on an empty fucking stage?
Yeah, that was the one where and all it ended up being was an ad for Trump steaks. And
it was just like,
you got them to wait for 45 fucking minutes, and then basically it's like, oh, Trump steaks.
It was just like, seriously? But that kind of advertising, that was free. That was free.
Yep.
And it got him a lot of attention. Ron DeSantis, he's not going to get that. He's not going to get that.
He's getting famous in these circles.
Of course he is. Of course he is. But QAnon isn't the Republican Party.
It's not just the QAnon people. It's anyone who follows Ben Shapiro, anyone on the Daily Wire, Candace Owens. Just name
But that's-
any of these right wing types of things. Any of the things that you see people saying, the right wingers, the loud right wingers on YouTube and stuff. Anything that they're saying, okay. Ron DeSantis is parroting all of their stuff. He's parroting all of their stuff.
Okay, the Lincoln Project, right? They don't follow any of that,
And they're Republicans.
and they're Republicans.
That's true, but they're not in the majority.
But there's enough of them that it's.
Here's the thing, though, is that basically it's okay. Say just say it's 25%, which is frightening, but it's probably But the thing is that 25% is not enough to win elections.
There's a difference.
It can be if there's I mean, the Republicans stand together. If DeSantis ends up being the one who wins the primary, then he's going to be the ones the Republicans support. They stand together.
But
The Democrats don't.
But here's the thing: there are more Democrats than there are Republicans, just in general. The majority of the country is actually independent. But as far as a declared party, Democrats are larger.
And overall, even in elections that they do badly because of gerrymandering, actually get more votes nationally.
Democrats
In all
always get
elections.
more votes nationally.
Yeah.
It's never the number. It's rarely the number of votes that sinks a Democrat. It's where the votes come from because of the way the Electoral College works. Democrats always get more votes than Republicans because there are more Democrats than Republicans. The real issue ends up being swing voters.
Right.
That's the real issue. And if Democrats aren't able to sway enough of them, that's when they lose.
Right.
I think DeSantis uses fear as his main thing.
Right,
and
but
it's effective. It's very effective.
But
DeSantis could easily be more of a fascist than Trump. DeSantis could actively be fascist more than Trump. He could be much worse than Trump.
Yes, but I don't think he can win nationally, though.
Right, and this is the thing, because you're saying yes, that appeals to a certain segment of the population, but it doesn't generally appeal to swing voters.
And college-educated Republicans.
Right.
I just know that in 2016 we thought that Trump we thought that Trump didn't have a chance, and I'm just look.
I mean,
there's look how many networks said that they didn't.
Okay, and
so many people thought that Trump didn't have much of a chance. People thought that Hillary was going to win by a landslide.
We discussed all this, right? Hillary Clinton is very unlikable for very real reasons. Some of them are actually very good reasons. Hillary Clinton is unlikable. Donald Trump got tons and tons of free advertising because he's Donald Trump. Bernie Sanders was a factor in the election. He just was. Right, wrong, good, bad, whatever. It doesn't matter. He was a factor in the election. Hillary Clinton will not be running against Ron DeSantis.
True.
It'll probably be Kamala Harris. And Kamala Harris has a better chance than Hillary did.
Yes, but I don't think she has a good chance against DeSantis.
I can't see DeSantis beating anybody. I can't.
I absolutely can. But
he's not going to get swing voters. He's not going to get college-educated Republicans. He's going to end up with a small number of Republicans.
It's just like I said before. When at one point when the Democrats were impeaching Trump, and I knew some people on the left were like, "Oh, don't impeach him because Pence will be worse." Clearly not, because when given the opportunity to overthrow government, Pence said no, and also I wasn't worried about Pence because Pence didn't have a cult of personality around him, and neither does DeSantis. He does not have a cult of personality around him in the same way.
It's building.
Yeah.
Well, yes. The microcosm that you look at Yeah, I'm telling you, dude, you're like the ultimate doom scroller. You go into these little pockets and you listen to the worst fucking people on the earth, and it affects your thinking. And then you go on these screens of doom, and it's just like it's so unhealthy, man. It's just
You
so
talk
unhealthy.
about you talk about some of these people. I'm like, who the fuck is that?
You know?
You're just like, oh, this guy on Twitter, Joe Schmo the shithead. Everybody knows him. Never heard of him.
Yeah, it's like you know, like I said, I don't go to mental institutions to find the political wins. I just don't.
I'm not going to just look at left-wing sources for news.
I don't look
No,
at
no,
left-wing
no, don't say that.
No,
Nobody's saying to do that.
no, but those sites aren't news either, though. What places you're talking
They're
about
not
are not news. That's the whole thing. They're not news.
I go to tons of places that are news. I get this stuff from all over the place. I get the stuff from the left, the extreme on the left as well. I get it from all over the place. I go all over the place in what I look at.
What news sites are you talking about? Please tell me.
I don't know. Let me. I can't remember some of the names of them. I'm looking. Let me see here. Let me see. Let me what I've got here. MEAWW. Let's see. Then there's TK News. There's Newsbusters. What site is this? Crooks and Liars.
These are not
let's
news
see.
sites.
Town Hall.
Those are not news.
Those aren't news sites.
They're opinion blogs. That's not the fucking news.
That's not news.
Friend. That is
That's
not
news sites.
That's what I'm talking about. You're going to shit site. It's like it's like going in the sewer. Man, I find this shit everywhere. Oh my god!
I didn't even get to. I'm not even reclaim the net. Democracy Now.
That's not a news site.
ADL blog. I also go to Al Jazeera.
Al Jazeera's news. Al Jazeera's news. All that other stuff wasn't news. Al Jazeera is a legitimate news site.
So that's
what is? How do you define news?
It's a site with actual reporters.
Actual reporting.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
They actually have journalistic education who you go operate under journalistic ethics. Those other sites are opinion blogs.
Yeah.
And
but sometimes Al Jazeera is too. Sometimes and CNN is, and so is MSNBC, and so is. I mean,
but they
tell you that this is an opinion piece. Right, if you read it or watch it, knowing it's an opinion piece.
Right. If it says editorial, that means it's an opinion.
Right. But these other
yes, I agree on that, but not all of. But there's some of the articles I look at say opinion. Some of them do not say opinion.
And they're still opinion. That's the whole thing, because they don't have any journalists doing research. They're just a bunch of bloggers.
Newsnowmax.com blog for real Americans is an opinion site. And they give you their opinion based on their particular political bend. NBC, not MSNBC, but NBC is news. MSNBC is a mix of opinion and news. Fox is mostly opinion, but it's a mix.
The thing is, no matter what
it's actually pretty. The Fox News desk is pretty spot on. They're actually kind of famous on some of their coverage is really good. It's their opinion stuff that gets them in trouble.
Well, no matter what we do, our bias is going to show in how we report or analyze or anything. So to me, the best way to go about it is to look at as many opinions as you can, know that they have those opinions, and grasp the news and grasp the actual information from that. Otherwise, you're assuming that some place is actually news versus. I mean, you gotta.
No, you're assuming some places news that isn't. Lots of places that are not news. You're assuming.
There's lots of So a lot of the places that you mentioned have no news at all. It's strictly opinion. Some of it's not even factual. There is a website, Media Bias. You go to mediabias.com and you type in your media source, and it'll tell you if it's right wing or left wing. It'll tell you if it's known for factual reporting. It'll tell you.
it's usually pretty apparent whatever the bias of the site is. That's usually pretty known.
It tells you if it's factual or not.
Well, the way you find out whether it's factual is to look up each story and look at it through a bunch of different sources.
But you can take like, okay, you can just type in CNN and it'll tell you what its record is as far as factual reporting. It'll tell you. It'll rank it.
But they've been shown to not always be that great. So you can't just suddenly trust somewhere.
You don't know unless you do that. I'm telling you how to research these things to find out.
You research by judging whether or not another place says that they're valid or not.
It's a fact checking. That's what they do.
Like I said, the best way to find out whether a story is true is to look at the story under a bunch of different sources.
No, because you don't know whether those sources are credible or not.
You need You need some way to gauge what's credible and what's not credible.
If you don't have a filter and you just read everything, then you would believe that Hillary Clinton was running a pedophile ring in the basement of a pizza parlor.
Well, I mean, yeah, you have to look at. But you eventually find this out when you look at that story from a bunch of different viewpoints. Like if something like what you just mentioned, okay, anything on the left that talks about that story will say that it's total bullshit, and then you know that it's total bullshit because only one side says that it's good.
Okay. Mainstream media.
That's not a judge either.
Mainstream media didn't even talk about the Comet Pizza and the pedophile ring until after somebody went in there and started shooting. So there was nothing to check it against. What happens is if you just read these things with no filter at all, with no way of gauging what's true and what's not true, with no way of gauging what source is credible or not, people end up shooting people in the meantime. Right. That's why there are things that exist that can tell you this particular news source is credible because they practice, journalistic, ethics. They've got education in it, and they've got a record of being truthful. It doesn't mean that particular article is perfect. It just means that the source has a history of being correct or being truthful or being factual.
Hold on. And to the degree that they're not, it tells you that too. So if you go to a site that's factually false 90% of the time, yeah, okay, 10%. You know what? You can dig in shit and find kernels, but I don't want to eat it. I mean, that's not an efficient way.
Not a good source of corn.
Not a good source of corn.
I just know if I would have went by what CNN and others would have said in 2016, it would have been Hillary won for sure. Okay,
But see, again, you talk about there are people. Yes, the editorial people said that. Editorial. Those were not the news people. Those are the opinion people. So you had to be able to discern the difference. Don Lemon is an opinion guy. He's not He's not the news guy. So
this is why I made the distinction when I said NBC News is a news source. MSNBC is mostly opinion. So if you want to know the news, you go to the news desk, which is going to be NBC. You go to Fox, you want to go to the Fox News desk, and you want to stay away from Hannity and Tucker Carlson, because that's not news.
Right. Yeah. And same thing. You don't go to Anderson Cooper. Well, for news, you don't go. Right. Unless he's in the field.
Unless he's in the field. Anderson Cooper does have a good record. Is it a great record? Because he does do a lot of opinion.
Let me state this, okay? When there is some sort of story that I look at, okay, if it's not being covered by the places that are known for putting out actual news, I'll question it. Okay, right. It's not like it's not like just everything at random. There's a whole bunch of things that I take into consideration.
Okay. So this is what I'm telling you, though. Like if you're reading. let's say you're flipping through your right wing sources. I have no idea, and you come across a story.
I mentioned at least three left wing sources here.
It doesn't matter if you're flipping through your news sources and they're all the right wing stuff, and you come across an article that says Joe Biden has a history of butt fucking puppies, right? And then lighting them on fire in a ritualistic manner in order to appease the puppy gods, right? And you're like, this sounds kind of fucked up, because it's fucked up. I wonder if it's true. Instead of looking for that story somewhere else, say, well, who printed this? Oh, it was printed by News Now Max blog.com for real Americans. Okay, hey, mediabias.com. Boom, 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 boom. And it comes up. Total bullshit. Oh, well, it's a total bullshit site, so I can just dismiss the story.
I can dismiss that site. I can dismiss that site from that point on. I agree.
Right.
Exactly. And that's what I'm saying.
That's what Ray was saying. Use those sources. And actually, here's the thing. You're saying look in the right way. I don't look at left wing sites either. Because they're full of crap. They get this pain. You know one of my news sources? NPR.
NPR is good.
Associated Press and Al Jazeera.
AP and Al Jazeera. Very good.
And BBC.
Yeah, BBC is good too.
Those
are good sources. I watch. I like a small amount of opinion shows. I like Rachel Maddow. I do. I like Rachel. I like the way she breaks things down. I like the way that she presents it. It's opinion, and there's a lot of facts in there, and the way she makes her arguments, I think it's fantastic. I like the way she does what she does, and I'm going to be upset when she leaves soon because her contract is over. She got some big multi-million-dollar deal to do annual shows or some shit. Who knew you could do such a thing?
Right.
Anyway, she's going to be making more money to work less. Again, who knew? So I'm going to miss her. I'll probably stop watching MSNBC when she's gone because not all, but most of everyone else on there is just so wackadoo extreme that it's just like, what was the fuck is that guy's name? Lawrence O'Donnell. While Trump was president, every fucking night for an hour, it was Trump's an asshole, Trump's an asshole, Trump's an asshole, Trump's an asshole. Good night, folks. That's the last word. It's just like,
yeah. Well, and here's the thing I want to say, because I know you said you look at right wing, left wing sites. Here's the problem with that, and with the approach. The average of a bunch of bad sources is not truth. If you take a bunch of bad left wing sources, a bunch of bad right wing sources, you are no closer to the truth. You would be better off not looking at any sources. You would know more than looking at bad sources.
What was that study
about? The bad sources are the worst sources are the alternatives to YouTube. Those are the worst sources. Let me tell you. And I occasionally look at those, and I look at them knowing that they're going to be crap, but I still look at them just to.
Dude, you look. It's so unhealthy for you. It causes you so much stress. It makes you upset. It's bad for you. Maybe somebody else can take it. The reason why I don't look at that bullshit. Because it's bad for my mental health. Because I literally would fucking kill myself if I wasted time reading all the mountains of horse shit that's there.
I used to be a news junkie. I used to watch. I used to watch some of the local newses. I stopped because it changed. It's not the same. Since they were all basically bought up by some kind of right wing. They all suck. All the local news stations suck now. But they used to be good.
Yeah.
But I stopped watching them. I used to watch Emerson Cooper. I watched a lot of stuff on MSNBC. I liked Nicole Wallace. I liked Ari Melber. I was never really a big fan of Lawrence O'Donnell. I liked Chris Hayes. I mean, I watched. I was a news junkie. And then the last couple of years, the news has been so toxic. Not just the opinion pieces, but the actual news has just been so bad and so awful and so I watch Rachel. That's it.
One of my biggest
turns my stomach.
One of my biggest worries is straw manning the other side. That's what I do not want to do. I do not want to straw man the other side. I do not want to assume what their position is. I don't want to assume bad things about them, because I have many friends that are on the right, and I don't want to assume bad things about them because most people are trying to be good people.
I don't know about that. I actually believe the contrary. 53 years on this planet has taught me the contrary. And so the thing is, I mean, I know you'd like to believe that. It's like before when you used to spend a lot of time over there. You remember you found that after when you stepped away, you felt better. There's a reason why, because there's a lot of fucking bad people. A lot of fucking bad people. It's not pleasant. I had to cut a lot of people out of my life. Because, like I said, people, and they say, well, are you willing to lose a friendship over a difference of opinion? No, not over a difference of opinion.
There's
But let me finish, Raven. But over a fundamental difference of values.
Right.
And if somebody thinks that Raven should be harmed because, she was born in the wrong body and she's recognized that she should be ostracized or harmed or killed or anything like that, I'm not fucking with that. I don't need to know what their opinion is. Their opinion is shit, and they don't need to be in my life, and I don't need to deal with them.
So, where I live, right, in New Jersey, right, in blue state New Jersey, in Democrat country, New Jersey, this state is known as a blue state. There is a Republican operative in my county who publicly says things like Democrats are socialist and socialists should be exterminated from our county. Openly says that.
Wow.
In public meetings. And then he'll go on to say, I don't know why the left is so toxic to us, why they treat us like this over politics. I'm a good guy. I'm just trying to look out for the people.
Right.
Right after he just called for the extermination of an entire demographic of people. So, I mean, you can be friends with them if you want, Kazoom. But what I have found is that they'll be friendly with you as long as you don't openly disagree. And then when you do, they might still be friendly with you, but in their head they're thinking, when the Civil War Part 2 comes, you're first on my list.
Oh, yeah.
You're already dead in their head by their hands.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. It's not. I mean, yes, I agree. You should not want to straw man people. But the thing is, you don't have to wade in the sewer. Like, you can find out what's going on by looking at reputable sites.
I can't, no, because the reputable sites never get into the nitty gritty of what the other side is up to. They never do. They never ever do. That's why I go to the other side to find out what they're doing.
Because we don't interview lunatics to find out what policy should be.
Yep.
I just know that these reputable sites do not give me enough information about the other side. They just simply don't.
What information are you getting that you think is helpful?
Helpful? It's just helpful to know what the other side is up to. What are they thinking? What are they? You can't just. I mean, it's best to find it out from the actual people than to find it out from people who go through all these different.
But the actual people, the people you're talking about, they're not telling you what they're thinking. They're not telling you what they're up to. They're showing a public face of what they want you to think.
But that's anyone.
Right. You can never really know.
But you can get at least a better idea.
No. No.
You get a better idea from the actual people than you do someone who analyzes their stuff from far away.
The reason, you don't want somebody who analyzes it. You want somebody who just reports facts. And the reason why you can't get what you want from reputable sources is because they're not going to play guessing games with these people. They're not going to pretend to know what they're thinking.
And actually, occasionally, they will write an article on them, and they point out what they're doing, and in a scholarly way that is as unbiased as possible. And I'd much rather see that than wade in with a bunch of fucking lunatics who think I should be dead.
But so often when they do try to describe what makes some of the other side do something, say and do something, what their mindset is, they're completely wrong. They're completely wrong. They're completely off.
Such as
Bullshit. Bullshit.
What
I call absolute bullshit on that, because we had this big, huge argument over Black Lives Matter because you were getting your information from right-wing news sources, which were like just lies from front to back, and it completely painted how you saw the entire issue. I mean, I remember it. You were like, no, because this was happening. And it's like, that's actually not what happened at all. Those aren't the facts that were happening on the ground. That was what right-wing news sources were reporting, but that's not what happened. They made a big thing up in your neck of the woods, right in your state, in Seattle, right? The big thing, and what was it? The zone, whatever it was, right?
job.
That was what really happened there. Wasn't what the right wing was reporting. I knew people that were inside there. And they're like, that's not what's happening.
Isn't it important to know why people think something, even if what they think is invalid? But isn't it important to know why they think something rather than just what they think?
Why? Why is it important?
Only if I'm someone who's in a position to try to change their mind, and I'm not. I've decided long ago that's beyond me. I'm not in that business because my sanity requires me to not even attempt that. It's a fool's errand as far as I'm concerned.
Like, I'm not sure exactly what you mean. Like, the reason why people will say that they think certain things is because they want to change the way you think.
Well, yeah. I mean, we're all just vessels of information and experience that can be manipulated in some way. So,
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. The trick is to know the difference, though, between truth and
right. If you stay away from, again, that's the reason why I avoid not only right-wing bias sites, I avoid left-wing bias sites, because again, I'm actually less prone to manipulation because I'm not getting as much bias thrown at me to make me, to direct me in one direction or another. I used to be less liberal than I am now. I changed my mind because what I believe because I'm an evidence-based person, when I was presented with evidence that what I believe was bullshit, I stopped believing it. But the thing is, you can't, if someone is literally oblivious or hostile to actual information to the contrary, there's no there's nothing to do, there's nothing to be gained. So all I need to what I want to do, that's why I don't focus on them. I'm not worried about winning them over because maybe somebody can. I know I'm not that person. What I'd rather do, and it's what I've always done when I was doing my atheism channel, I wasn't trying to reach the fundamentalist. I was trying to reach those people in between that were reachable, that were reasonable, and actually cared about the truth and had some capacity to be able to discern truth from fiction. I mean, anyone who believes a lot of this crazy shit, they're it's like the flat earthers. I mean, people who actually believe that shit, they're way. I saw Simon Dan waste so much fucking time fighting with fucking flat earthers. Like, dude, you've crushed their arguments to death. Stop wasting time on these fucking lunatics. They're fucking lunatics. Move on. There's other lunatics who you could be addressing, if you want to address lunatics. But it's just at a certain point, you just have to give up. There are some guys that I know from playing games, and I play strategy games. It tends to be a more conservative group of guys, but most of them seemed fairly reasonable. They were more conservative than me, and they didn't like the Democrats, and they were big gun guys and all this. But then when Trump was president, they started posting really off the wall shit, and I stopped associating with them. There was a couple that I still play games with when I see them at the get-togethers, but we're not friends anymore because I'm not gonna because every time I dealt with them, I would see this crazy, insane shit that they posted, and either and if I commented on it, and then I would realize that they're lost touch with reality, and I'm not gonna fucking waste my time because my leisure time is for me. I got enough responsibilities running a business and all that. I don't have fucking time to wade in a cesspool. Again, you're not gonna you can find corn if you dig in the cesspit, but it's not a good source of corn.
So the guys that like Joe's talking about, there's a lot of that happened where conservatives, people on the right that were reasonable, all of a sudden, almost like overnight, they were no longer reasonable. And what happened is you get locked into watching the same source of information, right? Fox News. They were consuming Fox News. Fox News was always a bad source. It was Fox, the Hannitys and all that stuff. It's always a bad source. I mean, they're not even really. They're not information as much as they are entertainment.
It's entertainment, yeah.
So I mean, but people watch that as if they're watching factual news, and for a while it wasn't that big of a deal. Even though they were always a little off the wall, it was like whatever. It was like it was just and MSNBC used to call them the other shop, whatever, right? But when Trump came onto the scene, the kind of programming they did changed, and they began to really push a lot of the really crazy shit that came along with Trumpism. And if you were watching every day for years, this is truth, this is truth, this is truth. And then when the garbage started coming in, you're still going, this is truth, this is truth, this is truth.
Yeah.
And it wasn't. It was bullshit.
Right.
Bullshit in, bullshit out.
Yeah, like Janine Pirro calling Democrats demon rats instead of Democrats.
Yeah.
I mean, and we're supposed, and again, and this is something supposed to be a reputable station. So the stuff you're going into makes Fox News look like Edward R. Murrow and Harry Reasoner. I mean, it's really, it's not. Those are not good sources. There are better sources that are less to the left and less to the right that you can find actual information that's useful. Knowing
a lot of people on the right hate NPR. NPR is so biased. NPR is so biased. NPR is one of the least biased sources that are out there. NPR is a good source. Al Jazeera is a good source.
PBS. PBS has a news hour. PBS News Hours.
PBS News, yeah, is a good source. Associated Press is a good source.
Yeah. I've got them in the list. I didn't even go through a quarter of the sources I have. So
Sure.
those were included in my list. So
Right.
Reuters is a good source. Like Associated Press and like Reuters, they're the best sources because that's where everybody else gets their news from.
yeah.
Like when I read like my local paper, it'll say the article, and then it'll say Associated Press,
Right.
because my paper didn't write it. They're just taking it from the Associated Press and printing it.
Right.
So like Associated Press and Reuters are the best sources. If they're not talking about it, it's probably not worth talking about. So, but what I just said, that's my opinion. So.
Yeah, well, and I agree with you, Raven, because again, like I said, I see zero value. Again, if I was inclined to try to go out and try to change the people's minds, then yes, I would want to know why they think what they think. I've given up on that, and because quite frankly, all I care about is if we can get the elections go the way we need to. They are enough of a minority that there are people who are convincible that we can win, and then hopefully get a more and more progressive system going on. But wading in the cesspool is not going to ever do that.
Me, I just want to deeply understand the other side.
But
that's my thing. I want to deeply understand the other side, and I can't get that. I can't get that unless I actually go into those sides. I can't know. And the same goes for, I sometimes want to understand some of the what people would call the woke side of the left, and I can't do that without looking into that either. You can't.
But again, what value does that have to you? I don't understand. Like
information. Information, knowing how it is, knowing how people do things.
But they don't. It's a lie. It's a lie. That's what we're trying to say.
But it's knowing how people think. It's getting to, it's understanding. I do.
But it's a lie.
Yeah, but it causes you stress. So I don't understand. That seems to me your stress level to me would be more valuable than learning why some people on some extreme or another think whatever.
I am not saying in any way, shape, or form that you believe everything that you see, hear, or read. I'm not saying that. But I will say that sometimes you'll repeat things, like when you come on the show and you'll repeat things that you saw on one of those sites that is like absolute nonsense, and you say it with such confidence, and it's just like, but Kazum, that's not real. That isn't.
I say it with confidence that some people believe this, that this is some of the stuff that's going around.
No, but
Who cares? I
sometimes,
dismiss them.
but sometimes you've also said it as if it was fact.
Huh.
Like, I just like people who believe things that are obviously not true. You know, like there is a pedophile ring in the basement of a pizza place that doesn't have a basement. That's obviously, it's not true. It can be dismissed.
Yeah.
But there are people still to this day who believe that story because Alex Jones. It was an Alex Jones story, right?
Let me say this, okay? You have no idea how much stuff I just flat out throw away. It's like, oh, that's ridiculous.
Oh, I can believe it.
Tons and tons and tons of stuff I just throw away as, hey, that's ridiculous.
Right.
So, I mean, it's not like
I believe that, but my point is okay. So the people that believe that there's a pedophile ring in the basement of a building with no basement, what value is there in understanding why they believe such ridiculous shit?
That's a good question. I think it's important to know that those people exist. You know what I mean? I think it's important, and I'll give Kazum that, right? I think it's important to know that there are people who believe that this is real. I don't think there's any importance beyond that, and that's my opinion. So, go ahead, Kazum.
Well, I mean, there's how about I think it's important to know why some people feel that there are neo-pronouns, for instance. It's important to know why people feel that way about pronouns. If we just become irritated, for instance, with the fact that people are trying to come up with new pronouns, it's better to know why they want to come up with the new pronouns. So it's just I don't know. I just think it's a good thing to know why people think the way they do.
Okay, that's actually a good example. But here's the thing: there's a difference between knowing why people want new pronouns and versus spending time with the people who hate new pronouns and understanding why they hate new pronouns.
Yeah.
That's legit.
You know, so that's the thing. Like I go with the Elie Wiesel model. Actually, I reposted it and Raven reacted to it the other day. Is that, yes, you have to take sides. Always take sides. Neutrality favors the oppressor. So basically, in any given situation, what I do is okay. And I learned this because at one time I was against gay marriage, even though I didn't believe I had anything against gay people. And I didn't use gay slurs and all this, but I didn't get it. I didn't understand that, it was just important to gay people to be able to get married, that it was for everybody else. I don't know why. Because I believe stupid arguments that people told me when I was religious, and I never really thought about them. So once I realized how wrong I was, and because I basically listened to the wrong people, so I said, okay, well, I didn't want to do that again. So then when I started learning about trans issues, I said, well, I don't understand all the issues. But here's my thought process. I said, okay, if I believe the people who are trans denialists and I behave that way, I could be hurting trans people. If that's really a thing, like the trans people claim it is, if I side with the anti-trans, I could be hurting people. But if I side with the people who claim they're trans or support them, am I hurting anybody? Not really. Okay, I'm gonna take that as my default starting point, and that's where I started from. And then I went from there, and then I spent the time to learn more about it and why it happened, what's going on in people. But I said, what's going to cause the least harm? And so that was my buzzword. So I didn't give a. So I realized once I realized that one side was going to be harmful to the other, I didn't fucking care about that side anymore. And I said, now I'm going to learn from this side the best I can, so I don't cause harm.
So I can better defend the any side if I know about the mindset of either of them.
So, but you don't get, in my opinion, I don't see how you get that from reading some of the sources that we're talking about.
But like I said, I get some from the far left, the far right, and everything in between.
Right. those aren't the places to go to get the information on this particular topic that you're talking about. The places you go for that are people who are looking to use pronouns that are outside of what's considered the norm.
Right.
That's who you talk to because they know. They know better than anyone.
Right. So right. So for me, so the way I learned to be, and now I'm a strong advocate of trans rights because not only am I doing it just because default, but also I understand it better. Is that I said, okay, I talked to trans people and I understood from them and I got their perspective and what they go through and what life is like. And then I said, okay, so now I can defend it because I talked to actual trans people and I know their perspective. It doesn't matter if other people don't agree because again, it's just like you're a gay man. Other people think being gay is a horrible thing. Does their opinion matter to me? No, and I can defend being gay because I know you and I know you're a decent person and your morality is not negatively impacted by being gay.
If I know the other side's argument already, I don't have to. I could already have planned it ahead. If I already know the other side's argument. So, I mean, if I've never run across it before, it's going to be a lot harder to deal with when I come up with it. When I come up to it, I mean.
Okay, well, for instance, like as a trans person, I personally think that pronouns that fall outside of the binary are silly. I do. I think they're silly. I think the Z's and the Zers and the himses and the whoses, I think they're silly. They is okay, fine, right? A singular they has been around for forever. It's older than you. Right? You is a newer, than they. They is old, so that's fine. But outside of that, I think it's silly. But I don't get to choose how other people feel.
Yes.
So if that person says, I don't really feel like I fit into the male, female, man, woman binary, and I just don't like they for whatever reason, I kind of like Zer. Okay. Who am I to tell them they're wrong? Who am I to get upset about it? Do I think it's silly? Yeah, it's kind of silly. Does it matter? No, why would it matter? They're still a person. They're still entitled to decide who they are. So any argument that comes from anyone in the world that's outside of that, I don't need to know what their argument is going to be or what it's based on because it already, by default, dehumanizes that person.
Right. Right. It's just like Tracy Harris to me made the best possible argument in defense of abortion rights is that in no other circumstances in our society do we force anybody to give up a portion of the use of their body. We don't make parents donate organs. We don't make parents donate blood. Once they're born. What we do so basically we've carved out this special exception for human life that's preborn somehow has more rights than human life that's born. So somehow the fetus has more rights than the child, which is fucking ridiculous. Because now if we actually said, hey, look, if you're a parent, you gotta give up your blood and you gotta give up your organs, whatever, to your child. All right, well, that would be consistent at least. But it's not. So their argument is inconsistent. So it doesn't matter. They can argue God. They can argue all the shit. It's a life and it has no. We do not allow any other life to have dominion over another's body. Period. End of story.
If you're looking to have like a full drawn out debate, and you feel like the other person is going to be an honest interlocutor, then yes, it would be to your advantage to understand the thought processes and what their argument is going to be. But how many times in the real world is that something that we run into? Right? It's pretty rare. Most of the time, if somebody is saying, you're either he, she, or hey, maybe I'll give you they. Anything else, I'm just not respecting. I mean, that's the same as saying I'm not respecting your humanity. Why do you care what they think at that point? What difference does it make? That for me, that's enough. Conversation there. It's done.
Yeah, I don't need to understand why Nazis want to kill Jews. I just know it's bad.
Yes, exactly. I don't need to understand why Nazis want to kill Jews. I just know it's bad. That's it.
I just like to have the information and insight. That's just what it's just been a thing.
I guess I would say if it didn't cause you stress, I guess I think that's okay. But it's clear to me that this is a big source of stress in your life, and so to me, I personally value my own mental health over understanding a bunch of lunatics. I don't want to. I don't want to.
The stress.
What's that?
I'm just wondering if Kazumi is addicted to stress.
Well, I mean, there might be a part of me that's addicted to conflict. So,
I mean, that's and that's the thing. It does make you wonder because I mean, I know like when you were talking about DeSantis and what could happen, and you got a lot of angst, and I can see it on you, and I'm like, man, you got to stop going these fucking places because it's driving you crazy.
Yeah, it was like we were talking about Marvel movies or something. My God.
And I love you, man. I don't want you to be stressed out and worried and everything. Like, look, bad news will find you. Believe me, you don't have to go looking for it. And so again, and I used to do what you're doing. Not so much, not some of the deeper, darker places, but I used to engage more. And I found, like Raven said, for the most part, you're not changing minds. You're not learning anything of value. You're just getting stressed out. And I really hit a point where I was having an honest, genuine existential crisis. Like, I don't know if I'm going to be here tomorrow because I'm so engulfed in doom that I can lift my head.
When I really checked out as far as like being a news junkie, was when the zero tolerance policy under the Trump administration. I mean, I found myself crying every night watching the news. I said, I can't do this. Yeah. I can't do this. This is hurting me. And it's like, and it sucks because I feel like I need to know this stuff because it's important, but this is painful, Yeah. And I checked out of a lot of it. I mean, I just,
And remember, all those sites, like you mentioned, CNN. Like, CNN's decent, but yeah, they got their bias and they got their opinion people. Well,
mistakes. They're big for mistakes.
They're big for mistakes.
CNN makes a lot of mistakes.
So basically, it's like, well, I had to stop watching them because again, like, I wasn't going to get, because I was at there watching and I'd hear Don Lemon and I hear Anderson Cooper, and it would just wind me up, and it was just like, and because again, every station, right, left, whatever, they're trying to sell airtime.
Yeah. So they want to get more views.
Right. So conflict and negativity. There's no money in like happy, stories. They don't want that. So they like conflict and like a lot of things, especially with politics, they love the horse race. I think I mentioned a few weeks ago when Bill Clinton was president and there was two competing bills on the welfare reform. There was the Republican one and there was a Democratic one. And I saw it was a story, a coverage on the coverage, and it was like 80 or 90% of the stories were not on the merits or the demerits of any of the bills or even the content. It was who was winning. Well, how the fuck is anybody winning if no one knows what's in the fucking bills? But if you go to these opinion sites, they wind you up and they whatever slant they want to throw on it, and they're not giving you any information or news. You need to go to a site that tells you, hey, Bill 1 has XYZ elemental P, and this one has ABC 1, 2, 3, and then maybe you could have an analysis that says, well, based on the CBO says this, or Wall Street Journal reported, their analysis is this, or this think tank did, this economic think tank did this. So then you have some useful information, but
it has always been an issue to get all of the facts and to analyze them in a way that makes sense, and to be able to compare these. It's always been an issue. But what happened after Trump was elected was before he took office, he would say that, the jobs numbers that Obama administration is reporting, it's a lie. It's all fake. It's all fake news. It's rigged. It's lies, blah, 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 blah. And it was just like all the numbers that Obama put out were lies. Then he went into office. Now, there are people that work in our government that are there no matter who the president is. There's staffers that work They do certain things in our government every single day. It's what they do. They write reports. They put reports together. They analyze information. They're nonpartisan. They're not appointed. They're hired and fired. But I mean, this is what they do. They're career Republican or Democratic or nonpartisan government people. That's it. They're faceless, nameless, faceless drones that do all this stuff. And they put out those reports and those numbers. And they do all of the analyzing and reporting of it. Those people didn't change what they did in between 2016 and 2017. But suddenly you could trust them in 2017. But, when it was Obama, it was all lies.
Right.
It was just, and it was like right there at that moment, it was just like, are you fucking kidding me with this?
Yeah.
Like nothing yet comes out of the mouths of the actual administration. None of it matters because everything is a fucking lie. Everything.
Right. I mean, and you knew that was true when they basically said, okay, the CDC and the National Weather Service can't report on climate change. Can't give you any data on climate change. Well, if climate change isn't real, why would you want to not? If anything, you say, hey, let's put all the data that shows it's not real. Oh, well, we can't show you that. Well, then that's to me is a tacit admission that they know it's real. They just want to hide it from you.
Yeah.
And the other thing that's kind of funny, you mentioned the unemployment numbers. The irony of that whole thing, because what they said is about, what I said earlier about the whole difference between the unemployment rate versus the participation rate.
Right.
Well, that actually, when that changed, Reagan.
Yeah.
Reagan wanted to make the unemployment numbers look good, and they said, okay, well, they came up with a participation rate and said, okay, we're going to judge unemployment based on percentage of the participating pool and not the overall potential job not market, but the pool, employee pool. So Reagan changed it, and it's been the same way since the 80s. It was just like when Clinton was president and we were getting like 3.5% growth in there, and then the Republicans were like, oh, this is anemic, and it wasn't anemic. We were getting record growth, and then
during Trump's first term, there was quarterly reports came out, and there was the gross domestic product, right? And he was like, oh, look at this number. It was like 4% or something. He's like, Obama never had a number that high. When you go back and look, Obama actually had like 6% at one point, 6%. And when you pointed it out to anybody on the right, they would say, oh, but that's for a quarter, or that's only for this. It's not the same.
But it was the same.
And it's like, but it is the same. And then you're just trying to draw distinctions that don't exist because they would prove that your guy lied or doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah. I think it started to say, so then when Bush was president, then he was getting like 2.5% growth, and they were like, oh, this is a robust economy. And like, well, wait, 3.5% under Clinton was anemic, you said. Well, that's,
It's fucking nonsense. Or the stock market is hitting records every day under Trump. Yeah, but it had also done the same thing for 3 years previous.
Right.
It was records every day with Obama, too. That had nothing to do with Trump. It had nothing to do with Obama necessarily either. It was just that was the market.
Yeah.
And the market isn't the
it's like when people tried to say, oh, look at the gas prices, and then they'd point to
things now. Yeah. These idiots tonight, they were just like, oh, he's a disaster. They most likely, if he would actually answer the question, probably would have said something about gas prices or about products in the store, right? Empty shelves.
Right, yeah.
But neither of those things has anything to do with Biden, though.
I got to say though, I do hope that you eventually unban Proctor, because he may be kind of caustic at points, but he usually does try to make he usually is trying to honestly say.
Yeah, I was surprised. I was surprised you ditched him. I really wanted him to just answer the question.
Yeah, so was I.
I knew he wasn't going to, so I just said, mostly because I was fine with him up to that point, but when he said, he literally said, like, I don't have to justify my statements. All right, go away. Fuck you. Go. Fine. Okay, fine. Don't justify your statements elsewhere.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing that's ridiculous. It's just like, we were asking Zoom earlier about sources. And it took a while before he spit something out. And I'm thinking, what is the point of the conversation, though, if we're not going to exchange this kind of info? What is the point of the conversation with Proctor Hawk if he's not going to answer a question that's going to defend his own statements? You made the statement. Just defend it. If you're not willing to defend it, then why are we having this conversation?
Right.
Yeah, I thought it was weird that he didn't answer. I thought for sure he was going to give some sort of a long answer. He can talk. So
Yes, I mean, it's just like, oh man, I think he's a disaster. Okay, well, you're entitled to think that, but why? Well, because look at him, he's a disaster. Okay, but, yeah, no, I'm sorry, that's not an answer. That isn't an answer. Just answer the question.
Well, and especially when and then he plays the victim like, oh well, like he's not like, no one said you weren't allowed to have an opinion, dude. But just fucking back it up.
Like, I can't respect your opinion if you're not going to, explain why you have that opinion. I mean, just say, okay, fine. That's the way we do things now. I think Trump is a pedophile. Why do I think that? None of your business. What is the point? What is the point? So, oh well.
It just doesn't make any sense. I mean,
yeah. But yeah, I mean, I do think Trump is a pedophile. There's like
he probably is.
Well, there's a list of, and I don't know. I haven't seen anybody debunk it. I haven't seen anybody verify or confirm any of it either. But there's like this list of people who were children at a time they had an interaction with him, where he or his organization paid their families money to keep them quiet. Like I said, I haven't seen anybody debunk it, but I haven't seen it confirmed either. So,
yeah,
it's been floating around since Epstein suicided himself.
all right. So for you kids, I unblocked him, but if he does that shit again, he's getting blocked for good.
Okay. All right. Thanks, man.
Because like I said, see, this is the thing. This is what I always told fucking Curious. He always like to play the victim too. And then I finally told him, look, you can say what the fuck you want, but just one, don't get personal, and two, back up what you say. And then ironically, just before he died, he did that, and I was like, see, when you behave yourself, you get to play.
I watched one of his videos for the first time today. I was looking for evidence that something happened to him. And it was, he made a video about the Breakfast Club. He was complaining that he wanted to be a panelist, and Paul told him it would be a cold day in hell. He was unhappy, and he says, because everybody knows I am anti-SJW, which to me is just stupid. That's just stupid. It's a really stupid position for anybody to hold. That's my opinion, and I'll back it up. But I mean, it's whatever. But it was him basically whining how he really isn't a bad guy. He's just, is an anti-SJW. That's all. And he.
I don't know his comments, not just here, but comments on videos.
I know.
Yeah, he was a bad guy.
He's a POS. But
he doesn't even attempt to. I mean, all of us have certain I suppose a bit of racist. No, we have a bit of racism, sexism, other types of things within us, but we have to use our brains to look past any of the stereotypes we have in our brains for things. Right. People like Curaz have no intention on using their brains to look past any of that. They just want to, any stereotypes they have in their heads, they just want to say, oh, this is the way that it is.
So I unfortunately, and I know how you feel, Joe, and I understand it, and I get it, and I don't necessarily disagree with you. But it does look as though that he's dead, and part of me goes,
I know. I mean, it may seem harsh, but here's the thing.
I mean, I'm not crying. I'm not losing sleep over it.
No,
but
I know. Yeah, but see, I don't see. I know some people have this thing. Oh, every life when someone dies, it's lost to the world. I don't believe that for a second. It may be harsh. And here's the thing, like, because somebody, I'm sure somebody could say to me, "Oh, well, what happens when you die?" People could say things. I don't get. I won't be here to know, so I won't give a fuck. I mean, it was like I had like an epiphany like a couple years ago, and I was kind of like, I was worried about my health and worried about this, and like, oh, what if I die? And I realized, like, you know what? Actually, once I die, I mean, okay, I hope the people I care about are, well and everything that, but ultimately, because I have no ability to interact or do anything about it, like, it's not like it's no longer my problem. It's no longer something I can deal with. And so, if I'm going to worry about anybody, again, it would be people I care about. The people I don't care about, I could give less than a fuck about what they say or
So
do after I
my
die.
perspective is from the other side, though. Like, well, I mean, my father died last February, and I am still, and it's not really a long time in the grand scheme of things. I am still pretty torn up. My mom is still a basket case over it.
Sure.
And it sucks and it's painful. And when I heard that Curious may have died, all I could think was that there's somebody close to him that feels like I feel, and that is something that I can relate to. That's something I can connect with, and that's something that I can have, um, empathy. Um, so that's why. So when I was like, Curious may have died, and that's sad. That's why,
I understand that. I just don't share that feeling.
and
I
that's
really don't.
okay.
Yeah. Um, I think that it's just like when Jerry Falwell died. And remember, there was the whole thing.
Yeah.
Christopher Hitchens was on some show, and they were giving him shit because he said unkind things about him. And he's like, he was a fucking fat blowhard. His family, liked that money he made saying horrible things to other people. I don't give a halfpenny jizz whether they fucking like it or not. And when the guy gave him shit, he's like, well, don't invite me on to talk if you want to hear what I have to say. And he, so yeah, I'm sure a lot of people will find it harsh, but I guess my,
Yeah,
you know,
well, think about that though. Think about that though. If you're anybody who in journalism who knew who Christopher Hitchens was, and if you were in journalism, you did. Why would you invite him to talk about Jerry Falwell when Jerry Falwell died? Because you know what he's going to say. You can't get upset when the man does exactly what you think he would.
exactly. Well, it's just, and I've said that before. Like a lot of times, like when it comes to those few times they do deal with right wingers, it's like they try to push you into something, and then when you do it, it's like, well, you can't act like a fucking victim now, dude. You goaded me. You wanted me to get to this position, and now I did, and now you're upset about it because it didn't kind of go the way you thought. So and like I said, with the whole thing with dying, it's like because I had people, I forget whether it wasn't him, it was I think it was my man Fred Phelps or whatever, or somebody. I was basically saying, yeah, the world's better off because this fucking piece of shit died, and they're like, well, what about the family? Well, first off, their family's not going to see, my fucking stupid comment on the fucking internet. That's one. So
Number
it doesn't
two,
matter. Two, even if they do see it, they don't give a fuck what I think anyway.
number three, in the case of Fred Phelps, his family was just as bad as him.
Well, exactly. So fuck them, I mean, except for his son, and actually his son was like, "Hey, my dad made his choices, and I'm not with that." So he, Fred made the separation from his Fred Jr. made the separation before his father died. So he understand. He was like, "That's a shame," but he took it in stride, and he knew his dad was a hated man, and deservedly so. Um,
It's funny is a couple of years ago, I actually did some research into a girlfriend I had when I was young, and I found that she died. She had gotten shot, and she had a son who, based on his age, could possibly be my first child.
mm,
Don't know, and the conversation came up and that with Peach and everything, and whether or not I should like get to know this person, maybe try to find out, and blah 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 blah. I mean, I decided against it. I figured at this age, it doesn't matter.
right, right.
Right? It is what it is. But I did briefly speak to him just saying that, way back in the day, I briefly dated his mother, and I had asked what happened, and he said she made her choices.
Hmm.
She was shot in the face by some guy that she was sleeping with.
Hmm.
She had a lot of problems with alcohol and drugs and sleeping around and stuff, and it was just like, you know, yeah, yeah, she made her choices. And I was just like, damn, it's your mother, damn. But I mean, that's just the way it is sometimes.
What's the thing? And so I mean, I don't expect. Like I said, well, I'll die someday. I'm sure they'll some people they'll be like, goodbye, you fat motherfucker. I don't care about. And again, my family, if they saw it, I'm sure most of my family would be like, well, go, you can go fuck yourself, or they would, or they would defend me or whatever. But chances are they're not going to waste a lot of time on it, and they're not really going to be hurt, not truly hurt by some rando. I don't. I reached the point. I guess this is the thing about I had a lot of strikes against me, so like I had to learn in order to survive. I had to learn to not give a fuck about what other people think. And so I reached that point where, like, yeah, whatever those, they whatever crazy bullshit, I don't give a fuck. Because I would have again, I probably would have killed myself if I let people's opinion of me affect me as much as it had at one point.
Right.
So I had to learn, okay, well, they're not relevant to my life, so I shouldn't give them. I'm basically giving them power over me by caring about them about somebody who doesn't actually care about me in any way. So once I was able to let go of that, things got better. And I was thinking when you said about the whole religion thing. I mean, in a way, you're kind of still carrying what God thinks, the God that you don't even believe in.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you got to a point of, and not, I look, I'm not going to say I don't care about what anybody thinks. That would be a lie. That would be a bold faced lie. But I'm selective about who I give that power to. So if I did or said something and hurt Raven's feelings, I would feel bad because I care about Raven. Or if I did something and Raven felt that I was being immoral or lacking in character, I would have it would give me pause because Raven's opinion matters to me. Your opinion matters to me. But fucking Curious, I don't give a fuck. He's gone. Bye. Bon voyage. Hope you don't forget to write.
Yeah, gee.
you know. So and I noticed like when I've been thinking of posting this on Facebook to the effect of like, we obviously we post things and people react and that's nice. But there's certain people when they react, it kind of carries more weight, and depending on the topic, who comments on a particular topic, will change. But there's certain people like, tell me if you have people like this in your life. There's people in your life you look at them and you feel like they're in a certain way better than you, and I mean like moral of character, morality, whatever. Um, and you wish you could be more like them, but you have your own bullshit you're dealing with. So when they approve of you, it feels better than maybe someone other people approve of you.
There are certain times, if there are certain people that are on my friends list that I don't interact with a whole lot. When they react with something that I post, it kind of gives me a, oh, cool.
Yeah.
Like Stevie Bobby. Stevie Bobby, she reacts to something. I'm like, oh wow, check it out. Aaron Ra, actually more so his wife. You know, uh, how do you say her name?
Landra.
Lalandra. I always go, yeah, Lalandra, yeah,
Landra, yeah.
Ra. Um, uh, that I was like, oh, cool, wow, and because I used to interact with them more, but not so much these days, and it's probably because of my separation from YouTube. So when they react to something, it's just like, oh wow, cool, you know. James, Das American Atheist.
Well, like for me, like two people who are my watchwords, like Tracy Harris and Jen Peoples. Like, and usually just put a like, but if they put a heart, ah, because again, I view them as both people of outstanding character, and depending on the issue, I see when it comes to socially, Tracy is the most socially progressive person I know, and she's always ahead of me when it comes to these issues. And so and Raven, you see some of the stuff I've tagged you on, some of the posts she's done,
Yeah.
and so she's usually in a lot of ways she's ahead of me in on a lot of these issues. And so I kind of use her as a watchword, like, okay, and I think about what she says and like, maybe she's right. And so sometimes I agree, sometimes I don't. But even when I disagree, I'm like, I should probably agree. And the same thing on certain issues with Jen Peoples. It's like, and she and I have a connection in certain ways. We're both engineers, we both have businesses. And there's some other people again, and like there's certain things when I post a pro trans thing or if low LGBTQ in general, and Raven gives me a little heart, like, oh, you know, you know.
Well, and that's the thing. I mean, that's what might not be what Facebook is for, but that's what a lot of people do use it for. Approval from people that they feel like are part of their tribe. So
Yeah. And that's the thing. That's why, like, I disagree with Brian about. I mean, well, it depends. Like, Brian's like about all the different voices. It depends. Like on my Facebook page is not a debate area. It is
Right.
not for this sharing of. It's not the free market of ideas. This is my place to interact with people I care about.
Yep.
And if
I agree.
anyone who disrupts, that's why like you said 5,000 friends. Oh my God, I couldn't tolerate this. No fucking way. No fucking way. Once I got over like 350, people in my wall started fighting with each other.
Yeah.
I remember one time I was up at 600 people, and it was just constantly like policing the people on there. And I was like, "That's it, everybody out!" And I just fucking kicked anybody that I didn't really know that well. And they were
I
just
think I have like there's the Raven, my last name, right? Account, and then there's the Raven July account, which used to be my DevShell account.
right.
And on that one, I'm up to 4.3. I think it's 4.3 thousand friends. I had about 2,000 followers also.
I don't have much of my serious mind because I don't really hardly ever post anything on it.
Right.
Originally, my idea was when I started using it, was okay, I'll leave my political and atheist stuff there, and I'll
Right.
just post friendly things on my. But I post you know what I post, so
Right.
it's just so that
Pretty much kind of what happened with me. Like I had the one account at first, and it was all family and friends. But as people from YouTube began to filter into Facebook, I was adding a lot of them there. And then some asshole took a whole bunch of pictures of my dead grandmother and started harassing me with it, making Twitter accounts in her name, and then tweeting like nude pictures of me. Yeah, it was bad. It was really bad. They started sending these pictures to my kids, and it was like really messed up shit. So what I did was I started the other account. I deleted all YouTubers off of the one account. So I had two very different, very separate Facebook accounts. But I'm too lazy to keep up two separate accounts that have that are different in feeling.
Yeah.
So I would be posting the same shit on both of them.
Right. So that's the thing. There's this guy. I forget his YouTube name, but because he changed it, he changed his YouTube channel to his own name, so I can say his name is Andy Slater. So he changed. So he had two separate accounts, one for his YouTube, one for his person. But then once he changed his YouTube name, then he changed the name of his second Facebook account to his name. So he got two fucking, and he posts the same shit on both.
On both.
I'm like, Andy, what are you doing? You don't need. What's the point of posting on two different things?
Yeah, I'm friends with both of his accounts. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, well, yeah, he
I
literally.
think I'm friends with both of his accounts. I think on both of my accounts.
So am I.
So it's like I've got him 4 times.
Yeah. So it's just like and he literally posts the exact same things on both accounts all the time.
Yeah, but Andy's great.
Oh,
He came to the deli once when I had the deli. He came to the deli.
Really?
Yeah.
I met him. Actually, it was the same time I met Tracy Harris. It was it was near Philadelphia. It was in the Philadelphia area. There was a Pennsylvania. I forget it was a secular student alliance or one of the yeah, I think it's for a secular student alliance, and they had a atheist convention at a hotel in near the Philadelphia airport, and he was actually because it was his group that was organizing, so he was there.
Okay.
Yeah, he was cool. I hung out with him a couple times.
Yeah. No, yeah, Andy's pretty cool. Well, what ended up happening was I started mixing friends and YouTube and family onto my main account again. And it was just like, oh, I can't. Why am I doing this? So, like, I got there are people like you're one of them that I'm friends with on both accounts, and it's really it's annoying, and I'm too lazy to really keep track of it. But
Well,
now that I've come out, I've got the one account is skyrocketing. And some of those people are sending me friend requests on the other account, and I'm like, nope. Nope.
what was really funny is that like there's been times where I wasn't sure where like until you established with me what the two accounts were, I wasn't sure where to PM you. I'm like, I don't know where to send this message.
Yeah, you almost got into a fight with my mother once.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, dude, relax. That's my mom.
Yeah, well, I knew it was
Usually
your
I
mom.
don't get involved. Like people, they go to war with each other on my posts, and not my business. I mean, it's my post, but I'm not gonna like pick sides unless somebody's really wrong.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean? But I mean, people have different opinions and they disagree. And hey, go to war. I'm fine with that. Go back and forth. But yeah, not my mom.
Well, that
My mom's a
was
bitch. My mom will tell you to go fuck yourself 4 different ways. Where do you think I get it from?
oh yeah. Well, that's one of the things, and I knew it was your mom, and I was kind of like, I got to a certain point, I'm like, I shouldn't do this. I'm just gonna shut the fuck up.
And like even then, like I didn't tell you not to.
No, you
I
didn't.
was just like, that's my mom. It was like, just be warned. That's mom.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Hey.
feel free to engage at the same time, but that's mom.
Hey, I'm gonna jet here. We've been going for
Yeah.
almost 7 hours now, and yeah, I'm about ready to. I mean, if it's still going later, maybe, but I need to take a break. So
No, I gotta get.
It's 3 a.m. here, so
okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Well, and it looks like there's still 4 people watching. Well, I think one of them's probably me, but there's probably 3 other people watching. Then
one is me.
okay, so there's 2 other people watching. But
Okay.
there's still 2 people that stuck around. Thanks for sticking around. And for everyone who was here earlier, who was like reasonable and went to bed at a normal hour. Thanks for having been here earlier. And so we'll see you next week, same bat time, same bat channel.
Sounds good.